Hello, hello, chat. How are we doing? How is everyone's day going? I hope we're all having a good day. I had a pretty fucking good Sunday. I went up. My family was on a vacation trip thing, it's like a weekend trip they're pretty close to me, so I went up and met with them in a cute little town in Washington. That was fun. Gave me a free lunch. You know how I love a free lunch? I got a cheeseburger, and then I got to bring home extra of a soup that my mom didn't finish. It's like a miso udon white people mix. That's like the best way I can describe it. It's very uh sea ocean flavor forward. So I don't know if you guys like that, but I fucking love it. It's great. It doesn't smell good at all. It smells fucking horrid, but it tastes good. Anyways, did anyone else do anything fun today? I was supposed to work on some homework, didn't do that. I have a homework assignment where I have to it's basically like a essay brief. And he's like, "Oh yeah, describe the rubric I provided." There's not a fucking rubric on Canvas anywhere. So, fuck me for that one. I think I'm gonna shoot him a text because he's one of those professors that lets you text him. I think I'm gonna shoot him a text and be like, "Yo, bitch, what up?" Anyways, should we just jump into it tonight? We are gonna have the call-ins open. But I'm not entirely sure how much we're going to use it. It all kind of depends on you guys and depends on who's in here. I know the last couple nights we've been having quite a few trolls, more than normal. So I want to keep that in mind when we're doing the call-ins because I don't want shit to hit the fan, you know? We got rules to follow, especially here on Twitch. Not so much on YouTube, but we got rules to follow here on Twitch. So we're going to do our best to follow those and see what we can do there. But other than that, we've got a debate. We've got a Hunter debate. We've got that fucking street debate channel. I forget their name. And then if we get through that, we've got some Destiny content. Basically, we're lined up. I also have another really fucked up debate. I don't know if we want to do fucked up debates 2 days in a row, but I do have a debate that's titled something along the lines of race or religion, which should run society. When both of those are bad options. Neither of those should run society. So that'll be interesting once we eventually get to that. I don't know if we're going to do it today, though, because we've had a share of... we've had our share of fucked up shit this week, I think. Anyways, let's just hop into it. We're going to be playing Cities tonight. Nice chill night. This should be set up well. Let me make sure that you guys can see the bottom of this, that everything that I did for last stream actually saved in OBS. There technically was an OBS update. I skipped out on it. I hope that doesn't come to bite me in the ass. I'm probably going to update it after this stream, but I hope it doesn't fuck up this stream, because sometimes if you, like, kind of skip an update, OBS gets mad at you and decides to punish you for it. So, alright, you guys can see everything that you need to see. We just had a natural disaster, apparently. I completely forgot what we were doing. Anyways, Hunter Avalon.
Okay, am I unmuted?
Yes, you are now unmuted.
Alright.
And suddenly I cannot hear shit. What the hell? No, y'all can hear it. It's just my my headphone setup is a little janky considering this. Remember when we were having the fucking conversation about I need to get the right size extender? It was the wrong extender, but it still works. It's just kind of...
Well, I gave
it doesn't like me
thing,
sometimes.
So I hope that I know it was muted, but once again, Hunter fans, thank you so much for being here. Especially if we disagree, taking the time out of your day, especially because this is the second time
she is the host
it.
of this, so, not him. Interesting.
So
I feel like he usually hosts.
Debate, I did want to ask you a couple questions just like about you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Just where are you from? Can you tell me a little bit about you? I don't really know anything about who you are as a person.
Well, I mean, what do you mean, like, where am I from? Like, the area? I mean, I'm...
Like, are you, first of all, do you keep that private? Is Hunter your real name? Are you, like, and if you don't keep that
private... Is Hunter your real name?
What was your life like growing
up? Well, I mean, I grew up in Arnold, Maryland. Kind of, it's by Annapolis, Maryland. And yeah, Hunter is my real name.
From Maryland?
And growing up, it was mostly just...
I don't know why that just feels wrong.
Politics wasn't really, like, a huge thing in my upbringing, though. It was much more my grandparents who were the politics people, and my parents, you know, they were the typical, like, vote Republican cause Republican sort of thing. They just weren't very politically active. And so it was more so my grandparents that actually really got me into politics to begin with. And so for a good long time, as most people know, I was a It's a pretty big
We're getting the
conservative.
full
and,
bio. I'm gonna skip the full bio
then
because I don't give a
Just
flying
out of
fuck.
curiosity, did your parents want you to go to the Naval Academy or any of the service academies or join the service? I mean, living so close to Annapolis, you would have to think.
My grandfather did. He
Yeah.
was always telling me that I should join the Air Force because he was in the Air Force, and he was always saying, "You should join the Air Force, Hunter. What? Hey, you know, you can get all these benefits from the Air Force." And I was just like, I don't know if that's for me, but
Was he enlisted? Was he an officer? What did he do?
I'm pretty sure he was enlisted. It's been a while. He passed away a couple years ago.
Why are
now,
we
so it's been
talking about Hunter's
a while since?
fucking grandfather?
Right. Yeah.
And Democrat that simps for trans.
Yeah.
people?
Mostly, honestly, mostly just seeing evidence and hearing arguments that I found to be far more convincing than some of the conservative arguments on this thing.
Where were you seeing this evidence?
Oh
and
my God,
what
girl.
made you reach out to these different?
Confronted with different, I really started to move.
Is that where you were seeing these
Yeah.
debates?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. YouTube sort of research myself, but
It's so weird hearing Hunter's basically getting interviewed at this point prior to this. What seems like it's going to be a debate, which is so fucking weird to hear. It's just throwing me off. That's why I'm skipping through it.
yeah, it was just I was able to vote. Like go to college, there was a thing that I probably be something with politics, business, something along that path. So one of the biggest things that held me back from
Do you think Calc 2 is most
would literally. I mean, I went through something.
struggling to? I mean, I was like, if you're building a house, you need to build right angles, and they're like, how often? That being said, I'm not a huge fan of higher education in the first place. I think it's somewhat of a scam. So I think you kind of dodged a bullet. You're clearly very successful, creating your own company, creating your own platforms on YouTube. You were kind of forced to do something without having that degree.
I don't even know how far I can skip forward before they start
success.
actually talking, but I don't want to.
Because you couldn't just be like,
I don't
"Get
want
a
to skip the
degree and
actual
then
conversation.
apply
That's
for
the
these low-end
problem.
jobs," because
Right.
that's what it's been watered down to these days. But yeah, so that's my opinion on higher education. But speaking of,
Great, no one
I want
asked.
to get actually back into the math though, like you said, because I was a bit confused. Henry's going to pull up the study that we talked about last time. We were talking about last time, you and I, kids transitioning and whether or not it's healthier for kids to go through the medical process, right?
Right. Yeah.
Of transitioning. And so Henry, if you could pull up the study that was Hunter's study.
Which one was
Not
this?
not the Swedish study.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if you were talking about the Swedish one or not.
Yeah, so we will pull up the Swedish one later. But see, my problem with this one, and he has the part highlighted that I have a problem with, because I read it and it said that it was
Okay,
better
so
for
she's mad at
some
a
kids who
study.
transitioned were less suicidal depending on which way they transitioned. However, this study was done over a very short period of time.
Sure. Well, which study is this? Because I had multiple ones.
Could you go to the top just so you can see the title really quick, and then we'll go back down to method.
Oh, hold on. I didn't realize it was on here. Transgender adolescent suicide behavior. That's okay. I actually don't even remember bringing that one up, but I can look it up.
Okay, so for context, they already have a debate. This is, at least by Hunter's own admission, it's a rematch basically. I haven't seen the other debate, so can't give you much actual context there. However, it says, like, the title says that it's about it's an LGBT debate rematch. So I'm guessing that's what it's about.
Well, all of the studies. Let's go to the Swedish study.
What was it? Transgender. Well, hold on. Wait. I want to transgender adolescent. What was it? Suicidality.
Suicide behavior. So the main issue that I just wanted to point out with this one was, and I want to compare and contrast to the Swedish study. So we'll bring this one back up in a second. But
are we gonna have to go back into the same thing we did already with the Swedish study? Because the last time we started arguing, because the author herself said that the study didn't actually prove what you were trying to say it did. All that study found was that that study found was that trans people on average have a higher suicidality. It didn't mean that going through treatment was causing the higher suicidality. And she's also been involved in other studies which found that treatment did benefit the suicide rate in regards to lowering it.
Well, can you please bring up the other studies that she's in? But also, I would like to bring up I'd like to bring up 2 points. One, the fact that you and I admit right now that people who go through the transgender surgery, according to that study, experience higher suicidality 10 years post-op, according to that study.
Yeah, I think that study just said that they had a higher suicide rate compared to the general population, which is to be expected. So there's a high suicide rate, going through treatment and transition lowers the suicide rate, but the suicide rate's still higher than the general population. And that's why the study concluded with there needs to be better trans healthcare and more outreach to benefit trans people and lower that suicidality.
Well, that's actually not what the study says, because the study has different people who go into the study, some of which, all of them experience gender dysphoria, some of which transition, some of which don't. And it shows that those that transitioned had the highest suicidality rate, and that suicidality rate was at its peak post transition, 10 years post transition.
That's what this study said, because it says persons with transsexualism after sex reassignment had considerably higher risk for mortality, suicidal behavior, and psychiatric morbidity than the general population.
Hold up. Yeah, it sounds like she's just misreading this. I know Hunter is usually very good about not misinterpreting studies, and if he does, he will go back and read them and be like, I fucked up, which is part of the reason I respect him. I know a lot of people hate him, but I respect him for the fact that he will admit when he fucks up. So given that, I kind of trust his analysis of this more than hers.
Our findings suggest that sex reassignment, although alleviating gender dysphoria, may not suffice as treatment for transsexualism and should inspire improved psychiatric and somatic care after sex reassignment for this patient group. So all there's.
Can we pull up that Henry? If we could pull up the
I'm reading this though, and the study specifically says that it did alleviate gender dysphoria. It just doesn't suffice as a complete, all-encompassing treatment, which is to be expected. We already know, for example, that trans people commit suicide at higher rates, partially because of discrimination and social stigma. So that's always going to be a role there as well.
If that were the case, so first of all, the study, whatever
if that were the case, that just
that's not the math that they calculated. They can come up, the math that they calculated was the suicide rates of transgender people. They did not equate for, they attempted to, but they could not equate for what was causing the suicide, whether that be social pressures or whether that be some of the issues with transitioning.
Sorry to cut you off, but it's my understanding that you can.
Do you not think that it's possible that a lot of these suicides had something to do with becoming a.
Here's the thing, is that what she's doing here, right? While it is a relatively decent point, she is saying you cannot trust the conclusions of this study because it's not backed in the fact, but also I'm going to give a conclusion that's not backed in the fact that I believe, like she's doing the same thing that she's accusing the study of doing, which is obviously not a bad way, not a good way of going about this.
Permanent medical patient. So for instance, if you transition from male to female, right, you have a new wound inside of you, and it's supposed to be mimicking a vaginal wall, right? And it's supposed to be mimicking a vagina. You have to use some medical phallic device to keep this wound open for a year. And if you're unsuccessful at every single day penetrating yourself properly medically, then you can create these pockets and these deep wounds inside of you that become infected and could cause
okay, so again, it's a surgery that requires proper care.
First of all,
like this is very simple.
Risk, so there is that to take into account. And I mean, it's possible, sure, that some of, like, maybe a couple people committed suicide because they were unhappy with the results or whatnot, but the available data and research that we have heavily suggests that it has far more to do with external factors such as societal discrimination. This is why if you look at children, for example, who are suffering from gender dysphoria, their likelihood of committing suicide significantly decreases if they have support from parents or family or friends surrounding them. So basically, if there's a more accepting environment, their likelihood of committing suicide decreases.
Can I see that study?
Sure, yeah, I can pull it up out of from my research thing.
And I am curious as to whether or not, so there's so many different factors that are involved in a study like what you're saying, and also because last time we spoke, when you said a study said this, and then I looked into it, it didn't quite say that.
Which study?
So, for instance, the Swedish study, you said that the author, last time we spoke, you said that the author kind of rebuked the entire study. And then when I read her Ask Me Anything on Reddit, that's not what she was saying. She was saying, yes, transgender people do commit suicide at their peak, 7 to 10 years post-surgery. That is what my study says. However, I think it's because of people bullying them. Or
I'm going to look into that because I don't think that's true. That's not what I was reading it from either. I wasn't reading it from...
I feel like you can't take Reddit as an actual source. Like, granted, I don't know the intricacies of this person that they're talking about and all of that, but I just... using Reddit as an actual source Seems like not the best move. Usually, using an actual source, or for example, press releases. Some researchers do press releases, press release type things, in order to announce a changing conclusion, basically, to where they're like, "Hey, I fucked up. I'm sorry. But this is what the reality is now," or something along those lines. Is usually what ends up happening, rather than just a fucking Reddit post. The idea that it's a Reddit post is idiotic. Welcome to the family, buddy. Also, Dabri, welcome in. How's your night going? I don't know when you sent that. I think you just sent that. Dabri, welcome in. How's your night going? The vaccine doesn't work. Welcome in, buddy. How is your night going? Because you're new here, where are you from? And what are your general political views? But we are happy to have you. Thank you for joining us.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the same thing. I'm trying to find this all at the same thing. I don't believe that's what she was saying.
I mean, Henry, can you please pull up her?
I wasn't looking at the
Reddit?
Reddit page either, but I'm trying to find multiple studies for you at the
Can
same
you
time
pull
here.
up
So just give me a second.
picture
Here.
that I sent you from that Reddit post, Henry, please? The screenshot.
I'm trying to find the one about support from family.
Yeah, and you could just send that. I don't know if you have Henry. You can send that to me or Henry.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
So let me look up the first thing, which is that I was reading it from the is the Advocate Swedish study gender.
Okay, can you scroll down on that picture, Henry, or did I only send you that?
So I was reading this here from the Trans Advocate, which was just doing an interview with her. Let me see. What
Okay,
it
the
says here.
outcome measures of mortality, cause of death, psychiatric, inward care, are diagnosis, psychiatric, inward care for suicide attempts, psychiatric inward care for drug or alcohol abuse, and
I hope they actually start debating something rather than just talking about this one fucking study for the entire time. But
to change of legal sex.
I mean, I guess you never really know what you're getting into with these.
And immigration status.
So here's what it says right here. The author says, it's frustrating that people misrepresent her work. Of course, trans medical and psychological care is efficacious. A 2010 meta-analysis confirmed by studies thereafter show that medical gender-confirming interventions reduces gender dysphoria. And let me see if she was part of this study.
If you look at her Reddit, and if we pull it up, she talks about...
Oh my god, why are you going back to fucking Reddit? Why are you always going back to Reddit? That seems idiotic. Not even seems, it just is.
She makes a study. The study shows that trans people commit suicide at the peak, not prior to the surgery, right? Because what you're saying is these people are so suicidal, they have to get the surgery.
So it's, but the study specifically omits, but
the highest rate of suicidality is 7 to 10 years post-surgery for all.
First of all, I have a study that shows there's no increased suicide risk after 20 years. So we can look at that one in a second. But the author of the study says people who misuse the study.
And the meta-analyses don't follow that. Again, you're going one study. Just woke up, slept well. Good. I'm glad, buddy. Both of them are doing this. It's fucking idiotic. They're going off of one study. This is mostly because this lady, right? She is so mad that Hunter brought up this study in their last debate, and she's just trying to completely go after this study when she fails to recognize the fact that meta-analyses agree with that study, and meta-analyses tend to follow along the same conclusions that were made there. But that's just, that whole fact pattern is just being ignored, and they're just arguing about this one study, which is, seems like a waste of time.
Always omit the fact that the study clearly states that it is not an evaluation of gender dysphoria treatment. If we look at the literature, we find that several recent studies conclude that...
you interrupted me.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to continue with what
I interrupted you to correct what you said, because...
you're not correcting me, you're simply interrupting me. So I'm going to continue with what I was saying. So first, she has this study. Study shows definitively that these people, that transgender people are most likely to commit suicide 10 years post-surgery. If it were true that they were suicidal pre-surgery, that would have been found in the data. It was not in the data. Now, she is upset. She clearly states that she is a trans activist. She says this in her Reddit stuff. She says that she is helping the trans community, okay? So she has an agenda. So now after her study has been used by conservatives to do
Everyone has an agenda.
of what her intended goals was, she cherry picks some studies to try to attempt to prove her
You're
point.
just making a story right now. This is, now I need to interrupt you because this is just factually incorrect. First of all, you're trying to do some weird ad hom attack by suggesting that because she's a trans activist, suddenly we can't trust the data she's producing. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I know that you're trying to suggest that she has some kind of bias or that she is not being accurate when she's reciting her data. But if she was a trans activist, why would she publish a study that shows that it's not beneficial for trans people to transition and then what, just walk back on it? This doesn't make any sense.
Because I don't think she realized before she started her study that it would have the results that it had, right? And she already had the data. What was she going to do after 10 years of?
I mean, that would fit with your claim, right? Your claim is that she's this trans activist, so like what she's talking about is skewed. So why would she fucking post something that goes against her activism? Like she could just scrap a study. That is physically possible. It's not going to be a common solution to this, right? Because that would be idiotic. However, that's possible, and it kind of cuts against your claim because of the fact that it got published. Like, she's trying so hard to make a point, and first she was like using her own point, like she was complaining about something, and then she was doing the same thing, and now she's disproving her own point.
Studying this is the longest, most comprehensive study on the trans issue in history. Okay, in recorded history, and you're telling us that she would just scrap that data because it didn't turn out to how she liked. I mean,
I'm not saying she scrapped it. I'm saying you're misinterpreting it because it doesn't evaluate whether or not gender or whether or not treatment benefited gender dysphoria. All it did was look at suicidality.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that based off that study, both you and I agree that transgender people are most suicidal 10 years post-surgery.
No, I don't know if I agreed with that, but I can understand why you would think that if there's certain data points that show that.
I agree with that. That's what the study
This is
says.
in the Swedish study. A recent systematic review and meta-analysis concluded that approximately 80% reported subjective improvements in terms of gender dysphoria, quality of life, and psychological symptoms.
Okay, but based off the most comprehensive and
yeah, I have too many pedestrians in this city. They're fucking up the traffic.
Based off the actual deaths and suicides of the patients, we see a spike 10 years post-surgery.
Why am I looking at this study that says trends in suicide death risk in transgender people results from the Amsterdam cohort of gender dysphoria study 1972 through 2017? And it says we observed no increase in suicide death risk over time and even a decrease in suicide death risk in trans women. And then it says the suicide risk in transgender people is higher than in the general population. Hold on, please wait. You got really mad at me when I interrupted you, so now let me.
Wait, is this a totally different study that we're talking about now?
Well, it's talking about a study that is the same length, if not longer, disproving your point of this being the longest fucking study.
You said 10 years, there's a spike in suicidality, and I'm giving you a study that shows that in 20 years, there's no spike.
Okay, so
I like that emote. That emote's cool.
People who are already suicided at this point.
20 years after. There was no increase after 20 plus years.
So don't you think people who have survived it, who have survived the depression and realization that they have turned their body into into something that it is not, don't you think after 20 years they are less likely to succumb to that depression if you've already survived 10 years under that depression?
The 20-year study would still take into account 10 years after. You fucking idiot, bro.
I highly doubt you're going to succumb on your 20th year. But that, I haven't even seen this study. You're more than welcome to send it to me. We were talking about.
She's so dumb, bro.
Okay, I went back to the Swedish study then, since you wanted to bring that one up again. I have looked through this Swedish study extensively now, and every part of the Swedish study says that treatment and surgery does alleviate gender dysphoria. Just that.
How long is that study, sir?
Just that it's
so
not
in
enough.
The last 20 seconds, you read that study extensively in the last 20. That is impressive.
Wait, no, I looked into the study extensively for.
He's the one that brought up the study in the first debate, you fucking idiot.
Gender dysphoria, and it says, even though surgery and hormonal therapy alleviates gender dysphoria, it is apparently not sufficient to remedy the high rates of morbidity and mortality found among transsexual persons. Improved care for the transsexual group after the sex reassignment should therefore be considered. That's what this study concludes.
That is their opinion. That is their next hypothesis.
Wait, no. Stop. This is not their opinion. This is the conclusion. No, shh. This is the fucking conclusion of the Swedish study that you're obsessing over right here.
In the conclusion, what they're doing is they're setting up their next hypothesis for their following study.
The conclusion is what they conclude based on the data. How are you being so dishonest right now?
Based on the data, we are saying this. We consider
he is being a little
affirmative care to be the next step. We need to be, in your conclusion, I know you didn't go to school, but I went to school. And when I wrote a study, after the study, in the conclusion, I would put what further studies need to be done, right?
You're losing it right now. You're melting down. First of all, it's adorable that you asked me if I went to school just so you could throw back into my face later on. That's very cute. However, if you aren't complete, well, hold on. If you're not content with the fucking conclusion of the study that you're obsessing over, here's a part in the middle of the study, okay? Strengths and limitations. Strengths and limitations of the study. Given the nature of sex reassignment, a double-blind, randomized control study of the result after sex reassignment.
I mean, so she's right there. Usually, a conclusion of a study will have recommendations for future research. Either the conclusion or it will have its own section for recommendations for future research as well as implementation. That's a pretty normal one in social sciences studies. However, there are plenty of studies where these are mixed in throughout the study rather than put in their own section. I don't like it. It makes it really annoying to read and try to find those specific points in them. However, they exist. All right, try to act like they don't exist is stupid.
Reassignment is not feasible. We therefore have to rely on other study designs. For the purpose of evaluating whether sex reassignment is an effective treatment for gender dysphoria, it is reasonable to compare reported gender dysphoria pre and post treatment. So then it says, such studies have been conducted either prospectively or retrospectively, and suggest that sex reassignment of transsexual persons improves quality of life and gender dysphoria.
Okay, so once again, this is the compilation study that you're talking about of the same woman who did the prior Swedish study.
This is the Swedish study, specifically in the Swedish study.
You're saying this is within the Swedish study, the Swedish study that shows that 10 years post-op, people are most likely to commit suicide at that time.
Yes, because what they're showing is that the treatment is effective in alleviating the gender dysphoria.
How are they putting that in the math? Explain to me how they are determining that is the cause as opposed to becoming a permanent. How do they know what is the cause of suicide? Because as a math person, as a data person, I can tick in a box whether or not a person is dead or alive, but I can't read people's mind and know what caused them to do the deed.
I never said this shows the cause of why they committed suicide. The study from Sweden. Wait, can I just repeat myself?
So these studies are social sciences in general. Damn near always are correlative studies rather than like trying to find the reason for things. So it cannot show a cause. However, on that note, they can show strong correlations, and they can also, in the in conclusions and stuff, they often integrate other studies on the same subject matter and things of that sort to try to conclude what really caused these things. Now, obviously, this is not perfect, okay? Obviously, there is plenty of room for mistakes here. However, they usually do pretty fucking good, okay? You can disagree, right? You can disagree with that as much as you want. However, trying to just say that, oh, they just can't draw conclusions is idiotic. Very, very idiotic.
Then the Swedish study specifically looks into quality of life of trans people. That's what it's looking at primarily. It's not evaluating whether or not treatment of gender dysphoria is effective or not. And if it were, then it would be against your point, because it says this suggests that even though sex reassignment alleviates gender dysphoria, there is a need to identify and treat co-occurring psychiatric morbidity in transsexual persons. This goes along with, wait, I need to just finish what I was saying. Please, let me just finish what I was saying. This goes along exactly with what I've said. I've never argued that transgender reassignment surgery is the #1 magic band-aid that's going to fix everything. Trans people face discrimination. There's additional barriers that they struggle with. However, the Swedish study that you keep on referencing specifically and explicitly says that the sex reassignment surgery does alleviate gender dysphoria.
How would you measure that?
Measure what? Read the study. You're the expert here, apparently.
Right. That's not a factor that you would be able to, the alleviation of dysphoria is not a mathematical factor that you would be able to calculate in a study. So if
it is a mathematical factor in the same sense that any other mental disorder is a mathematical factor, right? So being able to measure depression, yeah, usually you can't like scientifically find depression, right? It is a mix of symptoms. Gender dysphoria is the same exact thing. There are symptoms of gender dysphoria, right? And when the symptoms get better, that is what we call alleviation of gender dysphoria. Fuck, I'm so tired. I am so tired of the natural disasters that keep happening in this fucking game. Good morning, Wenrick. How you doing? How's your night going, buddy? Or morning? It's morning for you. How's your morning going? How was last night, I guess? Stupid earthquake.
And then further, but however, the rate of suicide is a mathematical thing you'd be able to calculate. And further, the people who are doing this study, right? The therapists who are doing this study, they believe that gender affirming care, as they call it, they believe affirming the gender is the correct care. And therefore, they think that dysphoria is thinking, and I believe that dysphoria is thinking that you're the wrong sex. So therefore, if you go through the process of pretending to be the opposite sex, yes, that would relieve your dysphoria temporarily, but you'd have so many other issues. For instance, here's all of the issues that
So your point is no. You just said that you can't measure alleviating dysphoria, and then you said okay, well, I mean, yeah, you can alleviate dysphoria. Your point is stupid. You made absolutely 0 point there in that entire time that you talked. You hate Sundays. Why? Why do you hate Sundays? Wait, is it Sunday morning for you, or is it Monday morning for you?
Before you, I want to hear this, but it's just I don't. I'm like mind blown right now. Why are you bringing up the Swedish study? I want to explain this. Why are you invoking the Swedish study to say that, look, this Swedish study shows that trans people have a higher suicide rate, but now you're trying to simultaneously discredit the Swedish study by saying they're all biased in favor of trans people because the Swedish study shows that this treatment does benefit gender dysphoria?
Sunday, hold on.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying in that sentence you just read, and I understand that it comes from that study, but you're saying gender affirming care relieves gender dysphoria. So you have to first of all believe that the care is
Fuck, it's Monday.
Second,
that's what I thought. I thought you were ahead. Why is it Monday? What? Why is it Monday? That must suck for you guys not in the United States. We have MLK Day on Monday. We have a federal holiday. No, ain't nobody gotta do shit tomorrow.
Second of all, you would have
sex
to
reassignment,
okay, then you would have to understand, of course, pretending to be the opposite
Last
sex
night, you get drunk.
believe the dysphoria when you think that you're the opposite. Like obviously, that doesn't change the fact that there's still.
You're telling me to give you numbers, and now you're just making up a story to try and justify the fact that the data you're obsessed with contradicts your feelings.
What? No, like think about it logically, right? If
What? No, like, shut the fuck up, bro. You're so dumb. This lady's so stupid.
Feeling like you're a woman, right?
Other substances.
You put on makeup.
Same difference.
Start believing you're a woman. Wouldn't that alleviate the feeling of being a woman and having that not match? If it matches, wouldn't that alleviate that feeling? So yes, it temporarily relieves the dysphoria, but it gives you so many other issues. It gives you issues of not knowing, first of all, there's societal issues, and there's going to be societal issues because we have an issue as to whether or not where people go in sports issues, bathrooms, schools, prisons. There's so many issues involving sex that
I mean, prison is actually the only real issue here involving sex, considering the rest of them. You, as a general layperson, usually cannot actually tell when there's a trans person. Han, no. Keep it TOS, please. Please. Just tone it down a little bit, okay? You came in here real hot and horny. Tone it down a little bit.
You're gonna run into societal issues if you just decide to change sex and then involve yourself in sports or end up going to prison. There's gonna be an issue there. So, and then also you're gonna experience societal issues if unfortunately you're not Blair White and you don't end up looking like a hot chick and you end up looking like a dude in a wig. Like, I'm sorry.
I don't think Blair White's that hot, not gonna lie.
Do not.
Yeah, usually it's transphobia that heavily contributes to the suicidality. So this is the thing, is like you bring up the you look like a man in a wig or you're just pretending to be a woman thing, but it's that kind of rhetoric that largely contributes to a higher suicide rate in this group. The study you gave me shows that the medical intervention as far as sex reassignment benefits trans people. That's the study you sent me. That's what it says. So yes, of course there are going to be additional complications, and I looked up the complications in this study, and it says, with respect to suicide and death from other causes after sex reassignment, an early Swedish study followed 24 transsexual persons for an average of 6 years and reported 1 suicide. A subsequent Swedish study reported 3 suicides after sex.
I thought that was TOS. You mean you thought it wasn't TOS? It's okay. Maybe it's not TOS. I think it's borderline though. Coming out and saying shit like that. All right, just tone it down. Blair White still had penis. You would think she was hot. I mean, I like pussy too, buddy. I am bisexual. I just don't find Blair White that attractive. She gives basic bitch, and I don't really like it.
Reassignment surgery. A recent Swedish follow-up study reported no suicides in 60 transsexual patients, but 1 death due to complications after the sex reassignment surgery.
Okay, so you have to send me your studies beforehand, but also 1 out of 24 and 3 out of 24 are very high numbers, and not good for you.
Yeah,
anyway,
well, no, it's not good because of the social stigma. The study says that the treatment benefited or alleviated the gender dysphoria.
You can't calculate what it, like, that's not a mathematical figure that you can calculate. As for another thing, you said last time we spoke that transgender people have a brainwave, right? Like their brainwaves are different, like they match to the opposite gender.
Some of them, yes, not all of them, but
Transgender
some, yes.
people have a brainwave.
Because what it means to be transgender is simply that your identity differs from your biology. That's really all it means to be
wouldn't that mean that your brain, like your identity would be like the way that you think so wouldn't they
Yes, but it's not. Some of it could be conscious. It's not purely because of difference in estrogen receptors in the brain. That would be more, I would say, transsexualism when it's a very biological thing.
what percentage?
It's Hunter
of,
Provolone. It is Hunter Provolone.
people
Hoser,
of
welcome in, buddy.
transgender
How's your night
people
going?
have the brainwaves opposite to their
If you lose a
biological
debate to
age?
Hunter, you're dumb as shit. Hunter's not a bad
I
debater.
don't understand the question.
You said, right, that if you, Hunter,
Mhm.
were trans and thought you were a woman, right, you would have brainwaves, or at least some of you would have brainwaves that's similar to a woman. What percentage?
I don't know. I would have to look into the study again. But all I know is they did a study in a university here, I think it was a year or two ago, where they looked at, I think it was 10 to 20 different trans people, and they all had differences in estrogen receptors in their brain, meaning that there was a biological basis for some of the reason that they identified differently. All I'm
Wait, they
saying is that
all
doesn't
have
apply to every
differences?
single trans person.
If they all have differences, I bet if we got 10 straight men, I bet everybody simply has differences in estrogen receptors then. Isn't that possible?
And Hunter is an authority on trans issues now. Is he in his own mind, I guess? I mean, they're talking about studies. Right now, both of them are just talking about studies.
And then if it were true that the vast majority of trans people actually had brain waves that differed from their biological sex, why wouldn't we only transition the people whose brain waves?
Because it's not
Don't match.
always a biological thing, just like you can be trans without gender dysphoria. You don't need
Okay.
to have gender dysphoria necessarily.
I heavily disagree
okay,
with
But
him
I'm reading
there.
through this too, and it does say that data is inconsistent with respect to psychiatric morbidity post-sex reassignment. Let's see. Others have reported on regrets, psychiatric morbidity, and suicide attempts after sex reassignment. A recent
Regret?
system, yes, a
What
regret.
percentage of people? So like, what about
80%.
that?
Wait, hold
So
on.
do you think that's a problem that
You
people
just
regret
you hear
going to
one
the
word that
surgery?
like you think proves your point, and then you just run
like,
off with
can
it.
we
First of all,
talk about-
no, we can't.
Can we talk about?
No,
why
we
can't
cannot talk about this because you have not let me finish
why can't-
reading what I was reading from your study that you keep bringing up. A recent systematic review and meta-analysis concluded that approximately 80% reported subjective improvement in terms of gender dysphoria, quality of life, and psychological symptoms. But there are also some studies reporting high psychiatric morbidity and suicide rates. This goes along exactly with what I've already been saying, is that there's no way this is going to just magically fix everything. There are other issues as well. Therapy might be necessary as well. A good support system might be necessary as well. No surgery is going to be 100% fix all, but 80% reported an improvement after sex reassignment. From the study done in the, 1970s?
Of
This is
gender
not
dysphoria,
actually,
right?
this is actually
The
incredibly
one that I
significant.
deleted, Han?
Improvement of gender
You might be
dysphoria.
right
An
there.
alleviation of gender
You
dysphoria
very
and
well might
improvement
be
of
right
quality
with
of
that
life
one.
and psychological symptoms.
So
I'm just not gonna leave it up on my channel.
Like, the therapist, right, is measuring your improvement based off how gender dysphoric you feel, and you feel like a woman, and then all of a sudden you pretend to be a woman, and then a bunch of people start treating you like a woman. Don't you think that would alleviate your feelings of feeling like a woman and having that not match with being a biological male?
Maybe if you have your
the
body, wait, if
studies,
you have
but-
your body aligning with the brain, yes, that's usually how you do it. 'Cause
Okay,
it's a lot
so
harder
but
to
if your
change the
brain doesn't match, then we shouldn't. So if their brain doesn't match, then we shouldn't trans. Then
Well,
they
if we're
shouldn't
talking about we're talking about gender dysphoria here, so yeah, obviously there's something deeper than just like a difference of identity. They obviously have something else going on, something psychological or something biological at play
So
here.
then-
That's why they would have gender dysphoria in the first place. So yes,
So then
them
what
changing would
explains-
absolutely better their mental well-being. I don't know why this
Then what
how this contradicts
explains
anything.
how many people have regret getting the surgery? Like
There's
a
very
large
low regret rates.
a large population.
The regret rates, again, are lower than some cancer treatments. Actually, one study specifically, I haven't seen this specific data point in other studies, and I haven't seen a meta-analysis on it that like goes this much in detail. But I did find one study that said that it was lower than every cancer treatment. The regret rate was lower than every cancer treatment.
Regret getting the surgery.
What about the larger population that is happy they got the surgery?
Okay, except for the fact that a lot of that study, right, takes into account like very close pre-op, and then the suicide rate peaks at 10 years post.
Is the
So
10
I'd
years
like to
thing
see
in
your
this
data.
is the Swedish study the one that brings up the 10 years thing?
Yeah, and it's also the most comprehensive study in history.
I vaguely remember his debate not long ago with the gay Republican dude, and Hunter was being unnecessarily and overly insulting and mean. He was borderline verbally abusive and acted like a bully, frankly. Yeah, he does that sometimes. I don't like when he does that, but he doesn't do it for all of his debates. I'm not going to say it's usually justified, but I will say that you don't get, when you don't watch his lives, you don't get some of the context. So a lot of times when he has those debate videos and it's just someone that he pulls onto his stream, it's because they said something real fucked up in chat. And so he's like, get in the Discord or you're banned. So I'm not defending him being a bitch. I don't think that's a good way to go about it. But there very well could have been something very fucked up said.
So as soon as we do a study with more than 24 people, and the fact that 1 out of 24 people died and then 3 out of 24 people died is not helping your figures. Like, we need to be doing a very comprehensive study, but nobody's willing to do it. And then also
Hold
another
on,
thing
there's
that I
there's a
found
chart here
is
that I think shows why they were committing suicide. Gender separated analysis were performed Survival plot graphically illustrates the survival of the sex reassigned cohort and matched controls.
You're more
over
than welcome to
time.
send anything to me or Henry, and we will put it on the screen for all of us to see. It's not fair for one person to see it.
Well, yeah, it's the Swedish study. You already have it.
Okay, then Henry, please pull up the Swedish study.
Baseline characteristics among sex reassignment subjects in
Henry,
Sweden,
please put.
population controls
You
method.
can't even run your own shit. You need someone in the background running your shit. That's kind of disappointing,
That's
lady.
for birth year and sex. So female at birth, male after sex change was 41%. Okay. Now where did they talk about the suicide? Let's see.
Page 9.
Which table is this? Table 1. Okay. There are no substantial differences between Table 2 describes the risk for selected outcomes. Sex reassigned transsexual persons of both genders had approximately a 3 times higher risk of all-cause mortality than controls. Also, after adjustment for covariables. Okay. Hold on. Suggests that survival of transsexual persons started to diverge from that of match controls after about 10 years of follow-up. So that's what you're referring to, I'm guessing. The cause-specific mortality from suicide was much higher in sex reassigned persons. Mortality due to cardiovascular disease was moderately increased, whereas the numerically increased risk.
So yeah, that's another thing. So
Yeah,
not
so
only did they die
don't.
of suicide,
They're both just fucking arguing about this one study. It's so stupid. I wanna wait and I wanna listen, but oh my god, you're just arguing about one study back and forth. But that was probably partly due to guilt by association, meaning that the person he talked to is tied to a person he doesn't like. Carolyn Bursenko. I still didn't justify the way he acted. Yeah, no. And also, like again, I'm not trying to justify the way he acted. I don't like when he gets all ad hommy because he does it quite a bit, especially like in his like call-in debate sort of things. But doesn't mean that I don't. I still think he's a decent debater when he keeps the ad homs to a minimum.
but they also had increased rates of death due to other medical.
There's also plenty of points against him on most of his debates,
I mean,
but
there's a number of reasons why these medical treatments are so negative. For instance, how do you explain all of the people who have gone through the vaginoplasty and then experienced the severe scarring?
Yeah, there can absolutely be complications when it actually comes to the treatment, and that's something that would need to be addressed within the medical field. But I'm reading right here, and it seems as though it's. I'm trying to make sure I understand this properly. Risk of various outcomes among sex reassignment subjects in Sweden, because the suicidality doesn't seem to be a very large cause.
It is. Yeah.
Okay, so there is a high suicide attempt, sure. Let's see. Suicide, sex reassignment, so high risk for suicide attempts. This was not statistically significant. The risks of being hospitalized for substance misuse or accidents were not significantly increased. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like now you're saying like there are complications in surgery, which is to be expected. And then when you talk about things like the regret rate, I mean, do you want to look at the regret rate of people who say regret having?
No, I don't. I want to talk
like
about
knee surgery.
I want
There's
to
high
talk
regret
about
rate of those people.
No,
no, I
about
don't. Shut the
actually,
fuck up.
Middle school aged kids, especially children, females, that have a social influence.
Well, before we get into that, I would like to just wrap this one up. Well, hold on. I would like to just wrap this one up because I did want to look into the discrimination element, and you talk about how there could be complications with surgery. Part of the reason with that could even be attributable to the fact that if they need additional help, that they might be less likely to seek out help, because according to your study, it says there might be other explanations to increased cardiovascular death, like what you talked about, the complications.
Yeah, we have
So
a traffic
smoking
problem,
was in one,
and I
which
can't
is a
figure out how
problem,
to
and
fix
it's
it.
also possible that transsexual persons avoid the healthcare system due to a presumed risk of being discriminated. So again,
trans people smoke at a higher rate than the average population.
They might, yeah. There are a lot of downstream negative effects from a marginalized group in society.
Not even marginalized group. Mental illness. I think I've seen studies linking mental illness to higher rates of substance. I mean, yes, there's mental illness to higher rates of substance abuse. I think that I've seen ones that specifically mention cigarettes. I'm not entirely sure there, so don't quote me on that one. But considering the overall substance abuse being higher among those with mental illnesses, that would make a lot of sense that they would smoke more. So does he have any original thought of his own, or does he just differ to must study debate bro tactics? He gets asked something and his instinct is to have to look it up instead of simply answering. Studies are his end-all be-all ultimate authority. He does it because he doesn't have any actual authority on the matter. That's the thing, is that he goes to the relevant data and he tries to form his opinion on that, which I don't necessarily hate. I do it a lot as well, and I don't think it's a bad thing to bring up studies with your responses. Again, right now, she is the one that wants him to argue on this study. So I mean, they're kind of annoying me, but I'm not gonna get mad at him for just talking about the study right now because that's what she wants to talk about, and she's the host here.
I mean, we see this with gay people as well, that they have higher rates of discrimination, they have higher rates of depression, higher rates of homelessness. This is
Do
all
they
accounts
smoke at higher rates than the
I
average
think so,
population?
actually. Yeah, they definitely do drugs at higher rates
Do
because of the
Jews,
yes.
do Jews smoke at higher rates?
Do Jews smoke at high rates? I don't know.
They don't.
Okay, well, I don't know, but all I do know is that based on what the study says that you sent me, at least some of the reasons for the cardiovascular deaths could literally be because they weren't getting treatment when they needed it due.
Yeah, I think that he focuses a little bit too much on studies and a little bit not enough on actual conversation. But I don't know. Everyone's got their flaws.
The perception of discrimination, which again supports my claim that the best we can do here is try and reduce societal discrimination and be more accepting of an already marginalized group. And this
Well,
will,
there's gender clinics in all 50 states.
yeah, and this will absolutely contribute to a decrease in suicidality over.
And also what he fails to recognize a lot of times this is also when he gets past the studies, because the studies are his like strongest point is finding these studies. He fails to recognize the ability for there to be multiple solutions or multiple possible solutions to a problem. So when there is a solution that seemingly is coming from the right that does have at least a potential to help the problem, he completely writes it off. Whereas any solution from the left, he'll be like, hell yeah, definitely, for sure, buddy.
For time. So that's just what your study said, though. But if you want to move on to the next slide.
Yeah, I want to talk about the fact that that kids, specifically kids in middle school, feel socially pressured to transition, and this has been seen. You see this especially
yes,
in
this is
Hollywood.
true.
I mean, you can look at all of the celebrities, kids who have transitioned and then detransitioned, and then some of them have transitioned and then detransitioned again. So I just wanted you to put together how you could be okay with children deciding to go under these permanent medical
His studies tend to have pretty good methodologies. I've looked into quite a few of his studies, and like I've probably looked into like 25 studies that he cited while I've been watching his lives, and I found like one or two that are kind of iffy, but his studies are generally pretty good. Like he does good research. There's times where he specifically omits information, right? Such as specifically omitting the fact that there are meta-analyses going against what he's saying, or that there is no meta-analysis on the topic and there are other studies that go against what he's saying. So there are issues there, but I would still say overall he's a pretty good researcher. He's better, for like an example, he's better than Ben Shapiro. He cites better data than Ben Shapiro does. What up, Bisky? What's your confession? I'm doing pretty well. How's your night going?
decisions, which will cause them to require, which will have, as you admitted, sometimes horrific complications
Shabibo.
that could lead to death or serious injury, when a lot of them are just socially influenced to do this.
Yeah, so you're talking, it sounds like you're talking about like the social contagion, which I mean,
Yeah.
I think we had this conversation last time, but like, so I don't know how many young middle schoolers are going and getting like puberty blockers. Regardless, if they are falling victim to a social contagion, then this is absolutely something that needs to be talked about and needs to be addressed within, again, the medical field. A lot of the times these arguments remind me of saying something like, you know, there's a problem with certain people being put on antidepressants too quickly. That could be a legitimate problem, but it doesn't mean that depression is pretend. It doesn't mean that people with depression are
All right, Bisky, let's go. What up, Solus? How's your night going?
It's not really depression. A lot of the times it's a flaw within the medical institution. So ideally, these gender clinics would be...
Han, it's you and a couple other people that say that every time and act like it's a big dunk when methodology is readily available. Right, you can look at methodology between all these studies. You know, I have many crushes, and you might have another. Of course you have another. Bisky, this is not surprising. This is hardly a confession. Why does your mouth hurt? Yeah, exactly what Bisky said.
Searching and snuffing out people who do not legitimately have gender dysphoria, which is why the guidelines did say that they need to be at having consistent, persistent gender dysphoria for a minimum of 6 months. Now, even so, they should be going through proper evaluations to determine whether or not they're really gender dysphoric.
Do you think 6 months is long enough for these permanent?
I don't know if it's long enough. I definitely wouldn't have a problem with it being longer. That's for sure. I just think that it's important to remember that like social contagion is a real thing. I mean, it's been demonstrated.
Right.
It's been demonstrated to.
Your
happen
dad
with
tore my
depression.
shit up. Sounds like him. Not gonna lie. Sounds
What were
like
you
him.
into as a kid?
What was
Like
I into?
Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon.
He's a political streamer. Can you tell me if he's left or right? Can you tell me that at least? Han, the difference is that Soulless is not directing it at someone.
Barbie. What
I
was
wasn't.
He's
I wasn't
directing
allowed
it
to
at
play with a lot of that
himself.
stuff 'cause I was Christian homeschooled stuff, but I was
Jesus
like
dolls.
Jesus dolls. Yeah, no, I would do like computer stuff a lot. I was kind of nerdy growing up.
Okay, was there a specific computer game that you were into?
Um, I mean, I played some games. I guess I was into like Mario for a little while.
Okay.
Left. Okay, there's a lot of options. Can I ask if he's a big streamer? Okay, wait, no. Does he generally get 40 views or less? Like 40 plus or 40 or less than 40?
How long?
I don't know, a couple months, year or two.
Okay, I was into Mario too. What was your game? Do you remember what game?
Yeah, Super Mario Galaxy. I still love that game.
Okay, you still love that game.
Okay, stay on topic. Shut the fuck up,
I
guys.
was thinking about buying myself a Switch. But I'm like, you're a grown-ass adult and you have no money. You're no way buying that. But anyway,
Is it kid?
So I understand
Bisky, is it kid, not kid?
being obsessed with something, and I can get really obsessive over something, especially.
Oh,
as a
it could be
kid,
Hassan.
especially
It might be
I think I
Hassan,
might
yeah.
be autistic. So especially as a kid, you might be on the spectrum.
No, Bisky, not you. I'm talking to
Yeah,
this
I
lady.
get really obsessive about certain things. So don't. And also, have you noticed that the social contagion, this has been reported, has been especially seen among the autistic and Down syndrome community that are.
Oh,
are
crazy. Groups that are already
large
more likely to
portion of
be
the transitioning are autistic or Down
influenced
syndrome.
are
So I would like you to be
more
specific.
likely to be
Kids
influenced? That's
transitioning
crazy.
Or kids reporting that they are LGBT. Because
So
there's a
large
difference.
portion of them that are actually going through like puberty blockers who are going through the actual process of transitioning. Yeah.
Okay,
the-
yeah.
the
So
Both
large
wrong?
portion
kind
of
of go
them.
back to what I've said already. Like,
Destiny?
I'm not a
Is it
doctor,
Destiny?
obviously, but I
Mhm.
already acknowledge
Ew.
that there's such a thing as social contagion. It's already been demonstrated to exist with depression.
Ew.
Again, I'll go back to the same thing.
That's
I already
nasty,
said. If
Bisky.
you
I'm
have
not gonna lie, that's
friends and hanging
nasty.
out in a circle of peers and they all have depression, and then you start to feel like you have depression, and then you go to the doctor and you say, I think I have depression, and then they put you on antidepressants, that would be a problem because the medical institution fucked up by not properly evaluating whether or not you are legit in having depression. It doesn't mean
Okay.
that depression as a condition or
Why
people with
you?
depression are fake.
Because he looks like he never leaves the fucking house. Like, just based on look, he looks like he never leaves the fucking house, bro. He's kind of... not your best choice, Bisky. Definitely not your best choice.
Bad or should somehow be criticized. So
First
it's
of all,
this,
no one's saying that.
I know, but I'm
people with
giving you a very cut and dry
But
example.
even your analogy.
Also, Bisky, the crowd control is on again, so keep saving up your points. Do you look like you have never been in sunshine? I live in Washington, bro. We don't have that. And when we do have sunshine, it's not enough to tan. There's nothing I can do about that.
Right, you would still, even if people are becoming too quick to go on depressants, we should then stop putting people on antidepressants so
To go
quickly,
on
even the
depressant.
people who
Yeah,
are
good job,
actually
lady.
depressed, because the people who are actually depressed, if they're actually depressed, they'll they'll get their antidepressants.
Yeah, I
but
think that
it's
the better
better
thing would
than
need to be
having
is
the vast majority of the population be put on antidepressants.
well, okay, it's not if there were more people that didn't have depression than people who did have depression being put on antidepressants, then that might be cause for literally pausing giving antidepressants to anybody.
We can
I
look at
think-
the opiate
I think
crisis.
that
Yeah,
as an
he's smug as
example that
fuck.
we wish that we gave
opioids are not
people.
the same as antidepressants.
See, here's the thing, is I see a little bit of myself in hunters like me when I get really just over some idiot. So, like, I'm not that mad at it, you know? Like, it could be worse.
Antidepressants. I think some of them could probably be used as an antidepressant, but opioids are highly addictive, controlled substances. These are not the same as like Zoloft or Lexapro, things like
Do
this.
you not think Zoloft and Lexapro are addictive? Like if you just like took yourself off Zoloft and Lexapro, you'd feel fine.
No, you would probably feel really bad because your body
Yeah.
is relying on that, but that's not the same as being
Those
addicted or
are-
having a controlled substance that you're relying on. These are different things.
How is that not?
Because you can have if your body is reliant on an uptick of serotonin or dopamine, usually that's because of a prior deficiency. So yes, just cutting out the
Yeah, the issue with calling that your body being addicted to it is the fact that your body came addicted to it, you know? Like you were addicted to it from the start, you could say. It's not that you became addicted because it was prescribed to you. Okay, I go outside too, Bisky. I just live in the grayest fucking state. You're so close to getting 10 coins. Can you get anything with 10 coins? I don't know the prices. I don't know what everything's priced as.
medication is going to screw up how your brain is operating
But
temporarily.
you're saying if you're
Han, it's
priorly
Destiny.
deficient chemically,
Han,
that
you
makes
are
it
so
different, whether or
behind.
not it's an addiction.
Wait, no, I'm saying that going cold turkey on virtually any medication is not a good idea because your brain does get used to it and you're dependent on it. Yes,
Yeah, so
that's
when you
so you
become
should wean off of it, but
dependent on something, that's like when you become that's an addiction, just so you know.
wait,
When you
it's
become
a
chemically
reliance. No, it's not. It's a reliance on it, and it's okay to be reliant on it because it's leading to long-term benefits for your overall health. This is
so
not an
whether or not
addiction.
it's okay
Wait,
or
stop.
beneficial
No, you're
makes
not
it an
building up a
addiction.
tolerance and needing to take more and more and more and more like you would with an addiction. This is why people get addicted to Adderall because you build a tolerance and then
I feel okay. It's just like food. Let's say it's a diet, okay? You were born needing a certain diet, okay? A human body needs a certain diet. Just because you were lacking it before doesn't mean now that you have it, you're addicted to it. It is just what you required in the first place. That's basically what like mental health drugs are.
they take more and more and more.
Bisky,
It's not
we're
how
gonna
this
be
works with
nice to you.
antidepressants.
Well, I'm
But
gonna be
regardless,
nice
this is
to
like
you.
beside the point. All I'm
Juan's
saying
kind of
is
a
that
bitch. I
if
can't
this were
speak for
happening
him.
to a large extent with antidepressants, then sure, maybe pause giving medication to anybody. I think the better option would be improve the way in which you vet people. Make sure that there is extensive questioning and a therapist weighing in, and you are evaluated by multiple people to determine whether or not you are legitimately depressed. The same thing should be done for gender dysphoria. I don't want people who aren't really gender dysphoria or gender dysphoric to go on any kind of treatment. That would be a bad thing. They don't need that treatment, and it would be harmful to them. So yeah, I think that improving the vetting process would probably be the best.
Bitch, I
case
fuck
scenario
alpha
there.
males in the ass. Okay.
Okay. So wouldn't that be
That was a
as you kind
bitch
of already
type thing to
mentioned,
say.
increasing 6 months to
I mean, I think
as
from a
an
medical
implementation
perspective, I think
result?
6 months is pretty significant. Since I'm not a doctor, I'm not going to give my opinion on that. But
Bisky,
if somebody
that's
said that they're
debatable.
going to increase it to a year or something, I wouldn't be like up in arms about it.
But I mean, you as a kid, and I don't know if you're on the spectrum or not, but like someone who probably gets like really into whatever you're into and gets obsessed with something could, and then I'm sure you remember being a kid and would get obsessed with video games. If somebody got obsessed with the whole gender social contagion, isn't that like a really easy thing for kids to fall into?
I mean,
I think that there should be extra safeguards, especially for people with autism or pre-existing mental conditions, because they are already like more at risk than the general public would be to fall. I don't really want to say victim because I don't necessarily think that that's what it is, but to be confused. They would be more likely than the rest of the population to be confused, which obviously be a little bit more careful with those groups, but it's still important to remember that still is a fringe group that you're talking about. How I don't control feelings for people. You look at them.
possibly, but it's a lot deeper than that. This isn't just like
Isn't
I
6
have
months
yeah
a
because it's
very
not
short amount of time?
it's not
6
well no
months
because
is a
it's
very
not no because it's not like I have a hobby that I'm really into transitioning. Like there's a difference between being really into something like a video game and then being or desiring to be the different gender or having an incongruence with the way you feel mentally compared to your biology. There is definitely a big difference there from just like I have a hobby and I'm into these things or something.
There's conventions, right? People get into there's LGBTQ conventions, there's LGBTQ parades, there's LGBT like there's
Wow,
people that wrap their
conventions
entire identity
exist.
into
Wow, pride parades
Some
exist.
people-
just,
Never
just like
knew
some people
that.
wrap their entire identity into video games, just like some people wrap their entire identity into whatever it may be, their
Yeah, but
job,
this
YouTube.
no because
So
it's
some kids get wrapped up into this, and kids especially get wrapped up into whatever they're into. This is a big thing that's being pushed by all celebrities. You're pushing like the LGBTQ.
so then why wouldn't you just be agreeing
all-
with me? That yeah, like if there is a potential, so if there's a large movement to be more accepting of LGBT individuals, and in that movement, some people are swept up because they're impressionable and think maybe they're trans because they see it on TV or something. Why wouldn't you then agree with me? Which is
Okay,
okay if they don't actually.
Oh, Bisky, that's on the list for today. That's on the list for today if we want to watch it. Glazy. Glazy, I'm working on traffic right now, okay? Fair warning, I'm working on traffic right now.
They're not,
And
well, hold on,
then they
hold on, wait.
get
If
the
they're hold on,
surgery.
wait. If no, if they're not actually trans, then they should be thoroughly vetted to make sure
Yes,
they shouldn't
I
be given any
agree.
treatment or any medical intervention whatsoever, except for sitting down with a fucking therapist to make sure that they're being evaluated and properly diagnosed. They
You guys
should
want
be
to watch the
diagnosed-
Destiny video? We can watch the Destiny video. Okay, wait. Do we want the Destiny video or the Common Ground Conversations? That's like the street interviews. What do you guys want? Aside from Bisky, because we all know what Bisky's gonna choose. If you guys want to watch something different, we can for sure do that. I'll give you guys what you want to see because I'm so sweet. I'm so nice. And everyone should remember that. All right, you little bitches. Yeah, basically it's not up to you, it's up to the rest of them. You've been taken hostage by the Destiny craze. Or we can go through Bailey's Amazon wish list. She just woke up from her slumber. It's only a 30-minute video, and we're gonna be watching it fast. Just so you know, hon, for the Destiny one. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll go through it fast. It shouldn't take too long. Feminism and trans issues, so it might still piss you off on.
So how many women
There's also like 2 versions of this that he uploaded. There's Destiny debates just pearly things on feminism and trans issues. That was yesterday. And then today there's Destiny debates just pearly things on Andrew Tate. Do we want feminism and trans issues or Andrew Tate? Cuz I feel like that's actually a fair choice for you guys. And then basically you can still weigh in. Top G, what up, Jay? How's your night going? Trans issues? Trans issues? We got 2 for trans, 1 for Top G. We might do Top G later in the night after we get a Destiny debate. Oh wait, that's 2 for Top G. What are we thinking, guys? What are we thinking? I think we're gonna do feminism and trans issues, and we can do Top G later if we want.
So how many women are on the panel?
I don't remember. Roughly 8, 9, I would say.
Okay, so less than 10. And of the 8 or 9 women, you do remember because you said 8 or 9.
Rough, yeah.
Okay. There were 2 trans women?
Yeah, 2.
Okay, so this is not a knock against trans people.
I don't believe that you care about that. I don't believe any conservative said, because if it was, where the was the uproar against all
You
the
saw this one? Okay, we'll do Bugatti.
I do want to drive
We'll do Bugatti then. Alright? Little bitches.
the face of this toxic masculinity these days, which is none other than our friend Andrew Tate.
We're gonna blame the men for your poor decision? You picked to do it.
That's great that you feel it, but it's still sex trafficking. Your personal feelings don't matter.
They weren't complaining about the money.
But he was actively stealing from them.
Yeah, he admits
Not
that.
actively
does
He
admit that.
literally
saw
said,
them
when you're filling out
all. Oh
these
my
dumb widows
God.
tax forms, you can lie to them about the tax forms and take 20, 40% off the top. He
That is
literally
where
said
I
that.
think you were right.
I'm not asking about what the punishment should be for the women. They probably punished them. I imagine they've worked and had money stolen from them.
I'm sorry, I just punched my mic, but we're gonna skip this because I'm gonna get mad at stupid shit when I don't have the context. So we're skipping this intro. I think we got past it.
Be
Why
clear
is it
about
wrong
that.
if they
It's not
freely chose to do
proven.
it?
Why is it wrong if I get somebody in a relationship with me and then I'm able to flip that into them working as a prostitute?
There's this
I
term
think
like
this is-
toxic masculinity
okay,
these days, which
there
I
we
think is
go.
just an
A
absurd
great
term.
term.
I
Describes
think
a
it's
lot
a
of
great
toxic
term.
masculine traits.
So
Yeah.
I don't think. I think
Oh,
there's
God.
just toxic people. I think there's toxic women that you should stay the hell away from. I think there's toxic men who are f***ing idiots and cavemen. You should stay away from them. I think it's an unfair label.
There are traits that are unique to men that get toxically exemplified, no?
Such as
I
like the
don't
ability
think
to
I
never
watched
show
the
any emotion,
feminism
never
one.
be
I think I
stoic
watched the
person, keeps it all inside,
masculine,
like never
there's a lot of benefits to being
like the
stoic.
masculinity
I
I
one.
would
think
say-
like that processes and doesn't repress everything.
Yes.
But like you should be able to have I think that not being able to have conversation relating to your emotions, I think is a huge sign of insecurity and weakness.
Yeah, but there's a difference between having emotions and being a human and being an emotional man. There's
yeah,
a
but
big
this is like
difference.
you guys don't believe. Why do you bring this up? Like you will. Okay, every time. Okay, you might not believe this. I'll give you a little bit of credit. Okay, and I don't think Alex does. I don't know about you. Okay, people will do this shit where they'll be like, oh no, when we say like don't be overly emotional, what we mean is like don't cry all the time and blah 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 blah. If that's all you were saying, I'd be cool with that. But a lot of these people here, like if you ever show any vulnerability to your woman ever, she'll leave you.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not, but it's not like,
It's true. What?
Like Fresh and Fit says that all the time.
Yeah, and that Hamas guy,
Yeah,
who wears the
Hamza.
robes all the time,
Yeah,
whatever the fuck.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know who it says what, but the message that I've generally understood is that it's kind of like you just don't know. Every woman's different and how much emotion that she's willing to like put, like, I want to say put up with
Too fast? We can turn it down.
differs on the women. So a lot of guys just say it's easier just to not.
I think Destiny actually makes a very valid point here, to be honest with you. There's a fine line. So I like always using a 1 through 10 scale, right? 10 is being like showing no emotion whatsoever. I will never be vulnerable with my girl. And 1 is being a crying f***ing baby. I don't think you should be either. I think you should find a f***ing balance.
That's what everyone's saying. No one's saying to be a crybaby.
I think appropriate balance is probably being an 8. Being a man, but also having some emotion. Do you understand? Do you see what I'm saying here?
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but like the number is meaningless. That's going to mean different things to different people. Like an 8 for some person might be like the only time I'm going to cry is if both my parents die within 12 hours.
No,
of each
no,
other,
no, no,
right?
no, no.
Or some people might mean like an 8 is like I had a bad day at
No,
work.
no,
I'm
no,
going to
no.
a little bit. Like it just.
I think
know.
I
All
actually
I
think a 1
know-
through 10 is very fair.
All I know is the men that I respect the most in my life, I've barely ever seen cry. So, but
That sounds like a
I
you
think that a
issue.
healthier engagement with the question is, I'm going to go back to the thing we said before. I think the confidence is the thing that underpins all of it, right? If I'm upset and you see me upset, and I'm not playing League of Legends, it's because some serious shit happened, right? It's supposed to be
Not
like the
playing
archetype,
League of
like, Dad's
Legends.
crying. That means something really bad happened.
I
There's some crazy
agree,
shit happened,
I
right?
agree.
So like, yeah, like, I think
Basically,
it's
there's
okay to
nothing
get
wrong with
emotional
it. It's just
as long
not.
as
It's
something, like,
not
serious.
like for your own well-being more so than anything else. It's not usually the best way to approach things. So that usually indicates some underlying issue that needs to be dealt with.
happen. And I think it's better to be able to show that and share that with your partner than to like keep it all bottled up. But like if you come home and you're like crying because you had like a bad interaction with a customer, yeah, of course. But again, the problem there isn't whether you're emotional or too emotional. It's like it's a lack of like confidence that is like showing like an emotional instability, I think, which is the problem.
I think it's ultimately because we talked about the people that are saying they should never cry, you should never do anything like that. I think it's just a backlash to basically what's been happening in society, this feminization of men, and men aren't being real men anymore. There is stats out there that show like how men were more manly World War II serving your country versus men out there. It's like there's guys that you know,
really
grandpa died
matter.
or
That's
like
the thing.
almost gave his life up in World War II, and you're crying over a video game because you got shot and killed. But
Hey, that's
there is
cryworthy.
this like coddling of young men today where it's like the term man up. They used to be like, yo, man up. Now that's like you get in trouble
Yeah, but you
for
can't-
telling
I
someone
can't-
to
you can't
man
take
up.
out-
I just think as women,
A Tate related vid. Yeah, we can watch this real quick.
Since Andrew Tate got arrested, Brad's been blaming everything that happens to him on The Matrix.
I mean, yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence.
bro.
They started
That's
making
what it
videos
is.
about how the government's controlling us, and now all of a sudden I'm out of a job.
You didn't
Little
get
bit.
fired from your job at Best Buy because of The Matrix. You got fired because you wouldn't stop badgering customers about
It's
it.
just an unfortunate reality that the Matrix will take down anyone who stands up to it. Tate, Jones, Kanye, me.
By The Matrix, you mean your sister who got you the job and then had no choice but to fire you because you wouldn't
I'm not
stop.
planning on backing down. That's one thing I'll tell you.
Did you really forget to pick up the milk?
Bisky, thanks for the power plant. What'd you give me? You give me a coal power plant? Kind of mid, not gonna lie. The coal plant, kind of mid. But we can slot it in against the road here somewhere. If I can find the front of it. Thanks for the power plant, Bisky.
This is what the Matrix wants. Women constantly attacking men, breaking up the family unit. This is all part of their agenda.
I sent you multiple text messages.
Yeah, I don't know. My phone's been off or something. When they're after you, it comes at you fast.
My
Just
phone's
yesterday,
been
the
off
credit
or
card processors
something.
were hounding me all day pretty
No,
much.
Brad,
and
those were debt collectors.
since I started speaking out, I've been attacked on pretty much every digital front. I assume my PayPal will probably be next.
Okay, well, that would be a great thing because then you could stop wasting all your money on
Or
OnlyFans.
we could just film this in the other
Bisky,
room. if you
I'm
don't mind.
grateful.
Sorry,
don't
I thought
worry.
we were doing truth
Yeah,
seeking.
that's what the Matrix wants. You broke, slaving away.
Okay, but you actually have
broke.
to apply for a job. It's been 2 months. Enough. I'm supporting you. Come on.
Someone's new marching orders came in from the higher
Okay,
ups.
no, seriously, you have to apply for a job right after you're done with this little project that you started up again, which I'm not happy about.
This sounds like everyone I went to high school with. Both
For
of
the
these
record, I
people.
do have a job as a recruiter for a university, as some of you.
Are you actually kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? Say what university. Say what university you're a recruiter for.
Rather not.
Okay. Brad, this video project has to stop. When we
Oh,
almost broke up,
Brad.
you promised me no more hustler stuff. All right, and you were so good for 3 months.
Yeah, okay, but that was peacetime. This is war. Like, what am I supposed to do?
We're at
Can you come over
war.
tomorrow? He's doing one of his video
Didn't y'all know
things.
we're at fucking
Every few
war?
months, he finds some new guy that he's in love with, and it changes his entire personality.
Hey, just a quick heads up. Someone at the Matrix might be calling in the next couple of days saying that I asked him to borrow money, but that is not the case.
Oh, is that someone at the Matrix your brother? Because I just spoke to him, and
All right,
apparently
Bisky,
you
have
told
a
him
good
I
one,
need money
buddy.
for surgery.
They'll turn your friends against you, your loved ones against you. Matrix cut my gym membership off because that's what they want. They want you weak, feminine, and also apparently they don't want you kickboxing when you're on the elliptical.
You went one time, and as you said, you were kickboxing on the
They want
Olympic.
you lazy and fat so you're not ready for the war.
Hey, Brad, can you open this jar for me?
Yeah, shouldn't be a problem.
She's just
I'm
being
kinda
a white
cranky, that's
girl.
what you
Hoser, be
Let's just
nice.
ask the camera.
She
We're
can't
not
help
asking
it.
anybody. They want men emasculated. You have to use like a knife or something.
He was knocking over ellipticals with people on them.
Can you give it a try, but turn the camera off? If you don't think that's happening, explain to me why I can't get into my bank right now.
Okay, please
What?
tell me you did not respond to a text message that said we need your bank
Okay,
info.
no. That text message, I typed my info so I won't get hacked. That sounds very.
What's going on in here? I told you I had a
Stupid,
Zoom
stupid
meeting.
Brad.
Yeah, well, I apologize.
Have we watched the autism video? We have not. This is a break video. And we gotta finish the video that we're actually trying to watch. And then we can watch the autism video.
If my religion is getting in the
Is
way
that okay?
of you gabbing with your coworkers.
Your religion, please tell me what the Quran says about you jerking off to
Okay,
OnlyFans
Bisky.
20 times a day while I
Okay.
pay all the bills. He was an atheist, then he was a Christian, now he's Muslim, I guess. None of which
Oh
he
my
actually
god, he
does.
sounds like one of my
Yeah, if you haven't
friends.
noticed, I'm under attack right now. So
You used my credit card, you idiot.
Yes, I'm under attack from forces that are beyond your understanding.
Alex, can I use your credit card to save me from attack from forces beyond your understanding, please?
Hey, how long do you cook beans for? They can make people believe whatever narrative they want like that. For all my fans listening at home, remember this is the time to stand up. You need
Okay,
to
we gotta
fight
wrap
more
this
than-
up. I need to start dinner. Okay.
Let me guess, bowl of blue pills?
Oh, you want to talk about blue
Hey,
pills?
Bisky.
No.
Because, was your problem
Bisky,
getting it
just-
up
just
the
wait-
Matrix?
wait, like,
or was
1
it your
minute
terrible
longer.
porn addiction?
One more minute.
Right. I actually just have a lot on my mind right now, pretty reasonable. If it was actually Cialis, I would never take a blue pill. If you understood the evil that I was battling on a day-to-day basis. I actually don't know what
Bisky, have a
human
good one.
trafficking means, but I do know that if women were driving less, there would be less traffic. Look at the societies that are the most feminized, LA, New York, most traffic. If you actually
It's
wanted traffic
scarily
to stop,
not-
that would
it's
probably
a
be a good
joke,
place to
but
start.
it's
I assume
scarily
the next
not
step
that
of the
far off.
process will be me in jail, and I've already gotten some threatening letters from the IRS, and the Matrix is after you. It's
Okay, just explain to me right now
Gotta
what
speed this
the
up so
Matrix
Bisky
is.
stays.
Like I said, I'll be more than happy to send you videos that are richer.
No,
I've
but
already
right now,
sent
just
you a
stop.
few.
Just tell me what is the Matrix.
Well, now I'm not sure I can trust you.
Okay,
so
you don't
I
have
would-
any idea.
I don't even know if I want you to watch videos at this point. There is a price
Does
to pay
anyone
for
here
trying to
know what
wake
the
people up in
Matrix
this
is?
society.
Has he been trying to
What
recruit
it's
people
like
for
supposed
Hustlers
to
U?
be?
Because if so, this whole thing is over. That was a pretty big condition with you even being allowed to be here.
All right, Bisky. Bisky, it's Destiny time. I hope you're still here.
And like we're
Or
looking
else
for
you're
someone
missing
that stays
out.
strong when shit hits the fan.
Exactly.
And it's not to say that you can never ever show
Oh,
any
she's not the
ounce of
quote
emotion,
again.
but I just think
She's
in
still
general,
here.
it's better to err on the side of caution.
I think we have to recognize that where we were before was unacceptable.
You're too
where we were
late,
20 years ago
Bisky.
was not acceptable. Where men are killing themselves at what 3, 4, 5 times the rate of women. Where men are too scared to seek help for like psychiatric problems. Where men leave the military and they
Has
go.
the suicide rate gone down since? I don't actually know. Has it gone down since like
Wow,
100
100
years
messages
ago?
stay. I gotta figure
Yeah,
out
I
how
think
to
it's still
turn
higher
off
for men.
that
Well, but I mean,
automated
no,
No,
it's
I'm
message
saying,
thing.
so I meant like, so if like let's say 1 out of every 100 men committed suicide 100 years ago, is it 2 today? Is it 0.5 today?
It's
I
way
just,
more
I
than
just
it was
don't know.
100 years ago.
It's there's
So
more
why
men
is that?
committing suicide
Why
today.
are men struggling and committing
Oh.
suicide more than ever now? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking the question. I
No,
don't
but you
actually
said,
know.
are those the stats?
I believe it. I looked at this at what debate I did. I think it was like in the 70s. It was like we hit a crescendo with like the most amount of male suicides, and then it's gone down a little bit, but now it's rising again.
So is that, by the way, is there, we don't have the answers here, but is it younger
Bisky,
men?
I'm glad you're
No, I think
staying.
No,
normally
look at the ages.
it's people always think it's teens that are killing themselves, but I don't think that's the
I
case.
guess
The biggest
45.
the
Yeah,
bracket is around 45.
Yeah.
I think it's when people are leaving, you get kind of lonely, you get disconnected from the world, and then you're kind of like.
So
at that point.
I have 3 things that are coming to mind here.
Wait, before you
Yeah.
three things, I just want to say before
Yeah.
that like
Why did he
if we're
say
gonna do
wait
like,
like that?
male advice or male empowerment, like I don't even use the term because I know it triggers the f- of everybody, but like we have to be able to talk about some concepts related to toxic masculinity that keep men down, and one of those is the inability to process emotions. I'm not saying you got to go around and be like, and I admit,
Can I have an example of what that means?
as in like when you like here's an example, okay? Men cannot have conversations about their emotions ever, okay? If a girl goes out with a guy and she comes back and she's talking to her friends, right? Oh my god, I met this guy, he was super cool, he's a blah blah. Like the guy will go out, meet the woman of his dreams, go home to his friends, and everybody's like, "Oh, how was it?" And the guy's like, "Cool." And that's all he says, ever,
Okay.
right? This is why like
Yes.
Something wrong with
Yes.
that?
yes.
Oh, wow.
It's so toxic
Dude, being able to talk about your feelings is so good for you as a person.
because men friendships suck. We get so little out of friendships, and I think it's one of the reasons why men are so desperate for relationships with women. And I think it also ties into, I think it ties into so many other things. It's one of the reasons why I hear women will complain that when they go on first dates with guys, they feel like they're their therapist or their moms. And I think oftentimes because guys have nobody that they talk to in their lives about anything. I think it's why
Yeah,
when
what
breakups.
guys
Yeah,
are
Bisky.
big.
I know.
It's so common.
It's on
It's so
purpose.
common. Or it's another big reason is why, like, whenever you see like breakups happen, I've heard a lot of Red Bull guys says women always get so much credit when there's a breakup, and guys always get shit on, like they're always blamed. If there's like cheating going on, women get so much more leeway than men. It's because when women have problems in their relationships, they're telling all their girlfriends.
No, mine aren't. That's also because I grew up being friends with a lot of girls. I have made friends with guys since I've been older, and they don't know what good friendships are, and it's fucked up. And I feel bad for them, and I try to teach them. But like, that is how a lot of guys learn to do friendships, is where it's no actual like friendship. It's just like you want to play video games or like sitting on a couch doing nothing. Like that's what a lot of guy friendships are. Obviously there's exceptions to this, but that is what quite a few are. Are you a poon hound? No, I'm just gay, bro.
Friends about it, like, oh, my boyfriend does this, my husband does this, I don't like it. So when something happens,
I
yeah, they're way
grew
more
up
ready
like
to,
the
side
gay
with their
best friend of
girlfriend.
a lot
For
of
guys,
people.
you know, again, like the woman might, you know, be like cutting his tires every day before he goes to work, and you know,
Yeah,
guys
Bisky,
like,
that
oh,
makes
how's everything
sense for
going
you.
home?
You're
It's okay.
worker girl.
And that's like all they say. Like our relationships are really, really, really bad. The way we communicate with each other is really, really, really bad.
I'll use our friend Dave Chappelle as an example here of
friend
a
Dave
story
Chappelle, yeah.
that he told, and I'll give you my feedback. He says that like basically men are just like black and white, more rational. Women are so emotional. Where it's like he did this a whole big stand up. It's like she's like, so what happened? I met Dave, went to the park, punched a guy in the face. That's it. I'm out. That's a man's story. Where the woman's story was like, well, you have to understand that I was on my period that day. And she said something really wrong to me. And then what happened is I was feeling a triggered way. And then what happened was that then Sheila walked in and it's like, Jesus, it's so fucked. I just want to know what happened. So there's two conflicting ideologies
It's
on like
not
how men and
wrong.
women operate. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. And that's just how men operate. So women, they're always going to be more emotional. It's not about the actual facts of the story. It's going to be how they felt and how you made them feel and whatever. Like, anyway. But as far as
Guys
men
can
go,
still
I do
learn
I
to
don't-
talk
like, I
about
don't
their
know. This is-
emotions.
I'm
That's
only
the
gonna- I
thing,
can
and they
only say
should.
what I know. I have homies that I've been friends with forever. I could say everything I want to them up to an extent. Because as a man, you know, you can give your boys maybe 80 or 90% of the story, and there's maybe like 10% of it you'll leave out because you don't want to go, like you don't want to reveal too much to the dude. So I actually agree with what you're saying to an
Yeah, Bisky, that's an issue, and I feel bad for you, and I don't exactly know the solution to it because there are definitely guys who just try to befriend girls to get in their pants, and that's fucked up, right? Like they don't deserve that friendship. But there's also times that I've witnessed my friends do this with their other friends where like they just read way too far into something. Like they'll read a guy friend like paying for coffee or something as a move. And that's also stupid. But yeah, guys, don't hit on your friends unless there's been some sort of conversation at the very least there. Okay, just don't do that. It's kind of weird. It's usually a bad idea. Who want pussy, they want piss. What about me? What about me, Jose?
extent. Meaning, if I had an issue and I was some girl I was seeing, I'd be like, yeah, so we went on this date, and this, that, whatever. And I would be like, we would have the surface level conversation just to get it off your chest. But maybe there's a little like, you know, below the iceberg type of thing that you won't reveal. So I don't know if I buy the notion
matters.
Well, right, but I don't know if I buy the motion that men have no friends and they have no one to talk to. I would highly encourage men to have friends that they should talk to.
But
100%.
It's not every man. There's some men who do. I do also have really good friends I can talk to, but there's a lot of dudes who, yeah, like Destiny is right. Like when they show up on a date, it is like a therapy session because they've been withholding their emotions for so long, and then there's just
Finally,
finally
a woman.
someone, and they spend 2 hours just like complaining to
Unloading.
the girl. Yeah,
That's the worst thing a guy could ever do.
I know, but
is that you bottle up all your emotions, you don't talk to your boys, and you're gonna go
Never
fucking
happened to me.
blow it on a date with a girl
I
when you
know.
should be asking questions.
But the reason
you
is because he has no-
moron,
Yeah.
shut up and ask questions. Now's not the
What
time
do you feel bad for Destiny about? What the hell? I feel like there's not really much to
to be
actually feel
emotional
bad
to
for
a
him
girl you
about.
just met.
right. But the reason is because he has no one he can share with.
Ugh,
But
find a
part
friend, homie.
But part of the emotions is not just being like emotional like a woman and crying. Like there's also anger. That's an emotion that men
Sure.
tend to have as well. And if they don't know how to handle that and maintain that,
Anger is a secondary emotion. God, I want to bang this through every dude's head. Anger is a secondary emotion that happens when you don't know how to deal with the primary emotions that you feel first. Okay? Anger is never felt without the primary emotions being felt first. Even if it is a split second thing, like you know that day-to-day thing, not day-to-day, but like that thing that happens where someone just pisses you off, it's because there is another emotion there. And another emotion happened before the anger, whether it was in that conversation or whether that emotion was lingering. Okay, that was there. That's what needs to be dealt with in order for men to deal with anger issues, which they fucking have.
and then that leads to them lashing out, you know, making decisions out of being at a high emotion and not knowing how to control it. So I do think it is important that men do learn how to master all of the emotions, not just when you're sad or when you're happy, but also when you're angry, because a lot of times men will be in positions with high pressure. And if they don't know how to manage that emotional time, that they could turn into a completely different direction of where they were trying to go. So I think men expressing their emotion, there is a time and a place for it. Now, do I think they should be crying all the time? No, absolutely not. But I think there is strength in a man who knows how to handle all of his emotions, because it's reliable. You know, as a woman, you're like, okay, he's upset. He knows how to
Yeah,
be
Biscuit,
upset and
that's usually
recover.
what it
He's
is.
angry. He knows how to be angry.
It's usually
and
some form
recover.
of
So
sad.
I think there is importance in men.
Nat, I have a
And
question.
It's usually some form of sad or some form of betrayal that leads to anger. And betrayal is kind of secondary to, again, like hurt or sad.
I have a
also-
question for you. I have a question for Nat, because this is the second or third time you've addressed this exact same thing, and I think you're spot on. How are you so well versed at this exact topic about a man handling his emotions, not succumbing to being emotional, being almost stoic, playing it cool, and if you know that if dad is crying, some shit has happened, kind of
Right.
you addressed? How are you so familiar with this?
I mean, my dad, he grew up with all women in the house. So we had a lot of emotions he had to handle. And not only was he handling his own emotions, but he's also
feel
handling
bad
our
for him.
emotions as well. So
Ah.
his reaction to our emotions, it also does teach a man how to handle emotions as well.
Oh my God, I just realized something. You have all sisters?
All, yeah,
How many women
Well,
are in
we're
your house?
blended, but in the
Yeah,
household,
how many
we had
women?
all women, and then our little dog Dante.
How many women?
3, 4. There's 3 girls and my mom, so 4 women, and then our dog. That's a
Okay,
boy.
gotcha. All right, forget about the dog, but shout out to him.
Your
So
dad
it's
is
your
more
dad and
emotional
all
than your
women in
mom.
the
That's
household.
good.
Yes.
Because I asked you, how are you so familiar with
If you have any brothers, especially, that's good.
this?
Yes.
Because you've seen your dad,
Yes.
who's a pretty solid dude. Shout out to Marvin.
pretty
And he's
solid.
just there being a logical actor, making
Shout
money,
out to
successful
Marvin.
guy, and he's just dealing with I'm on my period, and he's just like, stay calm, brother. Don't freak out. Play it fucking cool. Be a stoic. And that's how you learned about your dad, and that's what you learned about being a man.
Yes. And I
Damn.
think that's probably that's something that men should also learn is that being around women and their emotions, I think that's also a lesson for you to learn how to handle those emotions without you necessarily going through it. You know, like you don't have to go through chaos or turmoil to know like, oh my God, this is so bad. That,
Yeah.
Like you can see it and you can experience from an outside perspective and learn and take that information and move with that.
Very powerful. Hope,
So-
hope everyone listening. By
I'd
the
also,
way,
I'd also
yeah.
push back a little because people always say like
You
women are
just
the
want to
emotional-
push back on
Well, because
everything.
all
I
the
love
standards
it.
are so
I can
dumb.
tell you that the
She
sky
brought
is
up-
He
blue.
does.
You're like,
He
I
does.
would push back on the sky
Listen, well, it
right
depends
now.
on how far up in the atmosphere you are, okay? No,
It's
but
not-
listen,
it's not
like, the
a
idea
bad
that women
thing
are
to
emotional,
push
men are
back.
emotional. Okay, men are emotional, and I'm glad you brought this up because the anger thing is a huge fucking issue. Okay,
Yeah.
people, guys will say some shit like women are emotional, and then bump into a dude on the street that scuffs his shoes, and then somebody dies like 5 seconds later.
Yeah.
Okay,
Do you think? Do you think men and women are equally emotional?
I think that it's very rare that men and women are like equal in anything, except for maybe
if
like
you-
number of
like,
women.
the
I'm
ability
saying,
to
I'm
be.
saying by and large, do you think men and women are equally emotional?
Like I would say probably yes, but it's going to be expressed differently in different
Yeah.
ways. So like men are probably, I think men tend to be a little bit more extroverted in their displays of emotion, and women tend to be a little bit more like in their head with it. I think this is a big problem when it comes to child rearing. When little girls cry, the teaching for them is like, hey, you're crying. Why are you crying? Like, let's figure it out. But when boys are upset, they want to like hit something. You say, no, don't do that. So it's like, okay, I can't have emotions as a boy, right? And I think that's something.
It stems from before that. Anger is a secondary emotion. Destiny, you're misinterpreting where this starts. I have a brother, but it's not as great as you think. Mom can be very cold, hates giving affection, so we mostly get it from my dad, which seems okay, but my dad would often hold back a lot to do me mad. See, if your mom wasn't like that, you'd have a really good situation going. I kind of take pride in the fact that I changed my dad a little bit. My dad used to be like kind of like super stoic. Growing up, like the only time I ever saw him cry was when our childhood dog died. But that was like the only time. But I've talked to him about it. I've actually like gotten him to think through his feelings, and I'm pretty fucking proud of that one. I think it's a good thing to be proud of that one because now he can talk about his feelings, and he doesn't feel judged for it, and he's an overall, I would consider at least, an overall better man for that. It's fine to cry on stream.
Thing we
It's
carry
fine.
with us throughout like our entire life as young boys into adolescent men into young men into adulthood, whereas women are taught from an earlier age to like process their emotions. So it's hard to say like who's more emotional because like women obviously can express it in some areas, men can express it in other areas.
I think you bring up a very good point because we all know that dude, if he steps on your shoe in the club, he's trying to fight you now. But I feel like those guys are few and far between, and those guys are looking for a fight, and those guys probably didn't understand like social dynamics and understand how to handle their emotions as a kid. Moving on.
Okay.
The topic I want to get into
Wait,
now.
answer your question.
Speaking,
I have
what were you
chat,
gonna say?
by the way.
No, you can go. It's fine.
Okay,
I
moving
would-
on. Let's move on because we've got about 20 minutes left, and
Okay,
we're going to get to super chats.
Yeah.
I do want to address the face of this toxic masculinity these days, which is none other than our friend Andrew Tate. Now, I'm a fan. I'm a friend. I think he's been
Yeah,
sold
we
a bill
know
of
you
goods.
are.
We'll see what happens here. The latest news. I saw your episode that you did the other day with
Yeah,
the,
where we covered his how to
Yes.
traffic women guide.
So
Yeah.
this whole lover boy method thing was where you can make women fall in love with you, which is not easy to do, by the way. But you make women fall in love with you, and then you coerce them into sex trafficking. The
How does
charges,
this
I
guy
guess,
just
against him
support
now are
Andrew Tate and just like
suspicion of human
outwardly?
trafficking, sex
It's fine
trafficking,
with saying
potentially
that.
rape, doubt that, former organizing crime group, and then the easiest ones, well, they'll always get you if they want to
Oh,
get you.
people would
are
definitely bully him, but again, it goes back to the same issue we're talking about of men aren't allowed to have feelings. Like,
money laundering
it's
and tax
stupid.
evasion. That's how they get Capone. That's how they get all these guys. Okay. I guess the latest news is he's been detained for an additional 30 days in Romanian prison. I really enjoyed that breakdown you did with the Romanian attorney, basically breaking down the case. You did that, and then Sneeko came on.
Yes, if anyone hasn't
and
seen it,
everyone kinda
honestly, it's
said
pretty
his
good.
case.
Pretty good
What was
video.
that?
What Sneeko was doing to Andrew Tate.
What
in
was
that
Sneeko
conversation. Slurping up.
Oh wow. Just slurp
All
it
you
up.
guys do. You guys suck him off so hard.
No, I've called out Tate on a few things.
Okay, all right.
So there's people in the chat. They're like, "Oh, Adam said one bad thing about Tate. He should go to hell now." It's like, relax, dude. But you interviewed Tate recently. I think you were the last interview of Tate before he went to jail. Okay, so I want to get the panel's basically take on What are your thoughts on Tate? Do you think these charges are trumped up? Do you think he's actually going to be seeing real legitimate jail time here? And
Not
what will the
trumped
final
up.
outcome be?
Yes,
You wanna go
probably
first?
jail
Well,
time.
I don't know all the facts of the case. I'd like to say. So from what I understand, could you explain more about like?
Well, let's let the man who just did a
I
breakdown.
don't know.
So Andrew Tate is being accused of essentially he gets women into this like mind state where they're very much into him, and I think his goal is to get that woman to a dinner with another woman that works for him. He gets that woman to convince the other woman that is like in love with him to like start camming and doing sex work.
Is he
And then flies
actually?
out to I think they were doing their business in Romania. He basically has like
Destiny's
this
not
like,
wearing
cam
socks?
girl sweatshop set up in their basement where he's got all these women working.
I feel like Destiny would wear socks. I feel like they might be like no-show socks or something, but he would wear. He'd at least have something. Maybe like ankle socks. No, the host.
And then he just kind of like keeps them strung along that way, like
I'm
doing
gonna- hold
camming
up.
shit.
I'm not gonna play the game for a
defrauding
second.
them
I'm
on
gonna
taxes and
watch.
stealing money from them, and then doing that indefinitely. And then there's also some of the charges I think accused of threats of physical and emotional abuse, I think as well. And then there was that one threat of, or there was the rape thing too. But I don't know if that was accused to Andrew or just.
Why
that
does
was about the
Destiny
four
wear his
people, so it
own
might not have been Andrew
T-shirt
himself
on
that was accused of that.
when
The
he
whole
goes
thing is that
anywhere?
He said.
Oh, he is doing
all
the
of
hipster
this
thing.
on
He's for
camera?
sure doing the hipster thing. The host is. One time I cried at work because I got burned by coffee and my boss told me to get back to work, so I went to the drive-thru window and opened it to give them their food. They said hi and I started crying. They were super confused. I still feel bad. I hope they didn't think it was their face or something. As someone who worked at Starbucks for 3 years, that happens to a lot of people, don't worry. His shirt matches his hair. It does. But like, why just wear a normal shirt, dude?
Loudly and proudly, meaning here is my business model. As case example, you're a pretty girl. You want to make some money. You're doing OnlyFans. You're doing all types of video chatting things anyway. Okay? Come with me and you can make $10,000
Wait,
a
wait.
month.
No,
It
yeah, there's
wasn't-
one flaw. He's going for new girls.
Yeah,
not
they
girls who
weren't
are-
girls in the
Okay.
industry.
All right. So he's recruiting. You have existing salespeople and you have new salespeople. That's how businesses work. I'm just boiling it down to the
can I-
basic.
can I ask
Hear me
a
out. Hear me out. Before everyone jumps in. You can make $10,000 a month in my business model, but I keep half. Or you can attempt to do it yourself and you can make $2,000 a
No,
month.
no. I'm not saying it's bad that he wears it in general, but I think he wears it for like every goddamn thing that he does. Like I think he wears it like 24/7. Do you think he actually washes it?
And you can do it and you keep 100%. Here are your options. And that's the way that he's broken it down on camera multiple times. So he says, I've seen it consistently. Go out and try to do it on your own. You make less money. Come to me. You'll make more, but I'm also going to make some money. And that's how he made his fucking money. And that's his business model.
The video
Whether
wasn't
he was
for-
doing tax evasion, money laundering, coercion, that's another story. But he's been very open of that's what the
No,
business
the,
model
the
was.
business model, he wasn't selling it. Or sorry, you want to talk about it?
No, I just had a question about. So were the girls free to leave the whole time?
That's I think a contentious point. I think there were logs leaked where there was talk of passport holding, and that's where the threat of physical and emotional violence come in.
No. He said it out loud on one of his podcasts. Tate said out loud that he takes their passports and that he keeps their passports.
But I would have to see what the actual accusations
And
were
the
about.
accusations, what did they
No, I
accuse
don't
him
think
of?
he
You said
washes it, Biscuit.
rape.
I
there
don't
was,
think so.
Emotional. You said something.
So there were 4 people that I don't know if there's been a new press release, but the
Okay.
Romanian document announced 4 people. Andrew Tate being one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Of those 4 people, one
Tristan
of them
Tate,
was
his
accused of
brother.
rape. There was create a criminal organization. There was sex trafficking, and then there was the money laundering. But I don't think it's specifically who was charged with what. That's my memory of it.
Here's what I'll say.
And-
And this is totally my opinion. Totally my
I'm
opinion.
trying to help you.
Let's say
Biscuit.
Andrew Tate had 100 girls working for him, let's just say. And 99 of them were free to leave, all good, do whatever you want, no issues whatsoever. And then there was this one girl who had fucking issues. She threw up in the house and wouldn't clean it up. I think Sneeko brought up this example.
Yeah, that's
right?
what Andrew Tate's friend Sneeko said.
Whatever.
Yes.
I'm just saying. I'm giving. I
that's
wasn't
fine.
there. I'm not here to clean up the vomit.
No, that's fine.
I'm just saying. I can see how this slippery slope happens. There's this one girl. 99 of the other girls are fine. They're making their money. Whatever. Again, this is my opinion. This one girl does something wrong, throws up, disrespects, talks shit, whatever it was, and now there's an issue with this one girl. And they're going to take this issue with this one girl that he held her passport or he wronged her or he physically harassed her because this one girl was acting up.
No, but he said all of these things about girls in general. His girls in general, not this one girl. So it's not all in reference to this one fucking girl.
So now you want to take this one case
It's
and paint this
definitely a
broad
phase,
brush
Biscuit.
around this dude that he's just raping and pillaging women galore. And that to me is,
I
I
mean-
think, unfair.
Okay,
Because
hold on.
I don't
Wait,
think
but you
that's
have-
what
you
he
don't
was
even know
doing.
the first of all, we already
I
know-
said that is my opinion.
Sure. If he's doing what he said he did in his videos, he is a sex trafficker. Full stop.
Like what?
He says that he gets girls to fall in love with him. He says that he brings them to a dinner with another girl that's working for him with the express intent of that girl to convince this girl.
Wait, but did she freely choose to do it? I just don't. I'm sorry. If I'm thinking, okay, I'm putting myself in these girls' shoes. I get a boyfriend, right? And the boyfriend convinces me to do cam work. That was my decision.
That's
that
great that you
my
think that. That's
decision.
personal decision,
I
personal
just feel like-
responsibility.
That's right that you think that.
Can you not cut me
It's
off?
that
Can you not cut me off? Like, I'm just
It starts consensual. And then when it gets to the point of I hold their passports, I take their money without their knowledge, they cannot leave the house without me. That is when it leaves consent territory and goes into trafficking territory. This is a very simple concept, and I don't understand why so many fucking Tate snobs can't understand it.
tired of like, we're gonna blame the men for your poor decision. You picked to do it.
That's great that you feel that way, but it's still sex trafficking. Your personal feelings don't matter. That's
By the
still
way,
sex
you're a
trafficking.
European girl living in the former USSR. You have no other job options, and you're hot and you're young.
Sure, or
Boom.
oftentimes-
Time to start doing
Often-
sex.
They weren't complaining about the money. They weren't complaining about the money.
But he was actively stealing from them.
Yeah, and he admits
Not
that.
actively
does admit
He
that.
literally said,
Yeah.
when you're filling out these dumb women's tax forms, you can lie to them about the tax forms and take 20, 40% off the top. He
That is
literally
where
said
I
that.
think you were right.
Yeah.
That is
Okay,
where I think you were
but
right.
even
Hear me out.
I was
That
going
is
off
where
the-
I think they will get him.
Yeah.
No,
Because
even hold on, no. Even I think it's got to that point. Even if they willingly took all the time, it's still sex trafficking. I fly to another country, bring you to a country, you don't speak the language, lock you in a basement, and then tell you like, hey, stream it, I'll cut you.
Not a
That's
lawyer,
sex trafficking.
but
It-
He's
for
a
me,
mainstay on
that's-
this dumpster fire
definition-wise,
podcast.
maybe you're right.
Okay,
maybe you're
okay.
wrong. I don't know.
That's
You know
great.
To me,
what?
he's not sex-
Considering what they have said so far, I think that is an improvement. Right. Native victim blaming? You mean the two people on the podcast? Kind of. I don't think that they understand I don't think that they know everything that Tate has said online, and admitted online to. Plus, there is probably a fucking heaping pile of evidence that none of us will see until this trial happens. But my assumption, I like to go on the assumption that the people who try to defend Tate generally have not seen everything that has been said online. There's transcripts. From what? Wait, right, where did you get that? Also, Native, welcome to the chat because you're new here. Where are you from? What are your general political views? But welcome in, buddy. Right, is there a link to that? Can you, like, send it if there is?
Sex trafficking.
That's fine.
Because I agree with Pearl. These women knew what they were doing. They knew what they were signing up for. They were free to leave. He wasn't holding their passports. But if he was skimming money off the top with
He
taxes,
said
that's
that
what
he
those
was
So
holding
these
their
are the two
passports.
stages, and I agree that that's what you're going to say, because I know that's what all the Tate fans are going to say. First, they're going to say he didn't do it, and then when they said he did do it, and it's obviously clearly
Basically with
sex trafficking,
Tate, a
then it's gonna
lot.
be, oh, okay, well, sure, he's sex trafficking, but it's okay. That's not even like real
a
sex
lot.
trafficking. Who cares about sex trafficking? They chose to go to another country where they didn't speak the language. He was stealing money from them, and they were locked in for the first
What
time ever
about
doing
that?
sex
So
work.
I have a question. So
Yeah.
I don't know anything about the Romanian legal system. I don't know the definition of that. Okay, I'm not going to pretend
You don't
I
have
do.
a.
I'm sorry.
Hoser, what's it about? Okay, I'm gonna save that and come back to that later. Thank you for sending that, Ray. From the US and perspective and progressive, do you mind me asking where in the US? You don't have to answer if you don't want. I'm just curious. I'm from Washington, by the way. What's up, you fucking twink? What's up, Techie? Techie, you're so lucky that I agreed to take your name off of that video. You're so fucking lucky. And threaten them with breaking them if they don't meet a quota. You get them a quota? What the fuck? Mississippi? Solid. Welcome in, buddy. What happened? What do you mean what happened? A lot happened. I said you're lucky that I did the blur on that one video. I could have just not. Never mind. I would have been a bitch to not do that. Come on. Yeah, I know they did sex work. I just didn't know there was a quota put on them. Anyways, continuing.
Sorry,
major
right?
Sex trafficking is
Romanian law?
pretty international. It's an international thing, but yeah.
I don't know. I don't study sex trafficking. It's not my area of expertise.
Why
So my
not?
question is, what is incorrect about that statement? Do you not think the women should take accountability for the choices that they made?
They should, but that's besides the point.
You can take accountability. I'm
Like-
not asking
like-
about what the punishment should be for the women. They probably punished enough. I imagine if they worked and had money stolen from them. What we're talking about was what Andrew Tate did, which is sex trafficking, right? There are probably women that make bad decisions.
Allegedly.
But I'm saying, why is
That's what
it-
he's charged with. That's
why
what
is
he's
it-
Allegedly.
Okay, I will say I did go through and find the Romanian law, at least what I think was the Romanian law, and it makes it more confusing than just talking about sex trafficking in general. I'm trying to give benefit of the doubt. I like to give people benefit of the doubt. These guys are fucking idiots. No, like, full stop, they're idiots. But I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. No, I know you're calling them. But I'm talking about them. Also, guys, just very, very brief announcement because I am super excited, but I don't want to completely spoil this. Sometime between the 24th and the 26th, something is being delivered to my apartment that is going to make stream next level. Okay? I feel like that's all I can say because I don't want to spoil what it is. But sometime between that time period, something is being delivered that's very fun. Okay? And I'm hoping it gets delivered by the 24th so we can get a couple streams with it before I take that weekend off to go to the Capitol and go talk about bills with my reps and stuff. But you guys better be here that week to see the big announcement and the big surprise that I have just for you guys. Fuck. This one. Okay.
Why is it wrong if they freely chose to do it?
Why is it wrong
You
if I
trafficking
get somebody in
IT
a
guy
relationship with me
from
and then
Eastern
I'm able to
Europe?
flip that
Yeah.
into them working as a
Yeah.
prostitute for me?
You freely chose to do it. I just think there's nobody. I couldn't date a single guy that could make me want to do
Techie,
that. That's
you're
great
not
for you, but
wrong.
what
This
if
isn't
it's-
about you. This story isn't about you.
but I'm saying-
I love how passionate you are and the words you use, but like, we have to be careful. These aren't prostitutes. They hear me out.
Sex workers.
They're
Sorry.
on camera doing cam girl shit. At any point, they can turn off their camera. At any point, they can say, "I don't feel like it today."
Okay,
But they're
well,
doing it to make money.
that's-
This is a
that's
job, so they
little
can make
bit
money.
misleading.
Now,
That is a little bit very much
also-
in another
misleading.
country where they don't speak the language.
What do you
where
mean they
they're in
don't
it-
speak the language?
This
They're
is
in
like saying
Europe.
anybody at any time could go and buy and sell the right options, the right puts or calls to be a billionaire. That's true. But the hard part is making the picks, right? If you're flown to a whole other fucking country, you've got some dude that you think is your fucking boyfriend that's in love with you, and now you're doing sex work for the first time in your life. You don't speak the language around here. The guy's stealing money from you. Who knows if you even know how to fucking
I'm
book a
sorry,
ticket
unless
out?
these girls are
Dude
beyond naive.
said,
They think
no,
99
no. That guy just said, what do you mean don't speak the language? It's Europe, as if Europe has one fucking language. If we didn't already think he was an idiot, now I think we can say that he's a fucking idiot. Techie, Bisky's newest crush is Destiny, so don't be too mean. Don't be too overly mean.
The girls there.
Okay, cool.
They don't think this is my boyfriend and he loves me.
That's great, and
he's
they're
like,
right.
now I'm a part of a harem.
There's literally a name for the method.
Hold
That's
on.
why it's called the Loverboy method. This is exactly
Yes.
what they do. But if you don't care about sex trafficking, that's fine. And a lot of people
No,
apparently they don't care
obviously,
about sex
I'm not-
trafficking,
I'm not-
which is cool.
I'm not
but
saying I
like,
don't care about sex trafficking. Would you say that there's the Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking and then there's the Tate thing and they're not even fucking close?
Yeah, sure.
Right?
What?
Go,
What?
state your case.
What's the definition of sex traffic? I just would
Here's
think
Natalia.
because here's
They're not the same thing, but that doesn't make like they're still both sex trafficking. Jesus fuck. The fact that you're trying to justify it so hard is kind of disgusting. Not gonna lie. Like why feel the need to justify it so hard? Europe has one language, that's why they're Europeans, that's why Russia is even a part of Europe. Obviously. Peach, because you're new here, where are you from and what are your general political views? But welcome in, buddy. It's not a crush. It's just like I sort of kind of like that. That's called a crush, Bisky. That is called a crush.
I agree, Pearl.
I would just think that it was that you aren't free to go. That's what I thought. I thought it's only sex trafficking if they're underage or they can't leave. That's what I thought.
You said there's three things?
I believe there is. I watched some legal breakdown. There's got to be physical pressure, physical violence,
They're not
coercion,
free to
and
leave.
one more.
Fraud and coercion.
Yeah, fraud
Yes.
and coercion.
They're what? These conditions are met. Also, fucking tornado. I am going to drop this town down a goddamn volcano if I get one more fucking tornado to fuck me up.
Revel,
Learning
revel,
a-
revel, 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 revel in what you are.
What am I, best Jay? Sure, Alex. Yeah, why worms? But sure. I'm guessing he's trying to say petty theft isn't the same as stealing masses of inventory. They're still stupid. Yeah, like yes, they aren't the same, but that doesn't mean that you like can't talk about one of them or anything like that, you know? I'm from Planet Fitness, and my political opinions tend to be a bit inflammatory because I pretty much disagree with everyone. I disagree with a lot of people too, but welcome to the chat. I don't give a fuck what you say as long as you follow TOS, so. As long as you're respectful to everyone else in chat and you follow TOS. Okay, Alex, what is this?
Why are we doing a video about worms? Worms
Can we come back to this later? Because we still have to watch your autism video too. I'm gonna keep them all in the queue. All right, Alex. I get weird recommendations sometimes. What up, Leviticus? How's your night going? Worms are weird. That's facts.
Yeah.
So
So the
fraud is
the
gonna be
fraud is
stealing
the
the
taking the
taxes.
money. The coercion we don't really know about because we don't know what the evidence.
Because
the police has.
that's all he says, she said, right now.
Well, right now, but we don't know what evidence the police has.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
I think the only reasonable position is to be agnostic until you see what develops of the case.
Yeah.
Here's I think the biggest point here. Tate has become famous for talking that shit on social media.
Here's
on
the thing:
YouTube,
you can
on
be
TikTok, on Instagram.
you can be agnostic about the situation, but at the same time, you still have to recognize the fact that the evidence that is present is there, right? And you have to in some way draw a conclusion based on that, because if you decide to just ignore it, you still are drawing a conclusion. You're just trying to pretend that you're not. So I don't know. It's just agnosticism, especially when you're a public figure in this sense, is probably the dumbest thing that you could do. It is irresponsible at the very least. Great finishing Walking Dead. I have never watched it. I'm proud of myself for never watching it. That's pretty good. I got to see my mom and grandma and aunt today. So, pretty good fucking day.
Instagram, and what will make you famous will also
fuck you in the ass.
will fucking put your ass in jail. And that's the problem that he's having right now. I do this is I'll make my money. I'm a badass. It's like, yo, this guy's sick. Let me follow this guy. You're going to jail for the exact same reason. That's the problem that he's gonna have.
to jail for.
Yeah, what are you talking?
That's such bullshit.
He said
He's going to jail because he's in an Eastern European country that wants to be taken seriously on the world stage, and he's bragging about sex trafficking in the fucking country. That's why he got charged. He's going to
That's
jail.
exactly,
Literally
that's
my point.
exactly
Yeah,
what
but
he's
that's not.
saying.
But Andrew Tate
Yeah.
isn't known for telling young men how to sex traffic. He's known for challenging the matrix and challenging the system.
No,
But now
he-
people are trying to. People are
that's
trying
not
to.
true.
He's been-
He
he's
has a
been
whole
talking
course
about
about
the-
that.
yeah.
He might have been talking about it, but that's not why he gained popularity, and that's not why people are saying he's being targeted by Romania or the Western world. People are saying, oh, they're targeting because he's telling young men
No,
how to break free of the
the
matrix
point
and be
he's making
independent.
is the fact that he's bragged about so much
He's
publicly
said
is
it
what's
so
going
many
to
times.
bug him, and that is what's going
if you want to know what I think Tate stands for, what I actually think he stands
My outfit gives grand vibes? How does my outfit give... It's a fucking champion hoodie and a beanie. How is this grand vibes? Oh, I almost just spilled my drink. I would have cried.
for. It's not okay. He talks about the matrix and the system, and he has very loudly talked about how he makes his money and the cam girls, and he talks about whether he's toxic masculinity, what he's labeled as. What I actually think Tate stands for is just male self-improvement, getting in the gym, going to being a badass, making money, and if you make the money,
Self-improvement at the behest of trafficked women, maybe. Maybe. Thank you, Visky. Thank you.
you get the women, you get the Bugattis. But he's talking about you becoming a better version of yourself. But nobody wants to talk about that. They
No,
want
it's
to talk
not.
about being a sex trafficker. They want to talk about him doing all the fucking ridiculous things out there. That to me is his message. But it gets masked by all this other nonsense. So here's my next question to you. Let's say Tate is innocent. Let's just say Tate is innocent. Go with me here. Who do you think is pulling the strings, trying to get him fucking set up and put in jail? Go with me here. Who do you think is? Do you think it's corporations? Do you think it's government?
It wouldn't be anyone pulling the strings. It would just be looking at the situation. Yes, he can be found innocent. Yes, there are people who are arrested and go to trial and get found innocent. It doesn't mean that someone is pulling the strings that made them get arrested. It just means that the evidence seemed clear. And then the trial said, well, I mean, it's not for sure. So then they get off innocent. Okay? It doesn't mean that anyone fucking set it up. Also, I don't think he's gonna get off innocent. He might not get convicted of every single charge, but he's not going away from this innocent.
For sure.
You think it's Greta Thunberg? You think it's the World Economic
Corp
Forum?
versus
You think
Destiny?
it's the U.S. government? You think it's like, let's just say Tate's
On what?
innocent, and he hasn't done any of this. Innocent till proven guilty, ladies and gentlemen. Who do you think is saying this fucking Tate guy? We got to bring this motherfucker.
What would be your
down."
favorite topic to
I don't think
debate
it needs
on?
to be a big conspiracy. I think it can be as simple as
Him and I agree on this. What do you want to fucking debate on? Him and I agree that Tate is fucked up and that Tate is more than likely a sex trafficker.
either a prosecutor
Or a
doesn't
human
like it,
trafficker.
makes the wrong decision. Sometimes police mess up, or it could be the U.S. Embassy put a little pressure on Romania. That could have also happened. But I don't think there's this big international conspiracy.
So you
going
don't
on.
think it says it goes to some top
No, I
World
don't.
Economic Forum
No, I
matrix
don't believe in
situation?
that.
Charles Schwab.
Chuck Schwab.
I've heard that name so much.
World
so-
Economic Forum.
No,
You'll
that
be,
Charles
you'll own
Schwab.
nothing and be happy.
I'm not that deep into the red pill yet. There's like layers, so I haven't hit the like they call it the deep state,
Yeah.
right? Isn't that
Oh,
the
Peachy, you were talking about people who think Destiny's cute. Peachy, that's straight facts. Straight facts.
Yes.
I don't know.
All All right,
Not
well, you're
gonna
familiar
lie.
with this world. Go
Biscuit,
crazy.
I
with it.
can't
Go
help you
conspiracy
here.
theory
If I,
here.
if I was going full
Who's at
conspiracy,
the top saying
the
we
top
have
would
to
be
bring this
some
man
Romanian
down?
official who's like, our country is trying to be taken more seriously. Okay, Eastern European countries are like, I think, vying for validity from the West, and now we've got a guy that's in our country, you know,
Biscuit, you love
flagrantly
me.
talking about and bragging about sex trafficking. So we're gonna take this guy down. If I was to entertain a conspiracy, that would be my guess of where it would come.
I would say this is that he talks about corruption, right? And he goes, every country's corrupt. Every country's corrupt. Now, do you want to be in a country like the West? Because Tate talks very badly about United States, the West, UK, London, EU.
Yeah,
Doesn't
because he
speak
would have
highly of
already
it.
been in
That's
jail
why he likes
here.
more Eastern Europe, Dubai.
That's why he talks shit
he's
about it.
Converted to Islam. He talks about the fact that in Romania, he's like, I like the fact that I could just go give a bag of cash and get out of the corruption and just pay it off.
Well, it hasn't worked this time.
That's exactly.
The bag's not
And
big
that's
enough.
why I think that he talks about the sex trafficking. I think that there's some
It's a
prosecutor in
love-hate
Romania.
relationship.
Like if you want to go there,
Maybe.
there's some prosecutor in Romania
But
or
you
some
still love me.
judge or some, legal aristocrat, whoever. That's like, oh right, okay, bro. Well, test me. You're in my country. Let's see if we're that corrupt. And I think there's maybe somebody with a bone to pick. But so maybe it's not the Charles Schwabs of the world and the Greta Thunbergs of the world and the Matrix. Maybe it's just some dude in
The
Romania.
reality too is that like when you talk about corruption, there's gonna be different types of corruption, right?
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me if I could go to a place like Romania and
Sure,
get like
Peach.
a speeding ticket and pay off the cop, maybe more than I could in the United States. But like double
Yes.
homicide, that's probably a different
Yeah.
thing. So the idea that like
There's
all
levels to
corruption
this.
is the same and
I
you can
think
pay off
that's-
anybody for anything, probably not true.
I think that's
I've
a
heard
very
that
good example.
If you're
Yes,
in
you're right.
Romania and you are doing anything involved with casinos, you're was it greasing wheels or greasing gears with like
Yeah.
pretty bad people. Like that's just like a given.
You're affiliating with bad people,
Yeah,
yes.
absolutely. That has to be the case.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
that
think
kind
means
of
you
is.
get away
It's not
with,
even
like,
Romania. It's just
raping,
most of
sex
Eastern Europe
trafficking,
is
or,
like
rape or
that.
killing or like doing crazy shit.
Especially
like
if you're not a high profile figure. If
Sure.
you are a high profile figure.
Huh. All right. So give me
Biscuit,
your prediction.
just
What's
so
gonna
you
happen
know,
in
that's
Tate in
not a
30
good
days?
thing.
Prediction.
Me first?
Yeah.
I like to wait till the facts of the case are out. It could go either way. It could be that
How
a couple
diplomatic
women.
of you.
This. Okay. This lighter blue, not at all. This darker blue, kind of. Except you know what this person does? This person actually does their hair. Destiny just like rolls out of bed and shows up.
Well, because it could be that a couple women gave testimony. They can't validate it anywhere else. They've got maybe a couple whatever text messages and that's it. And then nothing comes of it. It could be that he didn't do anything actually that wrong. Maybe they did all freely choose to go there. They thought they could make some money. They weren't happy with the money they made, and now they came back and they're trying to burn him. It could be that he actually did engage in a whole bunch of fucked up shit, and we're going to see way more released from the Romanian authorities. But it could be anything.
How about this? I'm going to re-ask the question because
Oh,
forget
okay.
about predictions. Who knows what's going to happen? Because it's very easy to say, let's just wait for the case comes out. How about this? Let's just keep it simple. Do you think that Tate, who has taken the internet by storm over the last 6-12 months, do you think he's a net negative or a net positive for society and specifically young men? What do you think, Alex?
I would say net positive overall.
Net positive.
Oh
Why?
my god.
There's some things he says that are a little cringe that I disagree with, but overall about like making men more
Some?
masculine, taking accountability, working out, getting your finances in order. Those are all good messages.
Fully agree. How about you, Pearl? You've interviewed him. You sat with him. You're the last one of us to actually see him in the flesh. Net negative or net positive for society?
I would say net positive. I think most of his message is about self-improvement.
I agree.
So yeah, I would say net
Yeah.
positive.
Like, but it's
I
easy to
think
call him a chauvinist.
if
and
you
a,
couldn't tell,
misogynist.
I think that he's a net
that's a negative thing
negative.
these days. Is telling men to improve. How about you? Back to you. Do you think he's a net
What do you think?
net negative or net
I
positive?
say net. Do we need another guy here saying go to the gym, get your finances in order, like be a man? I don't know how much like uniqueness he's offering there that's valid.
You have to admit that he's very unique, bro.
Is he really? I mean, like he is in like the hyper consumer.
That's true, Peach. This is true.
But, like, I don't know.
I think that's bullshit. I think if he was just,
You
I,
can't argue.
I think if he was
He's
Ubering
impacted-
everywhere,
he's
the message would be
impacted more
just as
people
powerful.
probably in 6 months than most people have
Yes.
in their entire
I think
career.
you're doing
reach
I-
people
I-
that were never involved in
What? You said he's
self-improvement.
unique. Give me some unique messages from Tate.
Well, no,
It doesn't have to be.
Even if what he's saying is unique, impact does not actually mean good. Okay? Tate's impact, just because he impacts people, doesn't mean that he is an overall good. Those are not like mutually exclusive by any means. Tate is pretty much irrelevant. I mean, I wish you were right. But if we're gonna be realistic here, he is still relevant in the eyes of many, many people. And it's worth the conversation still at the very least.
A unique message. It's about the impact.
Yeah.
And you can't. I
You can't
interview
deny the
people on the
impact. Fully
street
agree.
all the time, like young kids, and they're like the biggest Tate fans. Like I have never seen
That's
anyone
a
with that much of a
fucking
reach.
problem.
Like,
Yeah, but I mean,
it's-
I don't know if my 11-year-old son was a huge Tate fan. That would very scare me. That
all
would be
right. Well, then
really
we flip it
scary
on
to me.
you.
Yeah.
Who do you want your 11-year-old son to admire? And you can't say a video gamer.
I can't say a video game.
Can't say it. Who do you want your 11-year-old? This goes back to the young destiny of who he was going to look up to. If it's not someone like Tate, who do you want your 11-year-old son looking up to these days?
Damn. I would say that probably it would be relevant to whatever career he wanted to go into.
He's
So if he
11 years
wanted
old. Who
to-
gives a shit about
Well,
career?
yeah. So right now
Who
he
do you-
looks up to like fucking movie characters. He likes Spider-Man
Okay.
and shit like that. So I
Okay.
think
He's a fucking sports player.
Like Marvel superheroes are probably okay for kids.
All right, that's
Whatever
fair.
fucking sport he likes, right? Fucking Leonardo Messi. Is it? Wait, fuck, is that his name? Is that his name? I'm kind of blanking on his first name. But Messi, take Messi, who just won his first World Cup. Take that as your kid's fucking role model, especially if they're into sports. Like, it's pretty fucking simple. Shut up, Bisky.
A lot of young kids would say that he's the closest thing to that in real life. Kickboxer, badass, smart, good with women, driving Bugattis, living in
Okay, yeah,
mansions, smoking
but
cigars.
Bisky, we
will
aren't
fuck
allowed to
you up
say
and
video
fuck your girl.
gamers.
Kind of a badass.
That's what he
like
said.
5 out of 9 of those things. Like I don't want my kid fantasizing about Bugattis, mansions, people that f- girls.
Yeah,
Or
Bugatti is just a means to an end. It means you've made money and so you have a Bugatti. Listen, I have enough money to buy a nice supercar. I'd rather just keep my money in the bank because I'd like Ubering everywhere. It's just a sign of wealth. It's not like
I don't
like
believe
to me
that.
it's a little
No.
excessive to have I've got 19 supercars. It's like I only really need one.
You can't when you
Okay.
make that the focal point so often. I
I
don't think you can
agree.
retreat behind the like. Oh no, well I'm just saying this will happen as a result of your wealth.
I
This is
agree.
like the goal for a lot of
I
people.
agree, but I think a lot of it is that's his caricature, right? It wouldn't be surprising.
Well, and it gives young men something to strive for. I
Yeah,
don't think
strive for
why is
Bugattis.
it wrong? Okay, I grew up in the most. Like the comments will always say like these are the cheapest rich people I've ever seen. Like y'all rich, but you look broke. And, the comment section, my family. Like so I'm
Us?
I grew up
Shit.
around frugal rich people. Like
Yes.
I understand.
Yeah,
the
Peachy,
concept,
those
but
are
it's just
also
like,
all
why is it bad for
good-
men to
good
want to strive to have
options.
20 supercars?
Because
I don't know, like growing up, I didn't have a fucking role model. I don't think it really mattered that much. Maybe that's just me, but like, I don't think it really matters all that much. I think that we put a little bit too much emphasis on it than what is actually necessary. Like, as long as, if you have like some decent parents, I guess them, but like, at the end of the day, being able to see what you don't want to be, to me at least, is more influential than being able to see what you want to be.
putting you in a mindset where you think that material things are going to improve your life, like spiritually, or improve your life in like a holistic, like psychological sense, is just, it's a path that I've watched so many people go down before. You spent the first time on this
It's
program
not
too.
to say that's the only thing, but
No, it is.
can't you acknowledge that there is some benefit in striving to make a lot of money?
No, never.
Yes.
I don't
No,
think
no,
if
no.
you're selling to a
Really?
young man ever, it would never be like, if you do this, you can have a supercar. That would never be part of your talking points.
I act like you're
I
talking to someone that has
nitpicking.
hold
Like,
on.
this is nitpicking.
It's
Yes,
not
over
yes.
nitpicking. This is like half of the fucking videos that circulate with him
Oh,
on the
no,
internet.
he
Is
has
like,
too much. He has
look at
too
my.
much stuff that he talks
For some
about.
reason, I'm like obsessed with this straw man argument thing. 'cause I've used it a few
Ridiculous.
times.
This is literally
Hear
what
me
we're talking
out,
about.
bro.
I'm hearing you
You
go.
only can talk at one time.
Okay.
You're talking to somebody that doesn't have a car
Okay.
because he doesn't want to fucking drive, and I like being Ubered around. But I could buy a Maserati for 100 grand, no problem. But I prefer not to. So for me to defend Tate, just understand the fact that I'm not a car guy.
Daily reminder, you guys are allowed to put your ages in chat, but fully understand that if I ever find out that you are a minor, it does cut off some of the conversation that I will have with you and some of the topics that I will discuss with you. Okay? So keep that in mind.
The message is not about the Bugatti. The Bugatti is the reward after doing everything he talks about in his message. Becoming better, faster, stronger, cooler, wealthier, sexier, healthier, all that. Then you can get the Bugatti. But don't get lost in the sauce. That is the message.
Bisky-
And once you make the money and get the
Bisky.
fame and get the success,
Not all of us fall in love with every single person that we see on the internet. Like, I hate to break it to you, that's just not a very common
if you want
occurrence.
to go buy a fucking what color is your Bugatti, go for it. Or buy 19. But to say, oh, Tate, he's got a bad message because of the Bugatti, that's the carrot at the end, like to like motivate you. But that's not the reason that you're in the gym every day. That's not the reason that you're working your ass off. That's not the reason that you're trying to improve. It's like, that's why I was saying it's like a straw man argument that it's all about material. It's not. That's like the payoff at the end. But like the essence of what he's doing is male self-improvement. And I think you would agree with that, no?
That's the biggest cope I've ever heard in my life.
Cope?
Biggest
Yeah,
cope.
that was
does that
so
mean?
much cope.
Cope of what?
I love when people call out fucking internet personalities for saying cope. I think it's such a stupid saying. Oh my god.
Where are the videos
Stop
showing
saying
that like
cope,
if
you
you live like a
idiots.
fulfilling life, this is what awaits you at the end? Maybe it's a happy marriage. Maybe it's like good friendships. Like maybe it's like a family that you love and care for. Maybe it's like participation in your community.
Yeah, but if you're
It's all
talking to
these
an
things-
18-year-old kid, what
don't
what's your
care about
family?
that.
What are you talking about? They want to
That's
fucking
fine.
get laid and
That's
get
okay.
paid.
Sure,
That's
that's
it.
fine.
You sound
But
like
if
a
get laid-
girl.
If get laid
You
and
sound
get
like a
paid-
girl?
That's like what girls say.
If-
Are you calling Destiny
No,
a girl?
these are the Christian conservative values that you guys hide behind when you want clicks, but none of you actually give a fuck about. Okay, this is what they actually talk about.
Christian-
If you've ever been
when
in a
have you
church your
ever
entire
heard me talk
life,
about
okay,
Jesus?
you
I
want
don't
to say
even
you
talk-
guys, I mean red pill in general, or all
What do
doing
you-
this Christian stuff.
I'm not a red pill
What are
guy.
you
I
talking
interview a lot
about?
of red pill.
You're talking about fulfillment, self-improvement, all these things, okay?
I've
If
never
your
even
eyes,
talked about religion.
if you're trying to sell somebody a car at 18, and that's where the focal point is, 19, 20, 21, do you think that magically at 25 they're gonna be like,
Bisky, I think that cope is the dumbest fucking internet slang to ever be made up. All right, I think it's bullshit. I think that it's so stupid. All right, it's so stupid. Just use an actual descriptive word to describe what you mean, rather than just saying, "Oh, cope." Oh, that's cope.
Oh shit, I've had my eyes on the car the whole time, but like, man, I've got like a lot more fulfillment in my life now.
Yeah,
That's
dude.
saucy.
I used to want to fuck a million girls, and I have a girlfriend. Like, yeah, of course.
That's also
your
stupid.
attitudes change as you get older. He's preaching traditional masculinity, which is attractive to a lot of men. It's like the James Bond type of fantasy. It's like, yeah, good.
See, the thing is, mood and facts, I will fully admit, are like part of my vocabulary at this point. But they still don't really mean anything. The same thing as cope doesn't mean jack shit. Cope actually means more than those two. But mood and facts are just easy responses. Okay, mood essentially means like, I agree, or like, I feel that kind of sort of thing, depending on context. Facts is that's true. But like, they both don't really mean much. Hold up, there's been way worse. I don't like a lot of fucking internet slang. All right, I have the outlook on internet slang that a boomer does. All right, you guys can call me boomer for that. All right, I'm 20 and I have the outlook on internet slang and texting that a boomer does. So, sure, shit on me for it.
Girls, good at fighting.
Fuck
have a
off,
nice car.
Peach.
But yeah, you get at some point where you experience that and it gets old, and maybe you do settle down, or maybe you don't.
I've just
But what
I've
you're
had it in
saying
my
is not gonna
family, I've
sound
seen it
sexy to
personally. There
anyone.
are so many people that fall down the consumerist hole. I've seen it happen time and
Yeah,
time
that
in
would be
my
like
own
my
family.
one criticism of
But if
MK
you,
too.
well, but that is like his major fucking
I don't
selling
think
point. And that's
so.
what Adam's defending. Yeah, it's like, look at the cars. Like, the car's the prize.
No,
but
but
he
he
actually-
actually-
Okay, no. To be fair, I've always been friends with and hung out with people older than me. Not like way older, but like a couple of years older than me. Because when I played sports, I was always a couple of years ahead. Because I was playing up so that I could get some form of competition. And then all of my friends kind of originally came from sports, and then mutuals, and then all that shit. And I'm also graduating early. So like, I'm friends with most of my friends are like mid-20s. And then I'm here being the youngest one in all of my friend groups. That's got to give me some leeway here. Yeah, Peach, I'm young. Fuck you.
You'll get the cars.
That's why I said that I'm not a car guy, so I can't be defending
Yeah,
getting
because-
I'm like a boomer to all my friends. Even my friends think I'm kind of like a boomer. But then when I'm at work, everyone comes to me for tech advice. So like, I think I get the best of both worlds. What up, cutie? How you doing? How you doing, buddy? How was your 10-hour shift today? I got people my age or around my little cousins. Yeah, see, you're like the opposite of me, Biscuit.
Because you're going to put yourself on
Because-
trial to defend his person. But I'm not
No,
attacking you.
That's also
what I'm saying
why
is it's easy
I
to
do
do what I'm saying with the
this so
straw man.
much.
It's
It's
easy to
because
take his message and be
I
like,
hang out with
he's just all
people
about
who are
materialism and
older than me.
Bugattis, when that's not the
It's the
message.
norm.
Work harder, get better, and once you do all that and increase your status, then you can get the car. You're focusing
What up,
on all
Energy?
he
How
talks
you
about
doing?
is getting a car.
Have you ever watched like his full War Room streams?
War Room streams, no, but I've seen like some of his long form content.
Okay, so but you've never watched like a full War
Room stream, no.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Bro, they're so adorable.
He
Just
calls his
ask
streams
questions. No
war
point there,
room
just wanna
streams.
know.
That's so stupid.
If I can't force you to get an
It's
abortion,
so
you shouldn't be able to force me to
Because
get
it's
that.
not about you. It's about people you interact with, and that's the social contract of public health.
We don't even know if the vaccine worked or not at the time.
Yes.
The video's over. I was like, what the fuck did we start watching
I
there?
do want to address the face.
No, shut up. Okay. The Marine Services General Permit allows non-cremated human remains to be dumped anywhere over 3 miles from shore and with water at least 600 feet deep. There's got to be a line of skeletons just about that far. Alex, do you want to take my family's fishing dinghy out? It's not even a dinghy. Do you want to take my family's fishing boat out and find it? I'm sure that fishing boat could get us 3 miles out. Probably not further, but it could get us 3 miles out. It's brutal, but I'm glad I'm out. Yeah, at least you're off, buddy. The video just finished. Cutie, if you want to hop in the voice chat, because I know you were asking about doing that. If you want to do that right now, you can, but you don't have to. It's all your choice. We're Navy territory. I don't doubt there's some. I mean, that's true. We have all the fucking bases here. I like trampolines. One time I was 16 and my cousin really wanted to go into the play place at McDonald's, so my family convinced me to do it. And then the McDonald's employee came in and I freaked out, but it turns out he was just there to give people their food, and didn't notice I was way above the age limit. I feel like everyone's gone into those play places way above the age limit. It's not there anymore, I don't think, but growing up there, the mall by my house it was like a big mall. And on one of the stories of the mall was just a big play place. And me and my friends, when we were like freshmen in high school, used to go and just take over the play place, and we had so much fun. And no one ever noticed that we did that. They either didn't notice or didn't care, but that was the shit, not gonna lie. You're eating dinner? Yeah, of course, buddy. Is there a male model who has best ass in your view? I don't really pay attention to models. Football players have nice ass. So I don't know if you guys actually know this. So last school year, while I was at school, I was working for my school's athletics department just to get some extra money. And I worked football games. And I worked security at football games. And I always picked this one security spot that was right by our team's, like where they all stand, like their sideline. And I just had as many nice asses to look at as I wanted. The entire time I was just sitting at work doing security, looking at ass. I'm kind of short. Me too, bro. Me too. I think it helps me get away with so much shit. But then, like, I know I'm gonna be ID'd until I'm like 40. I was able to go until I was 17. You're tiny, Alex. All right. Alex wants to watch his autism video. We're gonna watch this autism video. But here is the issue. Everyone is gonna know the issue. I think that this video is kind of stupid. Alex didn't tell me who it is. All right. It's one of those Who's the Mole videos. Alex didn't tell me who it is. But the person, it's 6 people with autism and 1 person without autism. And the 1 person without autism has like fetal alcohol syndrome, which kind of presents very similar to autism. So this is kind of a bullshit video, but we're going to watch it because she wants us to watch it. Yesterday at my shul, it was a good Shabbat. One of the congregates had 90-year-old birthday, so there was a lot of visitors. In fact, Jesus Christ, that's old as fuck. What the hell? Okay. I gotta fix these scenes so that the video screen is the same size on both of them. I think that'd be very helpful. Anyways.
Any of you guys to be the mole.
This is gonna be the hardest
even me
thing.
myself, like it's like I think I'm the mole, honestly.
Fuck your intro.
We just talk about our disabilities.
I prefer disorder.
Disorder, yeah.
Yeah.
I was diagnosed in middle school, and then I transitioned to a school for people on the spectrum. Once I graduated middle school and went to that school, I kind of really enjoyed where I was at and everything. This is really hard because there's like so many eyes on me already. It's just taken a while to accept that I have a disorder. There's people who I've met myself who say you have autism. And my family would be like, did you tell them you have
quiet?
autism?
Oh, my bad,
Tell them you
my
have a
bad, my
disability?"
bad.
No, I don't think I need to. But reality, it really does help to know that I do have autism.
They first suspected me of being autistic when I was 5, but
Is that good?
they
Is that good?
hesitated to diagnose
More?
me because I was too intelligent.
I mean, that's a compliment right there, being too intelligent.
I feel like
That
in
is
some
a
ways it's little bit
compliment,
of an insult.
honestly.
I was diagnosed at the age of 2. I don't see it
I
as
would
a
see that as a
disorder or a
compliment.
disability because I don't see my autism as something that's negatively affected my life because like I like who I am, I like the way I think, and I don't want to change a single thing about myself.
Honestly, like being here is like we have to. Oh, go ahead, Amanda. Sorry, I spoke.
I personally see autism as a disability. I have a master's in disability studies. The medical model of disability inherently says that autism and any other disability is within our own fault and that we are the cause of the disability. But the social model of disability says that society is the cause of the disability. So autism is a disability because society is not made for me. That disability comes from without, not within. I grew up autistic and
Okay, she's talking about my field right now. And so yes, she's right. There is a medical and a social model of disability. A lot of disability services try to center around the social idea of disabilities, which is again like that the society isn't made for you, so it's a disability. I think that is bullshit. Okay, I think that is 100% bullshit for determining a disability. Because that would also mean that, for example, being LGBT is a disability. That theory for disabilities has so many fucking flaws that the creators and those who espouse it just like to willfully ignore, and I think it's really idiotic to do. But yeah, at least me, okay, you guys don't have to agree with me. and a lot of you don't actually know that much about disability stuff, so I wouldn't expect you to have any say. But the social model for disabilities, fucking idiotic.
And deaf. And I grew up feeling like I was such an outcast and you know, and I was the odd one out. Oh, hey, I just used the name of the. That was fun.
I was diagnosed when I was 4 years old, and it's you know, like it's always been a difficult process for me, you know, like basically growing up, you know, going to school and everything, you know that people don't perceive
Nice
me
energy.
as this normal guy. So
Sounds like a good
I
discussion.
figure if I'm gonna be this autistic person, you know, like might as well be the best autistic person that I can be. You know, always
Preach.
yeah. I mean, I always try my best to excel in school. You know, I always tend to be like one of the smartest kid in school. You know that's a whole stereotype.
I would consider myself a late bloomer. I was diagnosed at the age of 22. I went most of my life always knowing that there's something different about me, but I couldn't put my finger on it. The reason why I only got diagnosed this year was because I recently moved to a large metropolitan area that has many resources, and so that was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life because I have access to therapy, and I was finally able to get an answer that I was always looking for. I really struggled to fit in. I really struggled to be able to come up with the right words.
I'm glad you got the resources that you need. But generally, people who are diagnosed later on don't need as many resources as those diagnosed early. I just want to make that note.
To get other kids to want to talk to me. And so I stood out pretty badly. And
Hold up. Basically, that's such a long fucking link. Solus, would you like to expand on that? Would you like to expand on what you mean by that? Basically, I like your quotes today. I feel like your quote is a little bit better today. What is this picture? Is this going to be Mr. Beast? Yeah, it's Mr. Beast. Of course it's Mr. Beast. Anyways, let's continue. But yeah, Solus, please expand. If there was any meaning behind that one?
that continued throughout my entire time in grade school. I remember first feeling what depression was when I
none
was
of my
around
friends
6.
had that.
So when I was in university, they make us
That I
do
know of,
these
at least.
psychological studies because I was studying psychology, and they
Bisky,
have different
shush.
things you can apply for. And I noticed one of them was they were studying autism in women, specifically like people who are older. So I applied, and that was how I got my diagnosis, which was.
Pause. Solus, why do you think that? What makes you think that? I would normally delete what Energy just said, but I think I'm gonna leave it. I want your explanation though, Solus. Why? Actually, you know what? Would you like to hop onto the Discord, my friend, and talk about this? Would you like to hop on and have an actual fucking conversation here? Because you're autistic? That's not an excuse for that shit. So, Solus, give me an actual reasoning why you would say that. Just a little bit of a fucked up thing to say. Also, my computer is being a little bitch right now. You're lucky as hell that my computer is being a bitch. What the fuck? So many autists in chat. There is, which is why I'm gonna push back on what the fuck he said. Not even just because of you guys, but like, it's a fucked up thing to say, Solus. They're bumbling idiots, so what? They're still probably smarter than fucking 90% of the population. They're less idiots than a lot of the fucking population. So Solus, would you like to hop onto the Discord and talk about... Let's talk through your reasoning here. And we can find out if your reasoning is actually valid. Or are you a little bit too pussy to do that one? Elon Musk is no idiot. For the most part. I don't think he was the best example you could have given there. Oh, Cutie, you want to hop on right now? You can also hop on right now if you want, Cutie. Whichever one of you joins the waiting room first, we can talk to. So you're just gonna say that we should abort? Wait, what did you even say? What you said that abort autistic babies You can't even tell if a baby is autistic before it's born. So first of all, just stupid. And you have no reasoning for saying something like that. So what made you want to say that one? Do you have any explanation for why you felt the need to say that? Or just because you felt like being a little bitch? Then just abort 1 in 50 or something? 1 in 50 of all babies? What do you mean abort 1 in 50? Let me check if you can ever actually tell if someone's autistic before birth. Can you ever tell if someone is autistic before birth? We can see early signs of autism, but you can't get a solid diagnosis. And people with those early signs are not entirely sure to be someone who develops autism, and generally it's very invasive testing to check for that. As far as I'm aware, there's no genetic marker, but there is some evidence that it's hereditary in some way. So it looks like in the second trimester, they can spot some early indications. But my assumption also with this is that it's going to be the most severe cases. That's obviously just an assumption. But I think that would be the most severe cases rather than just kind of, I guess, your average case, you could say. Are autistic people likely to have an autistic parent, so you can just force autistic parents to have abortions and hope for the best? Yeah, so what you're talking about, quite literally, is genocide. Like, falls under the UN definition of genocide. Are you aware of that? I hope you're aware of that. It's also eugenics. You're still not too late. Good luck. No, I'm gonna keep that one. I think that one was funny. Cutie, I will pull you into the room once I finish this little conversation. Solus, are you sure about that? Are you really sure about that? We're gonna do a little thing. Have 10 minutes, okay? You can come back in 10 minutes. And then you can continue to talk. But for now, Cutie wants to talk. And Cutie asked me ahead of time to talk, so we are going to do this. Let me hop in all the necessary voice chats here. Move to stream DC. What up, Cutie? How you doing?
Hey, is my volume all right? I know it can be messed up sometimes.
No, you're all good.
Oh, perfect. Are we doing webcams or are we just doing a Discord call right now?
I don't think you actually have perms to do webcam. So
Nope.
just do the voice call.
Perfect. Are we going to be talking about, I know I originally messaged you and I was going to ask you some questions, but then we got on the topic last time with that truck guy about like communism and stuff. And then I was talking about my political system and you wanted me to, talk about that. But I don't know. You were basically asking me to write my, the book I'm writing in chat if I was to write it down,
Yeah, I don't to be perfectly honest with you, I was a little bit caught up with the truck guy, so I don't remember what you had said about it. But we can talk about whatever you want. You want to come on here? We can talk about whatever you want.
Oh, for sure. Here, I'm actually going to turn you down on my end. Well, Well, now you threw in my court. I'm just going to answer your question, I think, because, or not your question, but, go into detail when I couldn't have. But so I kind of came up with a political idea around like 11 years ago now. And
Wait, can I ask how old you are, or like a
I'm
general
thir-
age?
I'm 30. Or
Okay.
I'm turning 30 this year. So
Okay.
it's
Cool.
around 10 to 11 years. And I've floated around. I've done a lot in my life. I hitchhiked 35 states. I've been to 10 European countries. And I kind of traveled around. And, as I was traveling, I always floated this idea with different peoples of different backgrounds. I've talked to libertarians, I've talked to Republicans, I've talked to Democrats. And to be honest, I'm surprised because a lot of the claims within the system, it's definitely it's definitely ideological a little bit, and it's around the idea of globalization. So it's a little unachievable in this day and age right now. But how I always thought about it is, we were running off monarchies, and as we went into a free market, there was the pitch of communism about, like, what is it, 150 years ago or so. And no one's really, there's been a couple of ideas like Georgism, or there's been other ones, but none of them really have like affected a lot of countries the way communism did. Because communism really did come in and introduce workers' rights. It introduced it just kind of introduced that side of what we see now in socialism, where anti monarchies and so on and so forth. But basically, so I'm going to ask you to kind of go with me a little bit. There's definitely going to be some ideas that you're going to like a lot from what I've heard you talking on the last stream. And there's definitely going to be ideas where you're going to be like, that's sus, but they're kind of crucial to the element. So it's definitely a stepping stone off of communism. I don't think I think we all know communism is ridiculous. The idea that all labor is the same value is ridiculous. And anyone that's worked a labor job, such as I worked myself, is like, it's like, how can you even say that? Like, people are like,
I wish we all knew that.
I know, but I think a lot of like people have,
Rational people know that, yes.
Yeah. And I think even, I know that how old are you, by the way? I didn't really catch that last stream.
20.
You're 20. So I know a lot of young people. And when I was 20, I'll be honest with you, like from like 16 to 19, I was like super on the idea of anarcho-communism.
Oh,
And
yeah. Everyone is kind of, well, not that idea specifically, but everyone is kind of along that realm usually until they get older.
Yeah, you grow a little bit, and I love talking to people that are into anarcho-communism, because they're really people that sometimes, not all the time, but really put their foot, or what is that phrase? They do what they're preaching. You know what I mean? They practice what they preach. Like they'll go do like food not bombs, and they're really into that. And I really admire those type of people. But
I tend to see that more with older people than younger people. Younger people like to like cry on the internet.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just my experience.
I'm gonna pry a little more into your personal background. So you're in Washington. Were you born and raised in Washington?
Yes.
Have you ever traveled around the country?
Yeah, I've been to quite a few states, mostly the coasts. I lived in Colorado for around 8 months for a year of
nice.
school. I've been to quite a few countries throughout my life. A lot of it when I was younger, though.
Okay. So when I say I traveled 35 states, like I was going through highways. I wasn't flying to a major city and just kind of sticking to one or two cities. I like was in the backwoods of all the states, and I really met what America is, and I kind of saw who people were, before traveling a lot and hitchhiking. I was really anti-religion, especially with my like queer identity. I'm transgender, and just there was like a struggle there, obviously. But
Yeah,
after
there is
travel,
there is with most most LGBT people.
but I think after traveling, I'm all the people that took me in, I can almost tell you like 85% of them are like Trumpians. They're not, they're not, they're just, they believe in, they're as ideological as a lot of left people are. And, but at the core of them, they're good-hearted people. A lot of people said to me when I was hitchhiking was like, oh, isn't it dangerous? And it's like, once you go do that, it's like, yeah, there are dangerous people out there, but once you do it, you really realize that 90% of people are typically good-hearted, Like, yeah, I got robbed one or two times.
So I live in a very red area of Washington right now.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
And I've been to some red areas of the country that are outside of the main tourist areas because I've gone there for like sports tournaments and stuff when I was in high school. So I have a certain experience with Republicans, specifically in like the northern half of the country and the western half of the country. And I want to know if you think that this is a relatively good breakdown of Republicans in those areas. So my experience with them has been, and this is including when I was very much more obviously gay than I am now, is that they don't really give a fuck. Like they want to talk about it, or they don't want to talk about it. They might have feelings about it, but they really just don't want to talk about it, and they'd rather talk about everything else rather than you being gay. And some people take that as an insult. I don't. I actually kind of like it. But it's not necessarily that they're gonna like shit on you for being gay. It's just not something that they are super open to talking about. Do you have that experience, or is that not the same for you?
So when I was hitchhiking, I would male present because that's just safer in general.
Yeah.
It's safer to not seem as queer, and I didn't really mind it at that time. Over time, it really. I kind of really discovered I was trans like halfway through of hitchhiking and whatnot. I know what sentiment you're talking about, but I don't fully agree. I think there are people like that, definitely, and I could get if you. So the thing about experiences with people is, to be honest, a lot of people don't have that many experiences, so they have like one to three bad experiences, and they form, or not even bad experience, 1 to 3 experiences, and they form their opinion around that. I don't think, I think a lot of Republicans, or people that are right leaning, they usually I'm so sorry, but they're so similar to the left. They usually hang around 3 ideological points, and they have no context about policy or any of that, which I did want to talk to you about last stream, but like I said, I can't listen to you and type, so it's like a pointless conversation to have with you.
I get that. I'm like that too sometimes.
Like I totally don't agree with what you were saying. I don't want to get into that because we're talking about this thing, but I think that a lot of Republicans, have, like I said, 1 to 3 things they're voting red for, and they really don't care about. So a lot of people that are right leaning, a lot of them don't care that you're gay, or they do the whole thing. It's like, I got my cousin's gay, you know what I mean? And they go through that whole thing, and it's like most of them don't care. Most of them vote right because they want to keep their guns. They want to stop abortion because they believe we're murdering babies. Nowadays, it's that transgender people are pedophiles, and doing that whole thing, which is really sucks to be going through that, because it's like, I know those people, you know what I mean? And they're just they don't, and I hate when I see like trans people also like, there was that thing in Canada of the lady with the really big fake tits, like the BDSM hair.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I really wish the left or people, trans people, we could at least like have the cojones to like be like, like, that's ridiculous. That's inappropriate. That person, it's not gender affirming to do that. You know what I mean? It's not in that.
I feel like a lot of people on the left and within the LGBT community are scared to criticize their own, when it comes to the left, their own base, and when it comes to LGBT community, their own community. When there are a lot of times where it is very necessary in order to even help said people that you're criticizing, right? Like I think it's very important to criticize some of the things that gay people do. You obviously think it's very important to criticize at some points some things that trans or maybe trans people do. Like
Yeah.
it's very important, and people just don't like to do it because they're scared that it's gonna hurt them in some way.
Yeah, I think oh man, I just had a thought. It's it's really important to do that, but oh man, I'm so bummed. I missed that thought. It is important though to Chris. I get what. Oh no, I knew what I was going to say. The thing that sucks though is this gets thrown into the culture canon, right, and fired back out into like the whole zeitgeist and whatnot. And I think the shitty thing is, let's not forget that straight people are also doing inappropriate things in their jobs. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And it's so easy to be like, look at this trans person doing something inappropriate, but it's like they're a human. You know, they're not the only person doing a teacher doing sexually inexplicable things in class. You know what I mean? And I don't think that.
So what you just said, but that is like exactly my point though. Is so when it comes to culture, the culture war issues, I think you already know this, but I tend to side with the left on them. However, there are like minute details that I'm like, okay, this is fucking stupid. However, I think, and this might just be me being willfully optimistic, but I think that, for example, if there was more outward criticism towards that person from the left and from trans people, because I really didn't see much of it, I think that could have helped kill the culture war issue, could have helped at least dampen that from getting to be such a big culture war issue. Because if both sides are criticizing it, there's only so much that you can use in order to fuel a culture war from that.
I totally agree, but I think that that's just politics nowadays. I could say the same thing about gun violence. I could say the same thing about all of these things. Is both. I kind of view American politics as America's pastime. They're just playing baseball. One person's on the pitch at some point and they're throwing this easy ball to the other side, and then the media just hits that ball and being like, everyone's a fascist or everyone's a pedophile, or doing that whole thing. And American politics is just doing that to distract us from that. We're like this huge arms dealer using most of our tax funds to profit our country, which as I said to you, I'm American centrist, but I'm a left leaning not my ideology is left leaning, but my political ideology is left leaning. Like how I see that the world should be run is more in a leftist way, which I think you are right leaning, where you think it should be the opposite way, correct?
Yeah. So would you be? I mean, you can totally correct me, but it kind of seems like you're more of like a left leaning independent.
Yeah, in American terms, yes.
Okay, yeah. I'm
as I
all
said-
operating under American terms here.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to, and when I'm going to start talking about this system I been theorizing about for the last 11 years, but I like to clarify that, because people will be like, well, I don't trust the American government. And I'm like, I don't trust the American government. You know what I mean? Like
I don't trust any government.
I come from an anarchist background, like I said, from youth. And I just naturally don't trust, that kind of things. And that's actually the reason why I changed the name. Originally, it was actually called communalism. And if you look up on Wikipedia communalism, the weird thing is that the person, whoever, I don't know anything about their system, but we created it at the same time. Like, that thing where someone writes a song and they write a song on the other side of the earth.
Yeah.
That shit happened with me. Like obviously I'm not going to pull in my high school friends here, but like, if you did ask my high school friends, they would be telling you, yeah, she used to talk about communalism and whatnot. but it kind of happened. But I kind of wanted to go away from that because one, communism has such a stain on it from totalitarianships, and also I kind of wanted it to be independent. The only reason I chose that is because Marx was a student of Hegel, right? And Hegel created the philosophy of the zeitgeist, and he really believed that this you have to think about communism as a stepping stone away from capitalism. And
That's socialism.
And yeah, it turned into
me.
socialism, what
Okay.
it is now. And so my idea is I'm writing it right now. It's meant to be a step from that. So I don't know what the correct step is, and but I think this is the next best one, where it still includes a free market, but it's really taking into accountability globalization, how we achieve globalization, how we should moderate resources, and allow people to really continue the free market without it kind of staining what has happened to the proletariat and now in current capitalism.
So is it kind of, so what you mean, is it kind of like a step between socialism and communism?
Yeah, you could put it that
like
way.
or like a side step kind of around there somewhere.
Yeah. So let me kind of set it up. So this idea starts off with, like I said, you have to be a little bit open and kind of allow me to speak a little bit on this side, but feel free to ask questions. I'm here because I want improvements on it, and you're kind of a Gen Z libertarian. I haven't gotten that perspective before, so I would love to.
I will definitely give you my input on everything that you say. Don't worry.
Yeah. So the first step in this idea is, I believe, and this one is, I'm just going to start off on the hardest note because it's the hardest pill to swallow for people, but I think it's the most important pill to swallow, is that within globalization, we need to I don't believe in private property or private resource management. I don't believe that companies should be selling like the base root of resources as a way to profit. I think that should be something that the government manages for us. And I think the private property is really the one that's so hard for people to swallow, because people want they like the idea of having their own home, right?
So let me clarify real quick. Just I think we're on the same page. I just want to make sure. Do you just mean land here?
Yeah, just land,
Okay,
not what you own. Like, I don't think the government owns your computer and all that.
I've seen enough crazies on the internet that I have to clarify that one.
Yeah, I'm referring to property, and I will say I use a lot of like what's that term where it's like words that people use a lot, but they don't really know what and I'm actually using the definitions for them. But
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Private property. So I think that the government should manage private property. I think that, like I said, resources, I think it should be something that managed. And so where this idea comes from is we kind of already have in every country, it's divided pretty well. We have like counties and whatnot. Some countries have states and whatnot, prefectures, so forth and so on and so forth. I believe that the government should manage all of our resources in a sustainable way to where it's so hard to verbalize this, but I believe that the government should manage the resources and get everything that we need to be done. Like in terms of like roads, in terms of all that, where they can see how much stuff we have on the planet that's not taking too much and, selling it just to sell it, and really using it to manage this stuff. And then there should be a surplus where that is sold to not sold to each prefecture, but you are allowed to take like wood, let's say, and let's say you're a carpenter, you'll be able to go to the government and they'll say, we have this much wood and this is how it's dictated its value. And and every year the value would change based on what the gross not gross value, the growth, like how much is left over from what is needed to sustain the sustain like universal rights. I also believe that in housing, universal healthcare, universal schooling, universal all this stuff within the system, and that's what the resources are managing, and that's why the government needs to manage these, have control, be the manufacturer of said resources, such as asphalt, such as concrete, such as all these things.
What would you say about the like base resources? So let's take let's take a really basic one like wood, right? But let's talk in theoretics, because I know that there are resources that are like this. I just can't think of one off the top of my head. Let's say that this isn't actually like collected within the United States. Let's say it's collected in South America. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How is the U.S. buying this from South American countries?
No, like I said, you have to separate a little bit. I could go into detail how I think that we should move on in the future, but as I said, I don't think this is a system for now, a system we should aim for, kind of similar to communism. Like the idea that
I'm just asking for like logistics of how it would work. You know, because I think that's really important in talking about systems. That's part of the reason that when I get into actually talking about communism is why I have so many complaints about it, is because it's not actually very thought through when you get into details. So that's why I'm asking this.
Yeah. I personally think how it probably will go down, and to be honest with you, I think the route we're going is actually more towards this idea in the future. I think it's actually naturally going to be something similar to this idea, but it's going to do it over time. I think it's naturally going to be, we could say the UN, but I personally would hope it wouldn't be a treaty like the UN, but where governments say, hey, we like this idea, and we're prepared to like not join forces, but become, states within this government. So let's say like, I don't think the United States would be the first to do it, but it obviously would be one of the better ones to do it, or Russia, where they would say, hey, we like this thing, we're open to this. And then other smaller countries would not elect, but vote in to do this too, where they would essentially become one nation. And then over time, and I don't think that the body of government should be like, hey, you guys should do this. I think they should be kind of like willing to help countries that haven't elected into the system, where they'd be like, hey, we have excess of food this year. And we see you guys need some food. Do you guys need some food? And then over time, within like a couple 100 years, governments would finally either fall, or people would revolt and be like, hey, we want to join the globalization process. And I don't.
So
did that make sense? I'm sorry.
It did make sense. I guess my big question for you there is, it seems very optimistic, right? And I understand that you're not meaning for right now, but to me it seems like even like lefties would kind of be against this, because it's not the same. It's nowhere near the same, but it gives some of the vibes of colonialism. And I think you and I can both understand that so many governments are corrupt, including the biggest in the world. And I don't necessarily trust one country's government to have the best interests of another country's government, or to even have equal interests there.
If I could expand a little bit further, because I haven't even really gone into details, and we're talking about how to implement this, you know what I mean? And that's like the hardest conversation. And that's something I haven't even like fully written. This is just what I've been thinking about in terms of how would you start globalization in that sense. But the idea though is, like I said, universal, pretty much all the lefty talking points. I'm just going to generalize, universal healthcare, universal education, so on and so forth. But the idea is, at some point, if we want to continue where we are now, the reason I don't believe in like anarcho-communism or unregulating like economies and whatnot is it's kind of too late to go from that. We can't go back to the 80s. We can't go back to Reagan economics. You know what I mean? Like, we know those ideas don't work. They're not going to function properly. I think the way where capitalism right now, it's just there is no way going back. And I understand being mistrusting of governments, but at the end of the day, the reason we organized as humans, you know, as groups, like tribes, cities, kingdoms, so on and so forth, is because there was a mutual benefit there from working together and having the privilege of being safe, being in a place where you can eat, you know, and not worry about food and whatnot. And I think
that's where the core issue comes down when we're talking about this on a global scale, is that there isn't that much of an actual, at least equal, mutual benefit here when it comes to countries like the United States versus countries like, say, fucking Nigeria or something.
Oh, I don't think that they necessarily need to be equal. And that's why I mean, where not every country is going to have a resource to be like, hey, I have this resource. And that's why I think globalization is so important, because there are people right now that do not have the opportunity or the, you know what I mean? There's no one's caring about what's happening in bumfuck nowhere. You know what I mean? Like, they're not sending and doing that stuff there. And that's why I think globalization is so important. I mean, half of us are wearing clothes right now that are been probably on the hands of child labor and whatnot. And we just don't really care. It just was handed off multiple times. And the whole, like, oh, this was created, you know, humanely. It's like, no, it wasn't. It was just passed off multiple times so you can sleep better at night. And that's why I think globalization is so important, is at the end of the day, capitalism, when run by humans, is just meant to exploit. You know, it's meant to do this. And I want to go back to capitalism where it was more like bartering. And so my idea in terms of this whole thing is, I call it a dual economy. There's this main economy that is kind of more mathematics. It's like, we all know these are all the resources. It's kind of like if you're on an island and you kind of get all the stuff you have, right? So you kind of know what to expect and how to ration properly. Like, you don't go like collect everything and be like, okay, what are you going to give me? You know what I mean? And that's kind of how capitalism right now is. There's a lot of people that have a lot of resources, a lot of capital, and they're kind of like, well, what are you going to do for me? You know what I mean? Like, I earned this, and it's kind of like, did you earn it, or were you the first to get there, and you're the first one with like a game to protect you? And I'm
I
trying
don't
to get what,
necessarily think that's a bad thing. You and I definitely have different views on capitalism, but I don't necessarily think the idea that I got here first, or I was the first to actually make this a business or something like that, is necessarily a bad thing. Like, I think, for example, the idea that we have bottled water is an exemplification of the ability for humans to create. So we have just very different ideologies on capitalism, I think.
well, wait, can you, I don't know if I want you to expand on that, because then we're just going to go down the rabbit hole. I think so. I'm sorry, could I expand a little further at what I was going to say? Because I don't want to go down the rabbit hole. I believe that there should be this one economy that it's more just, it's kind of, there's no one participating in this economy other than the government managing its resources to build infrastructure for the planet Earth. And then there would be separate economies that are kind of more microcosms, where they're much more, it's a much smaller version of capitalism, where you oh, I'm so sorry, in that small integrated economy, I believe it's like, who builds the roads, right? That's like the first question people would ask me. It's like, who builds the roads, who builds the schools, who does all these things? And I think the people should. I think for the cost of having a free education, having a free home, having all these things, you are you participate in, like, I like to call it community service, but it's just a job. But I think we should try to automize our lives to feed everyone, to provide everyone a basic living, or a basic like accommodations for living and whatnot. And I think that we should do like, I haven't really decided, but I like to say 2 days a week. 2 days out of your week, you can, you know, some of the jobs will be shitty, but I think that we should have like a gauge of labor. Like if a job is like really high intense labor, you should only have to participate it in like 1 day a week, or like do a 6-hour shift every week to do like really higher intense labors. Or if you want to do something a little more like management of like, you know, like a desk job or whatnot for the government, you have to work like 3 days a week or something like that.
What
But
happens if someone doesn't want to do any of those?
I believe what you believe, rehabilitation. I think that we should still offer them, but we should try to teach people why we're doing this thing. And there does come a question of what do we do with psychopaths and whatnot. And I have that is the only thing in this idea that is like the most dystopian idea I have in it. But I'll get to that in a little bit. But that basically, I think we should allow them to not do it. I'm not saying we're going to give people the greatest apartments ever. You know, probably like a 500 to 700 square foot apartment. I think that the more you work within the system, that's when you over time you're allowed to get more of a individual home. You can migrate to a place that you would prefer more, or something in that sense. There is also an idea I've had of when you move to a new county, like if you're a resident of, let's say, SeaTac, and you're like, you know what, and you grow within SeaTac's community, you do your community service and whatnot in that area, and you slowly develop over time a bigger and bigger apartment, living space, so on and so forth, through your community service. But you want to move to a different community. I think that you should. When you move to a different community, you have to like, you can't move the points that you have gathered at SeaTac to this new community. You have to like really work within the community to, you know, continue.
So this is like what you're thinking is a bunch of separate communities, like say counties are right now. Is that
Yeah.
am I getting that right?
That's American
So,
perspective, but yeah, totally. counties.
I know it's American perspective, but like, so what would your opinion be on this idea that you want, but on a county by county basis, like opting in or opting out of this?
Can you elaborate a little bit more? I'm sorry.
I think the best way I can elaborate is by relating it to something else.
Yeah, go for it.
So my idea, a lot of people like universal healthcare. I can definitely see the benefits of it. However, I also see the benefits of not having to pay into it and things like that if one person so chooses to do such. I think that should be a freedom that people have. So I, like a system I would want, I don't know specific logistics, but a system I would want for quote unquote universal healthcare would be something along the lines of an opt-in system where every like 5 years or so, you can choose to opt in or opt out of the universal healthcare. If you opt out, you don't get access to it, but also you don't have to pay the taxes for it. So something like that where it's like opt in, opt out, but a county by county basis for what you're talking about, if that makes sense.
See, I like that idea for American politics, but in this system, I don't even believe in taxes in this system, because if the government's managing the resources and labor for the resources to distribute them, then I don't really see why. I see. Oh, I'm so sorry. We're still on this fixed economy, I call it, in the separate like county. Like, I do think that there should be income there, but I don't think that income should be taxed at all, because it's only provided by, like the money within that economy. It's more for not play, but more for capitalist play in that sense. I think that in these separate economies, it doesn't matter if the economy crashes, because at the end of the day, the government is giving you a base food line and whatnot. But in these separate economies, you'll have people more doing their passions, if you will, or trying to work up enough money to afford afford the excess material that the government offers them, so they can either invest, if they're a carpenter, invest in a place where they can work for, have a carpentry space and afford the wood to work with and whatnot. Or if they're really into like culinary, they can open a restaurant and they can hire people that can work at those jobs more than the 2 days offered, and then they can also gain money and pursue their passions. Does that make sense? I'm hoping I'm articulating this correctly.
It does make sense, yeah. So
I am coming off a 10-hour shift, so everyone.
No,
give
you're,
me-
you're good. It makes sense to me, I think, at least. I'm understanding things. I'm hoping I'm understanding the right thing. So another question I have, and I fully admit that this is a fringe case, but I think it's still important to be able to account for. So like you would say that there would be like voted in like partnerships of different countries, right? In the scenario.
That's in the idea of global, like
Yeah.
we.
But like that would be part of this in order to get resources that, for example, one country doesn't have within their own borders. So I hope at least that you can fully admit that not every country will like opt into this. Can you admit that realistically?
Oh no, for sure. That's where the idea of where I think that countries that sooner or later, I think countries have to, kind of like the United Nations, countries were like, hey, we do kind of need to talk to each other, right? That's kind of like, and like manage like conflicts, manage, that kind of thing. And I think that if I mean, again, I'm coming from an idea that this idea actually reaches the mass population where people would advocate for it, which I know that, there can be, that's a huge idea. I don't know if I'm the next Karl Marx or a next, person like that. And that's kind of like ridiculous to say, even sitting in my room right now. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. So where I was going with that was that, so realistically, let's say as an example, right? The U.S. manages to get this partnership and opt-in with pretty much, let's say, every country in South America. And let's say that they give us our primary resource of wood. Like they are our primary resources of wood, okay? What happens if their wood crop fails? If we do not have the taxes to be able to buy from another country that is not in this union, what happens if their wood crop fails? Are we just shit out of luck or what?
no, so I'm sorry. I'm realizing now that you asked that question, I didn't actually answer your question. The way it would go is they would still participate in where capitalism is now. So instead of being separate countries, like it's not like China, the original Chinese communism, where they're shut out from everyone else.
No, I'm not saying they're shut out, but I'm just kind of connecting two topics here of like, so our like, I guess I'm going to say allied for this just because it's the easiest word. So our allied countries, right?
Yeah.
Their wood crop fails. You said that we don't have taxes. So from there, if our allied country's wood crop fails, we would then have to buy wood from one of these other countries that we're not allied with, but we don't have the taxes to buy the wood.
I think the way I view it is it would be more, how I was saying it was a stepping stone. I would view it more as not a shift change. I think the idea of like any of like the Soviet Union or any of these countries just switching to communism was the most ridiculous, absurd idea where there was no stepping stone into it. There was no idea of how are we going to participate in the global economy right now. So I would more think of it as like these countries elect into it the idea of this, and this is what we're aiming for, but we're still participating as separate countries with separate trades and whatnot. Does that make sense? Where they would still be selling their resources to other places. Does that
So would that like income then be from us selling excess resources instead of taxes? Is that kind of where you're going for then?
Similar, yeah. I do like that you're pushing me on that though, because it is super difficult concepts to like really wrap your head around, right?
And I also don't expect you to have the answer to every question. I just think that these are important things to think about when thinking about a system in terms of like how the world and the government and the economy would function, because you even though they are fringe cases, they will still inevitably happen.
Well, I named the system open source government because I actually kind of like the idea of open source programs in the sense that people are participating in it and forming it. And so I really like that is a great opinion to put out there, and how we would do that. And it's also kind of contradictory because if I write it right now, in 10 years, will it be relevant? You know what I mean? Like if I like gave a list of like, this is how we would do it in 10 years and how the world changes and whatnot, would that even be, or 10 to 20 years, would those like solutions work out? And so I to answer your question, I don't fully know. I'm still trying to work on the ideology part and how I'm viewing the future world. This is more of a way of me viewing the world. And I talk to other people to try to figure out where my shortfalls are and whatnot. I do think the hardest shortfall is that transfer from separate countries in this capitalist system into a more global system. But I think that this idea is more for people when it comes to globalization, when it's time to like actually globalize and not, have a system where there's really just really rich countries and countries that are really just scraping by off of our junk and whatnot. Because that's really what's happening in like a lot of African countries. They're just getting all of our scrap stuff and they're making like phones out of all the scraps and whatnot. It's really, it's amazing. It's like really cool to see them work with it, but it's also like you can see a lot of people, depending on what country you're talking about, like the Congo is really bad, but then there's other countries like Nigeria and all these other places where it's kind of like in this like weird state where they do have technology and they do have some resources, but then depending on what county you're in and what your local government is like, it's just all over the place, right? And I'm really coming from a perspective of I've traveled all of America. I know I lived as like kind of homeless. I did a lot of busking. I just did a lot of like on the street performing and whatnot. And in America you could be homeless. You could be homeless and not starve. It's like it's such a huge privilege that people don't understand. You know what I mean? Like if you live in America, you're going to be fed. You know what I mean? You can have a dog and your dog will have more food than you. It's like the craziest place to live. I would remember traveling with some of my partners and their dog, people would give us so much dog food. We're like, we cannot carry any more in our backpacks, but can we have food? And they're like, no. You know what I mean? Like people.
Do you want to know a funny story?
Go ahead.
In my hometown, it was decently close to Seattle. So a lot of the homeless people that ended up being there would just go to Seattle because it's a lot better to be homeless in Seattle than where I was. But we had this one pet store, and like probably 2 blocks away was a grocery store. And there was this one lady and her dog, and they would alternate days between the pet store, like sitting outside the pet store and sitting outside the grocery store. And outside the grocery store, she got like a banana and a couple granola bars every day. Outside the pet store, she got like multiple bags of food every fucking day. And I think she ended up selling the bags of food to like buy herself food. But it was kind of funny to watch.
But that's the state. Like that's the world. It's like such a weird world we live in America. And so when I'm really talking about, I really want to bring other countries in. And a lot of these other countries, like, bring us a lot of things that their people aren't really being accounted for over there. You know what I mean? Like most of chocolate comes from like 3 countries in Africa, and there is no like, it's kind of like the idea of blood diamonds. There is no idea, like everyone thinks that their chocolate, their Reese's chocolate is not being picked by like child laborers or kids being abducted or people being forced to pick it. and it's just a completely different world over there where people they accept it because that's the best reality they have. They're like, I'm going to continue to work here because my parents won't die, my family won't die if I work here because these people will tell me that they won't. And
I have a related to that point. I have a question for you. This is
go
also
for it.
just more of an ideological thing in general. Do you think that the U.S. has a responsibility to implement our morals or like Western morals onto other countries, like specifically
Oh my
third world
God.
countries?
So this is something that Americans cannot fucking wrap their heads around. And it's so, there's this great quote that I heard about 8 years ago in a magazine. And it took me so many years to understand this. And if you're American right now or anyone in a Western country right now, and you're wondering why, I don't think that people should, but I actually think that with globalization, we're seeing a lot. To answer your question, I'm going to go on a rant afterwards, but
Okay.
I don't think they have a right to do that, and I don't think that it necessarily is like our responsibility. But I think as you see in Egypt and whatnot, a couple years ago, there is a community of people in the global world that has access to the internet, where people do want this to be more connected in that sense. So I don't necessarily think that it's our right or our responsibility, but I think it's going to be a natural progression. But the quote I wanted to recite is, the reason why America and the Middle East will never see eye to eye is because of America's arrogance and the Middle Eastern's ignorance. And I think that quote, it's so easy from a Westerner, like, oh yeah, the Middle East is ignorance, like in terms of like, homosexuality or, free trade and whatnot. But when I was younger, I was like, what does he mean by America's arrogance? Like, we're not arrogant. We're so open. We're so willing to, all the typical like American idea, like how Americans think. And now that I'm older, I realize that just being like, hey, you should let gay people be gay in your country is such an arrogant viewpoint, because we're like, hey, you should go do this. You should think
So-
like us. And that I don't necessarily think it's wrong that we want people to be not harassed in other countries, but I think that you have to accept that you are arrogant in this, in that ideology. And I don't think that's necessarily 100% bad, but I think when you're having these conversations, you really do have to be aware that you are telling someone how to live their life.
So the reason I bring this up now is because this is a common thing that I see with a lot of people, honestly, both left and right. It's a common point that I see as hypocrisy, where so this is specifically targeted at people who generally lean left more, is this idea of like there's no moral consumption under capitalism, this idea that human labor, or like child labor, and things that in the US would be considered like barely even a fucking wage, right, are allowed in other countries. But at the same time, these people tend to be the ones to say that we are not ones to, or that we like have no right to dictate our morals onto these other countries. And I see it as a really big point of hypocrisy, because like, I mean, my personal opinion, I think that we do have a right and a moral duty to dictate some of our morals onto these countries, specifically those of like democracy and like kind of workers'
Fascism
rights.
coming out, that good old American fascism.
I love my good old American fascism, but like
No,
no,
I
like
get it. I
on
get
a
it.
realistic
I hope I
sense,
didn't insult you, by the way. I
no,
just like
I don't care. I've been called a Nazi on the internet. I don't give a fuck. But like no, it's more of this idea that if we really think that our morals are best, which a lot of people do, left or right, I think that we do kind of have a moral duty to say, hey, you are violating this moral foundation. You should really stop and actually put an effort into making people stop doing that.
I think the word I would use is it's admirable. It's an admirable thing to want to help people in that thing. I don't. Can you explain a little bit more? Can you why is it hypocrisy? Like in this terms of like, oh, these people want child labor or their children to be taken into that. Is that what you were saying? Like it's arrogant.
It's hypocrisy in terms of what morals are okay to dictate and what are not. Because to me, I think that all morals are pretty equal to dictate.
You need to, so if I could give you a little constructive criticism is when you go broad enough, everything's going to be hypocrisy. And I think that hypocrisy is only bad in really niche situations. I think the idea that I think you can be morally like, oh, I like this one. Morally, I think we shouldn't tell these people that they can't eat dogs. Let's say, that's such a taboo thing. Let's go with that. I think being like, you can't eat dogs in your country, but then we're eating meat over here. That is a niche enough thing to be like they can kill dogs over there. All right. Like, I get it. You really like dogs here, but you go to India, you're not allowed to kill a fucking cow. Right. And it's like, at some point it's just semantics. It's like
So can I get more specific then? Because I think I'm pretty sure that everything that I'm talking about can fall under human rights.
Okay, go ahead.
So you have, I'm gonna go super extreme and some non-extreme ones. All right. So for example, you have genocide in Myanmar. All right. I think the U.S. has a duty to put boots down there. Okay, that's a take that not a lot of people agree with. I think that we should.
I'm so sorry. In that, dude, foreign politics is so wide. Myanmar, what country? Like, what is that?
Myanmar is in South Asia, and there's a current genocide against a group of people within Myanmar that's been happening for the last.
Is that the Muslim?
No, that's the Uyghur genocide in China.
Okay.
Genocides are something that I care really about. I care a lot about. I think that the U.S. and pretty much every UN country has completely violated their own oath and needs to step in. But that's a really extreme one.
I wish we could talk about one I know a little bit more about. I'll be honest with you. I'm a little more familiar with the Muslim one and the Tibetan culture. But I do think that there should be intervention when there's genocide going on. But why do people not think it's not genocide, or why do people think it's
But like Myanmar, for example, just to give you a little bit of backstory, because this is one that
what I was asking.
Really pissed me off. Starting off, like it's when I was really like starting to get into like learning about genocides. It's been happening for so many years, and every single Western country just shut up about it because it's not economically advantageous for anyone to go into there. If anything, it's just a waste of money in the eyes of like governmental economy. So no one has said anything.
The Chinese government, right?
No, that's the Uyghur genocide. Myanmar is its own country. It used to be called something else. I'm blanking on the name.
But who's
but it's
genociding
Myanmar
them? That's what I want.
The Myanmar government is genociding their own people.
Genociding their own people?
Yeah.
On what basis?
It is a specific, I believe it's an ethnicity. The best that I can relate it to is kind of like Native Americans.
Indigenous. Let's see. Is that a good word or no?
Yeah, I don't know if they're actually indigenous.
Okay.
It's also called the Burma genocide. If you know about that.
I mean, we all know why
Rohingya.
US government will go into anywhere. So.
Yeah. Rohingya is the group of people. They're called the Rohingya. But anyways, this is happening. The government's doing it to their own people. No Western country said jack shit about. I want to say 2 years ago, maybe 3. A couple UN countries said, "Hey, this is bad," but no one did anything. No one did any sanctions. No one did jack shit to actually try to do anything about it.
Yeah, spicy take. I was asking for spicy takes the other day.
Yep.
So I am thinking I think the same thing with Jerusalem and I'm so tired right now.
Palestine? The Palestine-Israel thing?
Palestine, thank you so much. I kind of, oh God. So please
give me the take. Give me the take.
Forgive me, everyone. I really don't give a fuck about these religions, and I'm so it's like who's in the right and no one's in the right. No one, and I'm not saying these people are
I
in the
agree with
right.
you.
I personally think we should get involved. I totally agree with you. But there's also a part of me where there's so many conflicts around the world where I think that when I think about like Palestine and Jerusalem, and you're asking me as my global society, and we're like spreading around the globe, and they're like, what do you do about Jerusalem and Pakistan? And
Palestine.
oh my God, Palestine.
You're good. You're good.
It's like if they don't join us and refuse not to keep on bombing Palestine, or Palestine's not bombing Jerusalem, I say let them take themselves out, and whoever wins, that's your prerogative. And I think that's horrible because there's so much death. But it's like, how am I going to convince people that have become so zealous against each other that it's over? Like, I get it. I understand Judeo-Christianism, but I don't believe the world is 12,000 years old. I believe that humans have been here for 100,000 years. We genocided all of the Neanderthals and all other 5 humanoid species on the planet, and now we're the last ones left. And they used to say that the difference between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens is we just did art and stole their technology. And now it's coming out that Neanderthals did do art.
Yeah,
and
they
I
did
think
do art.
I think the only thing unique about Homo sapiens is we just killed everyone that didn't look like us. We were like Neanderthals.
Okay. But to be fair, we look the best.
I'm just joking. Yeah.
We're the least ugly.
No, I think it's terrible. I don't think those people should suffer. And I wish that there was some solution, you know what I mean? But
I mean that conflict is damn near impossible to solve.
I mean,
I don't think there's ever going to be really a good solution to it. I think it's going to be ongoing, maybe off and on, but it's going to be ongoing forever.
Yeah, and the U.S. government won't go into anywhere unless they can sell arms to one side. And it sounds like that other side there probably doesn't have the money to pay us for. They're not Ukraine where they'll pay us for our great weapons. And I think that's what the reason I don't like capitalism a lot nowadays is how arrogant people are to what America is. What happened is we were going into the Great Depression, and we found out, hey, if we sell gasoline and we sell weapons, we sell battleships to England, hey, look at our economy, it's coming back. And then a couple years it was going down again, and we're like, oh fuck, dude. And we're like, hey, South Korea, do you need weapons? We sold weapons there. And then it's like, oh fuck, it's going down again. We need something a little bit bigger this time. Okay, Vietnam, guys, these commies are coming in. We need to take them out.
Commies.
And guess what? Our economy kind of did come back up. And then guess what? It started going down. Oh shit, dude. The fucking Osama bin Laden needs our help, and we're going to give him AKs. God bless America. We gave him AKs. 10 years later, we're like, hey, they crashed the planes into the thing. We really need to just go kill Osama bin Laden. And we chased Osama bin Laden for 20 years. And then now we're finally out. But
yeah, I mean, the U.S. always needs an enemy. Also, I have a question from Beatles. We can both talk through this a little bit too. He's asking.
I turned it off.
You're good. What is some proof of evolution? Like, do you have proof of evolution?
Oh my God, Beetle.
I don't think Beetle is actually religious. I think this is just. I think it's a good conversation point though.
I mean, I'm not a scientist, but I can tell you as much as I know. Proof of evolution. I mean, God, do I really have to answer that question? Okay, there is evidence that species do divide. There are species that have similar things, and they divide over time. I mean, what is the scientific name? I'm just going to use the layman's name. The phoenix moth in Madagascar, with the orchid. It's a famous thing where Charles Darwin. Actually, it wasn't Charles Darwin, but he gets all the credit, so I'm just going to say it for now. There was this orchid that was brought to him, and he's like, there has to be a plant that's pollinating this. and there was actually a moth. It's called the Sphinx moth that evolved to pollinate this orchid. They evolved together. There's also a bunch of other things. I think dwarfism is actually in humans is actually a subspecies that used to exist off in the not the Philippine Islands, but the South Pacific. So there's a lot of other evidence. I'm actually not a biology major. My grandfather is a biologist though, and there is other evidence and whatnot. And
Yeah,
also there would be more evidence on Beetle if we didn't kill off all other humanoid species. But around 100,000 years ago, we just fucking murdered them all. And there all the way to the tip of Portugal, there's evidence. If you want to read on it, it's all in this book called Chromads. And yeah, so there were a lot of other humanoid species on this planet before us. And you know what's something that I really hate about humans is we're so arrogant. We're like, we invented fire. No, we didn't. That was like 800,000 years ago, and Homo sapiens weren't even fucking here yet. Like it was like this weird other species, and they were like 4 foot tall and whatnot. Like it's just a completely different. We're so arrogant. We didn't invent spears. We didn't invent all this other stuff. We pretty much invented genocide to the greatest degree and stealing technology, and we're still doing that today.
Okay, lefty. I'm also gonna add on to that. Going away from the human species, we have seen and actively created evolution within our own lifetimes. We can look at, for example, dogs. You can see how evolution works, and it is pretty widely accepted, even by religious people, that humans are animals. And so there's no reason to suspect that humans are any different from any other animals. And we have seen evolution in practically every other animal on the planet. And we have been able to witness and document it.
I mean, yeah. If you don't really believe in, I mean, we're not burying, Jesus. We're digging up rocks that have like formations of animals in it and like tracking the progress through that. And that's like kind of remarkable when you start to think about that, where it's like we're seeing the slow development and like piecing the evolution change from millions of years ago. It blows my mind. I was watching this guy on YouTube. I think it's Digging Up Science or Digging Science, and he goes into like Florida, and he's like, he's been finding like mammoth bones, but they're like made of clay, and so they're super fragile. And that blows my mind. How many fossils just didn't make it because the minerals they got deposited in are like really shitty minerals like clay and other minerals like that. Like all the good fossils you see are usually like made of way better rocks and whatnot, and it's really hard for them to form because they're not in a nice deposit and so forth and so forth. But there's like tons of evidence even for like evolution like years down the line.
Yeah.
But
okay, let's get a little back on topic. So I'm gonna go back a little bit. So
Yeah,
I was
go for
bringing up human rights violations, and I believe the West and the U.S.'s moral duty to spread some of those morals. Specifically,
so are we talking about the U.S.? Are we talking modern politics? What we should do now?
well, because we were talking about like, is there really, or I had brought up, is there really a right to dictate politics? Because you had brought up child labor, or to dictate morals because you had brought up child labor and said that was a problem.
Well,
So
if a child, this is another spicy take, but I kind of think, like, I don't think children should be exploited, but I don't think it's wrong for a 12-year-old to want to like take a side job or whatnot. I think they should be going to school and they should be paid, appropriately, not like in the 20s where kids were like the easiest, lowest paying jobs. But I don't think it's wrong to like want to be, make your own side thing. I think what's wrong in those countries I was pointing out is, especially in the chocolate industry or in African child labor, these people take this child from a family, and they'll tell the child, I'll murder your family if you don't work for me, and then they'll tell the family, I'll murder your child if you try to come for your child. And I think that is where I dictate my morals. I don't
Yeah, right,
necessarily
right.
think
So
that I'm not saying like, hey, you know, a kid is making, you know, a couple bucks being a newsboy, and that should be, you know, we should be going into a country and invading it. But
yeah,
when it's
I mean,
coming to stuff,
the newsboy thing is still allowed in the United States. But where I was going with this, right? What was the hypocrisy of morals to dictate? Because I think you would consider, just quickly, would you consider that a human rights violation?
which one?
The like taken from your
chocolate-
family, child labor forced.
Human rights violation. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So a lot of people would also consider things such as gay people not being allowed to get married, or gay people being stoned, depending on the person you're talking to. Those to be human rights violations. But or like a lot of those same people would say that the U.S. should not intervene in those moral situations, but should intervene in other moral situations. And I see that as very hypocritical, because if you're gonna say that human rights violations need to be intervened with, be consistent. That's my view that I see a lot. on the
I
internet.
have two views here. In the terms of modern day, it's really hard for me to be like, yeah, let's go invade that country and get this shit done. You know, it's hard for me to do that because I don't know what the US government is going to do over there. I don't know if they're going to be like shooting up kids, like doing that whole thing, like kind of like what we were doing in Iraq and Afghanistan. There was a lot of human rights violations done by the US military. In the terms of the open source government I was talking about, you wouldn't accept if you are accepted into the country, you have to accept that people are allowed to leave your sector of the. You can't keep people in your thing, and I think that is something that's beneficial in terms of these ignorant belief systems that are opposed to gay people. I actually think that there should be a place on planet Earth where it's like you can't be homosexual here, but I don't think you should keep people from leaving that area. I think that's the biggest thing. I think people should be able to have their beliefs and be ignorant and be whatever, and not punishable by death, but you know, they can have their beliefs and be comfortable. It's kind of like nudism. I think that there should be a nudist county where nudists can go and be nude, but I don't think that you can be like, you can't leave here. You have to be nude in my fucking country. You know what I mean? You can't go to those other country or those other counties, you know, and that's how I view what how I view ideology, because it's kind
I
of
think
like
I view it in the middle of that, actually.
I just think, you know how I was saying about America's arrogance? When you talk, one of my pastimes when I was hitchhiking was talking to really religious people that would hold up the gay signs, you know, you're going to hell and whatnot. And I like to talk to those people. And the reason I like to talk to them is because I wouldn't, you know, everyone goes in so hot. They're like, well, why do you believe what you believe? And I would kind of just agree with them a lot. I would just be like, yeah, fuck those gay people, dude. They're fucking going to hell. I wasn't doing like this. I'm kind of being funny right now, but I would be trying to really like listening to them and being like, oh yeah, totally. The Bible says that there or whatever. And I think you have to.
Give me a sec. Okay, keep going. Sorry, my headphones fucked up for a second. Keep going.
I think you have to be a little accepting of ignorance and arrogance. I mean, I'm a super arrogant person. I'm the one making a government system that I think can really not work, but like be a good foundation and whatnot. I think arrogance is not necessarily 100% bad. Arrogance is only bad when you're like actually wrong. Like if I'm like, the sky is red and everyone's like, no, it's blue. I'm like, no, it's fucking red. You're all wrong. Like, it's like, that's a bad time to be.
Hey, my blue could be your red.
No, exactly.
We don't know.
But
we don't know.
But I think so when I view my system, I do think there should be a place where, you know, certain things can happen. Not everything can happen. I do think that there should be a set amount of rules, and that's kind of why I'm surprised you vote Republican and whatnot. Is I don't think we're at that system where So I don't really vote Democrat. The only time I've ever voted was against Trump. And you said you voted for Trump or you voted red. What did you mean by that?
I did vote for Trump in 2020. I wouldn't vote for him again. I would choose someone else. I also wouldn't vote for Biden.
Yeah, so
I don't know who I'm gonna vote for in 24 yet.
I never voted. I didn't vote for Obama. I didn't vote. Yeah, I didn't vote. I think Obama was my first president I could vote for. But I usually don't vote because I kind of see the Democratic and Republican Party, like I said, is the same. Like I said, it's a baseball game, and we're all watching them do the pitch and hit the ball. But they're selling you the game at the end of the day, and the game is to keep on selling weapons and keep on selling that kind of stuff, and keeping our militant keep on using our tax money to create the greatest weapons all time. And there is a benefit there. Don't get me wrong. Like I feel safe in this country. I feel like even everyone can send our nukes, and we're like, hey, we're accounted for all of them. You know what I mean?
Actually, this is a really good connecting question to some of the other things we've talked about. So you obviously, I don't think there's any way to dispute this. The U.S. is the strongest military in the world. Do you think that because of that, and because you've already admitted that at least certain things, the U.S. kind of has a moral duty to help with?
You're not going you can't get me on this one. I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of nihilistic when it comes to helping people, because there is so much going on, and like look what has happened in Israel. You know what I mean? It's just a clusterfuck, dude. Like
do you think the U.S. should in any way be sort of like a national or a worldwide police force?
I'm not an American politician. I don't have an answer for you. I'm never going to run for American politics. I'm never going to advocate for more violence, because of it's kind of like it's a definitely a good hard moral question, and I don't really I don't think you're a bad person for wanting to do what you're saying, like go into these countries and whatnot. It's just that I can't trust my troops going into a place, or trust the drones dropping bombs that they're going to do what I'm going to do. And I can't trust the media to tell me what is actually going on over there. You know what I mean?
That's fair. Yeah.
It's such a hard question. And I respect that you're trying to push me on it, especially coming from where I'm trying to preach a political ideology and whatnot. But I'm just not an American politician. I'm not a person that can be like, yeah, it's just so hard.
If I said like the West in general, or like UN nations in general, would that change it at all, or be the same answer?
I mean, it's also contextual. I wish I knew more about you said Namian. I already forgot it, but I think it's just so hard, especially like when you think about what's happening in to Muslims in China. It's like, should we get involved? I kind of think yeah, but also it's like basically starting World War III. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it's hard. It's a hard question.
I agree with you. That's very hard. I've always been very conflicted on these, but I also believe on this is more of just a moral sense, that certain human rights violations, I guess I can accept the US just kind of accepting and turning a blind eye to. Genocides are one where I don't feel like I have the ability to do that. So there's Myanmar, there's China, there's 3, I believe, going on in Africa right now, 1 being Nigeria, I think. And like those are situations where I'm like, I can't really accept the idea that we should just turn a blind eye, especially considering the United States is one of the countries that signed on to quite literally to the Never Again Pact.
It's also,
and then is choosing to ignore the Never Again Pact.
It's so contextual, because a lot of people were okay with Jews being burnt or dying in Germany until they realized that they were like throwing them in ovens, and they were seeing what was happening over there. And then they were like, oh, I don't, then the whole thing changed a little bit, you know what I mean? But when you look, when Germany was rising, there were rumors that it was happening, but it wasn't until people saw the images and they saw what was going on there, where people were like kind of started like changing their tune. You know what I mean? So I think it's also, I don't think I'm not trying to qualify what's wrong or right. Like I said, you already know my opinion, but I'm just kind of more explaining why certain issues are probably not being highlighted and whatnot, because the population isn't as big as what was happening to the Jewish populations in those countries, and the way it was happening as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's also just human nature too. Unless we see like pictures and videos, people don't like to believe that shitty things happen around the world. That's just core human nature. So that's like a very hard thing to get around.
And it's also like the media will show what it wants to show when it's happening. You know, if it's in a country where we get our fucking macaroni and cheese, it's like I don't want my mac and cheese to go away. I'm never, you know, it's like
that crap mac and cheese slaps though.
Exactly. I feel the same way about eating Reese's. I love Reese's. Like from 4 years old, I've been eating Reese's. I know some of you hate. I know some of you hate it, but I can't explain it. It's just a 4-year-old thing. But it's like I tell you about all the shit that's happening in Cocoa, but my boyfriend buys me a Reese's, and I'm still going to scoff that thing down. You know what I mean? Like and that's kind of where I'm coming from, where I'm so tired of capitalism and being okay with, you know, all these things. I can't tell you if the shirts on my back are made in sweatshops where people are jumping out of buildings and then getting caught in nets and they're hoisting them back. Exactly. That's my point. Like it's impossible to run from it. And I hate it. And that's why I want to go back to small roots capitalism, where people are, I'm sorry, I'm going to rein it back into my system, where people have, you know, a franchise, but the franchise is only in the county. You can only own 3 storefronts. You know, I mean, that's how I think the world should be ran, where you saved up enough, you came up with something that you think is special, and you sell it in your country or your county or whatever state or whatever one people want to agree upon. And that's where your company is. And if people want to, you know, visit your McDonald's, you have to go to, you know, Gorp. How do you say your name? I don't even know what your real name is. I haven't asked.
You can call me Evan or Gorps.
You go to Evans, you know, in you know, SeaTac or where, I don't know where you're from, whatever county or area you're from, you know. And I think that's the greatest. I love small business. I love people, you know, doing their own thing. And I think that's where we were so good. You know, I don't think that we need a McDonald's I don't think we need 10 McDonald's in every county. You know what I mean? And all paying the same corporation. I don't. I think, you know, a lot of people talk shit on corporations, but the reason I really like corporations is, in my worldview of changing to this system, I think they make the greatest skeleton for what I want. All these corporations that own or oligarchies, or all these corporations that are basically oligarchies and whatnot, they have created a perfect skeleton for the system I want. Like, people are like, how are you going to do that? It's like, you just take ownership of the company. And that person, those people are going to be pretty pissed that own that company. I really don't give a shit. If you think that's bad, if we keep on going the route we're going, I'm willing to chop your head off. I am so over my job. I work 10 hours a day as a baker. I'm fucking sweating. Meanwhile, like, people are just like, the cashiers at my job just sit around and whatnot. And, you know, good for them. I can't be a cashier because I'm harassed by fucking the American populace for being transgender. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I chose this labor job and I accept it, but like, it's completely ridiculous, my situation, especially I live in California. My rent is like $3,500. I'm making $17 an hour. I'm barely making it. You know what I mean? Like,
so I'm also just gonna let you know, I think we're gonna go for about 10 more minutes, and then I want to get back to some of the content I have.
Yeah, go for it. I know. Thank you for your time.
No, you're good. I wanted to talk a little bit about you and your situation. Is that all right if we talk about that?
Yeah, sure, but I don't know if we could keep it within 10 minutes. What is your question?
I just have like some semi brief things. So, do you have any education past high school?
I did a couple classes. I really went to college for to learn skills and whatnot. I have like carpentry skill. I have like graphic design skill. I have a couple languages I started to learn, but then COVID hit and I just haven't gone back. I didn't.
And would you ever consider leaving California?
Would I? I mean, it's hard. My family's in California. There's actually a lot of good things about California. It's not, people act like it's so much better, like in these small states. Like I said, I have a lot of experience within every state. It's not better. It's kind of worse. Like
I think it's very dependent on the state.
It's depending
So
on the
like
county.
also that, but like so for example, right? Obviously, you know I'm from Washington. I am honestly very partial to Washington. I think that Washington is a great state. Though I have some issues with how it's run, I also have some things that I think are good or good for the people at the very least, about how it's run. So for example, Washington is going up to a 15 minimum wage, which is very easy to live off of in some of the towns and stuff in Washington. And I think that this is something that a lot of people kind of miss out on when, and I am going to be talking about specifically lefties, because I think that there's this idea that California is the only state that has what you need. And it's also this super fucking expensive state where there's other states that have practically all the same things, that have cheaper higher education, that have cheaper all of these other resources that California also has, but California has them California has them more expensive. And I think that this is something that a lot of people miss out on, and then they complain. I'm not saying that you're just complaining about this because I brought this up. But there's a lot of people that will complain about the cost of things and such in California and are like, oh, but the resources, when these resources exist in cheaper states, it's a lack of research that I see from a lot of people.
No,
like
it's different though. I didn't immigrate to California. I was born and raised in California. This is kind of my home state. My grandparents live here. My whole family lives here. I do. It's like, yeah, it's cheaper in other counties, but I'll tell you, dude, it's not good in middle America. It's not.
I'm not talking about middle America, honestly, because I know what a lot of people. It's not even good
in California, like anywhere even in the rural areas in California where it's cheaper. It's like, yeah, and also you said something about minimum wage. I think minimum wage is complete bullshit. I think we need rent control. I think that's if my apartments were limited to 1,800 in California, it would be like, for the size I'm paying, it would be so much easier to live. I mean, I think it should be cheaper, especially for what I'm paying. But I think minimum wage just is the worst. I don't know why no one talks about rent control. And excuse me, I know why. It's because people like making money off people surviving. And I think that's why private property is kind of bullshit. Because people just, their dream is to own something where they can make someone forced to pay and then slowly raise their rent up over time and force them out until they get their perfect attendant. And I think that is so toxic. I think it's so bad for your proletariat, your blue collar workers. It's just the worst system to let people just not work actually and just live off people that are working really hard labor jobs. It's fucking so fucked up. I'm sorry to interrupt
But
you.
again, you're falling into that trap. Not about the rent control. It's about what you said before that. You're falling into that trap that I was describing, where it's this idea that all these resources are available in California, and California is so expensive.
I didn't say that at all. What resource did I say? I don't want an education, to be honest with you. I don't know what I would get, and
What do you like about California then, if anything?
Oh, I hate well, I mean, I like California's diversity of like nature and whatnot. Personally,
Get
I
that in
like.
Washington.
No, I would love to move to Washington. Dude, I stayed in Olympia for a year and a half. I know you don't like
Oh,
Olympia,
worst
but
choice. Worst choice.
I loved Olympia, dude. I personally love Washington. A great state. I spent all sorts of time hitchhiking through there. Um, but the only reason I'm here to answer your question is my family. I don't have when we're talking personally, I totally agree with you. I don't think people should be in California and whatnot. I have family here. I do have people helping out with my rent, like my boyfriend and whatnot. And uh, I have like family resources and whatnot. But um, it's that's the reason I'm in California. I'm moving back in with my mom once this lease is over, and um, I think that's just the way it is going to be now. If you're going to live in California, you're probably going to have to group up either with your close friends or just find a lot of good roommates and whatnot.
Okay, yeah. I take back what I had said earlier. I was under the impression that you were there because you like California, which is the dumbest take that I hear from so many people.
I think a lot of people, yeah, I don't know why so many people are here. I think they have like some dreams, and it's also we're kind of close to the border, like people are probably coming over and, trying to, because no one wants to work labor jobs, it seems. There's also just a lot of wealth in Southern California and just a lot of people that are complaining that they can't have their own place, but they're like completely fine if they moved in with their parents, kind of similar to me.
Yeah,
Like I'm
yeah.
complaining about my rent, but at the end of the day, I'm not actually fucked. I can just move in with my mom. So it's I think there's a lot of people like that. But I still do think that it is bullshit that the rent is 3,800 or 3,500. Um, it's just ridiculous, and I don't think that rent should be that fucking high. I don't think it's. I just think there should be a limit, and I think adding minimum wage is just increasing inflation. And as soon as they raise the minimum wage, guess what happens to the landlords? They just raise the rents. There's no stop. It's so annoying.
I think honestly, there's no actually good solution to housing. I don't think, but I think that the first step is just building more housing before rent control and everything. Building more, because genuinely, in a lot of cases, that does come down to be the issue is a supply and demand thing. And rent control can sometimes make that worse. So there are people who will own housing complexes, but not rent it out or not rent out any rent control because that lowers the value of the entire place, and that just lowers the amount of supply of actual housing. And I think that at least a start of building more housing and seeing where that goes, because we really haven't adequately done that ever, is something that needs to happen.
All right. I wish I stuck more on topic, but I really do appreciate you talking with me.
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing call-ins every Sunday, I think. So just so you know, if you want to talk again, Sundays.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe I can actually stick on topic, but I appreciate it.
All right, have a good one, bro. I'm gonna message you about something after this. Just keep an eye on Discord messages. All right.
No problem. I'll be chilling, but I do need to go to bed in a little bit.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'll be on for 20 minutes.
You're good. All right, peace out, bro.
Peace.
All right, kids. I'm sorry that went so long. Give me 2 seconds to fix my shit. Get rid of that shit. Okay. How we doing? How's everyone doing? I know that was long, but it kind of seemed like you guys were still pretty engaged in it in chat. Yeah, I don't know who the fuck that is. Anyways, you guys want some Bailey? Mobile is delayed, it hurts. I'm sorry. You guys wanted some Bailey. Let's get Bailey. Come here. Get off your ass. Come here. Oh, stretch and sit. There you go. Such a good girl. Wanna look at the camera? The camera's right here. Yeah. Smile for the camera. You got asked to be shown, and then a little bit later, you got asked to well, I was asked to give you a treat. Also, Frizzle, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the family, buddy. I appreciate it. Your darling stepdoctor. All right, Bailey, would you like a treat? She's almost out of her fancy treats, guys. Pretty soon we'll have to go back to Greenies because I'm not buying these motherfuckers again. They're not on sale right now at my pet store. You chewed that like twice, bro. Bro didn't even fucking chew that one. Cutie, there is an E before the Y. Don't misspell her name. Don't disrespect her like that. You still have the peanut butter banana treats? Somewhere. They might actually be in the office at your house, Alex. They're somewhere, though. I haven't used them all. I know that. Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding in my armpit? Okay. Wanna say hi? I know I woke you up from your slumber, and you probably want to go back to sleep. Don't lay down. Please don't lay down. She's down. Down and out for the count. I think that's your parents' place. I'll find them. I'll find them next time I'm home. Guys, she's ready for bed. She was asleep that entire time. I gave you your other one during the conversation, Alex. I muted my mic, but I gave her the treat during the conversation. Dog not into it. Yeah, she's feeling a little self-conscious today. But I'm gonna see. Sit. Good girl. Stay. I do have to pee, so I'm hoping that she will just stay here while I do that. And I'm really hoping she doesn't break anything. But I'm gonna mute, and I'm gonna be right back, and we're gonna do a Bailey takeover. You're such a good girl. Did you guys like the Bailey takeover? Oh, she didn't look at you? I'm sorry. Okay, get up. Go. She's actually made a habit of ignoring you. She has, Alex. She kind of hates you, and I don't know why. She likes you in person, though. That's the thing. She loves to see Alex in person, but she absolutely hates whenever Alex, like, FaceTimes or anything. She hates it. She will purposefully, like, leave the room if that happens. Anyways, Frizzle, I know you were new, and one other person was new during that conversation, and anyone else who's in here in chat that's new. If you guys would like to join the conversation, where are you from, and what are your general political views? That's the question all the newbies get, so go ahead and give an answer, and enjoy the conversation. Yeah, my doc is kind of like, is ableist the word for anti-autism? We don't bite newbies. I mean, normally we don't bite. Bailey already left. Not gonna lie, Alex, you were talking too much. She already left. I think she's behind my green screen somewhere, but I can't see her, so. You think you're right wing? What do you mean you think you're right wing, but solid? Guys, I got something fun. We can take it a little bit later, but I do have this I have my fuck me like the government shot glass ready for us when I feel like taking it later. Anyways, I've been watching Shabibo and agree with some of his takes. Okay. Same. I agree with some of his. I definitely disagree with some of his as well. But there is most definitely some agreement there. Ask Bailey if she's able to. Yeah, she's already gone. I can't. I'm first in line. The government can wait. I mean, come over, babe. Anyways, we do have actual content today. I know that like kind of went by the wayside. But we have actual content today. We have a very fucked up debate that I'm thinking more and more that I actually want to watch. It is it is called Should Society Be Based on Religion or Race? Now, to me, both of these options are fucking idiotic, which means it's gonna be fucked up. It's not gonna be as bad as the pedo panel, I hope. But it might be kind of fucked up. And like, fucked up is bad, but also fucked up is kind of good content. What do we think, guys? Pedo panel? Oh my god, Frizzle, are you not in the Twitch poll space? On Thursday, I think Thursday, there was it wasn't a pedo panel, there was a pedo panel a couple weeks ago. And then on Thursday there was the morality of bestiality panel. There's been a couple bad panels in the Twitch space lately. In B4 degen convo, I don't know what that means. I know what degen convo means though, so I'm gonna go with yes. There was a pedo panel. I missed it. I missed it as well. I actually specifically I didn't watch it. And I was gonna watch it after the fact off of stream, but I figured it was too fucked up for me to want to watch on stream, so I didn't, and then I just ended up missing the whole panel. I think religion is needed, but it shouldn't be all life. I definitely agree with that. I think we should go for the religion race debate. Alex, I know you want the Worms video. I'm just really not feeling it right now. The ADHD is saying hard no to that one, but it's on the list. It's on my stream content list, so we will come back to it at some point. Yeah, I think religion is important to those who believe it. And I don't think that there's any reason that we should stop people from practicing their religion so long as they're not harming anyone with it. But at the same time, I don't think we should run any governments or the such focused surrounding religion. Yeah, energy, they're out there. There's plenty of them out there. You're on the internet. I don't know why. There's no reason that you should be surprised by that. Anyways, that was loud. I was not ready for that to be as loud as it was. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. I'm updating stream titles. Give me 2 seconds, y'all. All right, stream titles updated. Yeah, helps a lot of people, harms a lot too. Anyways, let's watch this. All right, let's go. And then I keep playing my game too. Wow. All right, it's gonna be really loud.
Based on religion or race. Tonight I say race, but I want to disentangle some confusion that there could be on what that means. Society, race and religion are not separate. Religions are inherited by father and mother to children transmission. They are therefore passed on according to the genetic line, and they are passed on by the genes of the parent to a child that has
religion
half of the
isn't
genes
passed
of his
on by
mother and
genes.
half of the genes of his fathers. So there are definitely links between race and religion. They are attached to each other. What I mean tonight is that if you have to make a choice between the two, and sometimes in current days we have to make a choice between the two because certain religions have been so opened as to include any population that would want to join
Yeah,
them.
Beatles, exactly.
The way Catholicism has spread from being a Europe-centric religion and eventually became a worldwide religion, that is an example of how religions can overextend. And that is what I mean by race ultimately is more important than religion. It's that when religions give up their base and when religions stop caring about race and stop caring about being exclusive to a geographic or ethnic subsection
Why
of
does it look
humanity,
like an Ottoman
then they will become
soldier?
absolutely unpredictable
Oh,
of the
Jesus.
outcomes of a society. That is, a society based uniquely on religion will not be comparable
First of all,
to
I don't
another
care if it
society
was
with the same
insensitive, it was
religion
funny.
if there is massive ethnic differences between the two. The first thing that needs
Okay, you know what else might be insensitive? He sounds like one of the Siri voices.
to be said is that race ultimately is the nuclearization of genes, the clusterization of genes, such that certain groups of people, white, black, Asian, have different genes. They have
Asian?
different frequencies of gene alleles in the entire human population. And the Asians are closer to each other genetically with other Asians. The blacks are
I
closer
hate
to
how
each
he
other
says it.
genetically
What
with
the
other
fuck?
blacks. And the Europeans are closer to each other.
He also says
than they are
Europeans?
to any of the two groups previously mentioned.
I feel so
we have
mean,
to
but
ask,
like,
what is the
it's
power of
fucking with me.
genetics ultimately to determine the power of race in determining outcomes in society? And my favorite study for this is a meta-study that regroups a lot of data from many twin studies. The study is
Yeah,
called Dissecting
cutie, I get
Polygenic
that,
Signals from
but it's not
Genome-Wide
how I say
Association
religion.
Studies on Human Behavior. And in figure 2, you
Is this on fast speed already? Okay.
have a beautiful layout of all known cognitive
FSU
human
Nate?
behaviors and their
I don't remember
relationship
who that
and how
was.
much
I'm
of
so bad at
their
you guys' names. I'm
variance in
sorry.
society is caused by genes. Just to give you a short subsample of what they talk about: schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, cannabis use, depression, alcohol dependence, same-sex sexual behavior, number of children, IQ, income, educational
I'm trying to
attainment.
ignore the
All
voice
of
so
these
hard.
variables have huge contributions from the genes as is assessed by twin studies. To give you an example, IQ, 80% of the variance in society is determined by genes. What does it mean? It means that if religion...
Okay. So in order to avoid this voice fucking pissing me off to all hell, they're doing opening statements right now, Beatles. That's why. Is this channel does like structured debates. So they're doing opening statements and then they do somewhere around an hour of debating and then they have questions from the audience. That's how this channel structures it. In order to deal with this, boom. Lucky, go get yourself some. All right, let's continue.
or any cultural factor is to be explaining differences in intelligence between people, it's always going to be within that 20% left that is not explained by genetics. Genetics explain 80% of the
Beatles,
difference
I plead the
between
fifth on that
intelligence of
question.
various people.
No, it
within
wasn't even a
population.
question, though.
Therefore, all environmental factors taken together can only explain 20% in and of themselves. Now, that leaves a very little place for religion. And that's totally in line with what we see in the world. We see Christian societies that are in Europe, and they have an average of 100 IQ. We see Christian societies in Africa, and they have the average IQ that is in the countries around it, the African countries around it, which is a lower IQ. And you go into groups of Asian Christians, and they are.
Are we
around
really going into the
Asian
IQ question right
measures.
now?
So all this to say, and all of the cognitive
Hell yeah,
behaviors
Beetle.
of humans listed in that study, they all have a minimum genetic contribution of 25 for things like number of children, but the vast majority are hovering around 50% at least. That is, 50% of the variance on all measures that we know of in society is explainable by genes. There is no equivalent predictive power from any religious measure that's ever been achieved in sociology. Religion may have small predictive power on the chances that you might commit a crime, maybe a little effect on income, but those are massively small effect in comparison with what we can get from the genes. Now, how does that play out in something like murder rates. And I think that murder rates are an illustration of the degree of violence in a society. And if you listen to the religious people, they would have you believe that.
I feel like this guy is going to get into eugenics. He kind of has already made hints, but he's not making the best points. First of all, you can just say it whenever you want. I try to stay on topic sometimes, but I don't really give a fuck. If you have a question you want me to answer, go for it, especially if you're new.
One of the solutions to immorality in society or criminality is to get people submitted to their God. But that is just a delusion that the religious people entertain. The fact is that you can push religion onto a society.
Student loan forgiveness. It's actually a very good question. I'm kind of mixed on it from what I can tell, and also like don't completely quote me on this because I'm not pretending to know everything about the subject. But from what I can tell, it's not something that Biden really had the power to do, which makes me not like that he did it. If it was something that he had the power to do, or if it was like a Congress voted on it type deal, I wouldn't really be that against it. I don't think that it's as necessary, and it shouldn't be as broad as it is. So like, for example, with the current plan, 200K, or if you make, I don't know where 200K came from. If you make 125K a year, you can get some of your debt relieved. And that is starting salary for a corporate law lawyer who will be, you know, like pretty fucking rich in this country. And like, that is so out there. I would say if it's going to happen, it needs to be like people making 30K or less. That would be kind of where I stand on it. Student loan forgiveness is bullshit and a violation of property rights every libertarian should oppose. I don't necessarily think it's a violation of property rights, but again, I don't think that it's necessary, especially at the amount that it is done in. Yeah, and that's my basic stance on it. I really didn't think Biden implement was good at all, so it was so off base. Yeah, I mean, it was Biden trying to find something to make his base happy, and I don't think it was the best choice to do.
Society, and that society will keep the same kind of behavior they had. They will simply have religious justifications to it. So I want to go around the world here and talk about the crime rate in various countries, and you will see that the crime rate, independent of religion, varies widely, and it varies on one criteria. It is race, and race is the best predictor of how much crime you're going to get in a society, not whether the society is Christian.
You know what else race is one of the best predictors of? Poverty levels. You know what? Poverty levels is actually the best indicator of crime rates. Crazy.
Not whether it's Muslim, but whether you have white people, Asians, or black people in that society. So Europe, the Western European countries like France, Belgium, we're talking about murder rates between 1 and 2. This is per.
Mental health is something a person can vastly improve with individual development. Hi, welcome to the chat. Because you're new here, where are you from? What are your general political views? Also, I would have to push back on you a little bit on that mental health thing, because there's a difference if you're talking about someone who's just sad or someone who actually has mental illness. Generally, someone who actually has mental illness needs at the very least like therapy in order to really improve their mental health situation. I think that it's kind of ignorant to try to say that people can just fix that by themselves when that simply is not the case when you have real mental illness going on. What do you think about taxes going towards mental health? I think it depends on who it's going towards for mental health. I am on board, and I've said this a million times before, I am on board at least a little bit with mental health services for homeless people. Beyond that, not as much. It kind of would end up being sort of a case-by-case situation. But also, there's that like opt-in universal healthcare thing that I have thought of, that, and to me that would include mental health. So there's that idea as well. If you let government take care of everything, you will grow. Relying on that means you'll be much less independent and self-reliant. That's true. I don't think you should let the government take care of everything, but that doesn't mean that the government can't take care of anything. I guess I would be considered conservative in the USA. Solid. Welcome in, buddy.
100,000 inhabitants. When we go into Arab countries like Egypt, we're talking about murder rates above 2, but below 4. When we look at Egypt, for example, it is a country that is 90% Muslim. When you look at Jordan, another Arab country, you have murder rates that are between 1 and 4, depending on the year. For example, in 1994, the murder rate was 4.47.
I feel like if I speed it up more, he's going to sound more like a Siri voice.
You have a big drop of the murder rate, and it hovers around between 1 and 2, up to 2022. So
oh, it's
again,
high as a
Arab country,
skybox. I don't know why I didn't comprehend that name until now.
But then you go to Nigeria, and Nigeria is interesting because it's a half Christian, half Muslim nation where there are Africans and where you would expect this to be a test nation. That is, if Christianity or if Islam can help reduce the crime rate in a population where there's already a high crime rate, it should show up in Nigeria. So Nigeria has roughly equal numbers of Muslims and Christians, around 47%.
You're probably
each.
right, Hi.
But when you
You're
look at the
probably
homicide
very
rate
right.
in 2019, it is neither the range of Europe, which is around 1, neither the range of Arab countries, which is between 1 and 4. It is a rate of 21.99. 21.99 murder. That is about 20 times the murder rate that you would get in a European nation.
Cutie, I think he knows his worldviews, but his worldviews are very inapplicable. His worldviews are extremely academic and not in a good way. He lacks the ability to pull it away from academics and from theory and to really realistically apply it. Like he has, when he does try to realistically apply it, it runs pretty much purely on optimism.
Now, we're talking about a both Christian and Muslim nation, and so the question comes in, are these murders committed more by Christians or more by Muslims? Well, when you look at the murderer by religion, Christian and Islam commit almost equally the same number of murder. Look, for example, at 2011, 46,000 for Christians, 35,000 for Islam. Now, you might say, okay, there's a slightly lower homicide rate in the Islam population in Nigeria, but we're still talking orders of magnitude, 1 order of magnitude above anything you could see in Europe, anything you could see in an Arab country. So the answer here is religion does not seem to highly influence the crime rate. And when you look at the crime rate in Nigeria, neither the Muslim religion nor the Christians are, nor the
So this guy is arguing that it is just purely race that dictates society, basically. Yeah, this guy has already made multiple intentionally misleading statements. I'm hoping the religion dude argues back on him, but also both of these fucking takes are shitty as hell. Nah, Cutie, it has to be intentional, right? If you're citing statistics to me, at least, it damn near has to be intentional.
Christianity of the people there has to be blamed. What has to be blamed is that it is a different ethnicity. It is an African country with African genes and African culture, and they kill each other at the rate, no matter whether they're Christian or Muslim, they kill each other at the rate of the countries around Nigeria. Now, the comparable places where such crime rates can be achieved outside of Africa, there is Detroit. Crime in Detroit, the crime rate in Detroit is basically 40.
I think he is actually naming in crime rates high. He's just ignoring the other factors involved. Wait, is my Google Home naming my whole Google history? Oh, it's just this guy.
1.4, which is above, but in the same ballpark of what we observe in Nigeria. Again, if you had a model that's based on Christianity, you'd be like, okay, there's that much murder in Nigeria within the Christian population, and there's a similar amount of homicides around Detroit at 41.4. Now, Christianity tells you nothing about this, because if I apply this Christian model to a country of Europe, where most people would be Christian, where the majority is Christian, I'd get down to a rate that's one order of magnitude lower than this. Therefore, neither Christianity nor Islam is a good explanatory predictive variable to explain how societies turn. The only predictive variable is genes, and genes can be observed as deploying inside different groups that we call race. Now, we should not forget that even the murder rates that's observed in Nigeria, which is very high, it doesn't even include all murders, because there is often political violence.
I can't believe this dude genuinely has the take that he's going with right
in
now.
Nigeria, Muslims have murdered 3,462
I can't believe that in this
Christians in 200
day and
days.
age.
So very often with religion, the problem that you get is that you have different ways of interpreting it. And so I'm sure that Daniel here would tell us that his view of religion is that it's a religion of peace.
All right, cutie. Have a good night, buddy.
Religion in another head can lead to another result. It can be used as an argument to deploy a warrior program to take over a society. And very often, the Muslim religion is used as a tool to dominate a nation aggressively and through violence. So, 1 minute left. Why is it that religion ultimately is not a good predictor? It's because religion is a facade. You don't have to integrate all principles of a religion, and there couldn't be possible agreement by everyone of a given religion on what it means to practice that religion. Religions have also...
And you think there's agreement on the basis of fucking race or genetics? You also do realize there's no, like, race gene. Like, you do realize that. Race, in the way that we characterize it, is built up of a number of, like, appearance genes, but there's not, like, a race gene. He's going fully academic like Hassan, except for the fact that he's using misleading data. Like, extremely misleading data, and purposefully ignoring factors that would break his point. That's not what we mean by academic. We mean using theories and data in a non-applicable way.
Sorts of tools to let their believers change their behavior accordingly. You can have a tool like the concept of infidels in Islam can be used to eventually dehumanize someone else and eventually leading to attacking them, murdering them, or excluding them from a country. So because religions are so malleable, a Christian in Nigeria is not the same thing as a Christian in Idaho. That is what I want you to retain today. A Christian is not a thing. A Christian is simply someone who says they are Christian, and what they do with it will differ widely according to their biologically encoded behavioral programs.
Thank you very much for that opening. And I want to say...
Hey, it's all biological. Everything is biological. God, this dude sounds like some of the most hated sociologists of any era. Like he sounds like one of the dudes where he makes a sociological theory and then he goes, so this has to be true, and then everyone disagrees with him and gives him valid pushback, and he goes, fuck you guys. That's pretty much what it sounds like. Also, every time you guys hear that little like bang, that is my vape falling over. I'm sorry. There ain't shit that I can do about it though. He just hasn't looked into his own take. I don't know. It seems purposeful to me at the very least.
Hey folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral debate platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. I'm your host, James, and want to say, if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button as we have many juicy debates coming up. In fact...
Energy, again, you also, I know you are not doing it purposefully because you are you. But that willfully ignores a number of other factors, such as educational level and economic status.
You have a couple that are actually including our guests that we have on tonight. So in particular, as you'll see at the bottom right of your screen, Dr. Ben Burgess and JF will be debating socialism versus capitalism. That's coming up. And then, as you've probably seen as well, we're very excited to be debating at... And with that, we're going to... Daniel, you've got it. The floor is all yours.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah. Unlike most of my debates, my opponent today agrees with me that the modern liberal order is a dystopia. What we disagree on is the solution. JF believes that ideally society should be based on race. As a Muslim, I believe that ideally society should be based on religion. I maintain that Islam is the ideal religion, but for the sake of this debate, any traditional religion would be better than the alternative of race-based society. I'll give 3 reasons why race-based society is bad and religion-based society is superior. First, the value argument. Religions are rich with values. Religions tell us things like how you should treat your parents, your spouse, what are appropriate gender
Not
roles,
always
how
good
you
values,
interact,
though.
how should you interact with members of society, how to dress, what is the purpose of life, what is the value of being human, etc. Religion provides guidance on all these questions and much more, which is why religions are value rich. A person's race, by contrast, provides little to no guidance on these issues. A person's race is just a brute fact. It does not provide a paradigm or worldview by which to understand the universe and interact with it in any meaningfully robust way. More specifically, valuing one's race does not entail valuing the institution of marriage, family, communal traditions, etc. By extension, preserving your race does not entail preserving any of these critical institutions. You can be a hardcore Japanese.
Who says that they're fucking critical institutions? Your religion is the only thing that says that they're critical institutions, and when fighting against the other side, you cannot say, oh, well, religion says this as your argument. You have to have something else other than fucking, for example, marriage, right? Because that is a religious institution. You can't just say, oh, my argument's right because my argument is right. That is essentially what he is saying so far. That gets high and he is big brain. That's probably facts. I am also pro religion. I think religion is good, but I don't think a society should be run on the basis of religion. What?
Japanese supremacists, but preserving your race by stopping immigration, stopping interracial marriage, etc., does not guarantee you will preserve Japanese traditions, cuisine, rituals, or values. Those things are not found within Japanese blood or genes. They are found within Japanese religion. And that's why to preserve those traditions, you would have to live in a society based on religion and not race. Second is the degeneracy argument. We want religion-based societies because religion protects us from the degenerate liberal transhumanism that is destroying humanity. Religions actually block degeneracy. You won't find drag queen story hour in a traditional Islamic, Christian, or Buddhist society.
I know Christians who are drag queens. Just saying. It's not a thing where you have to be one or the other per se. Obviously it depends on what type of Christianity you as an individual believe in, but they are not they aren't what would you call it? They aren't mutually exclusive.
But there is no guarantee you won't find this in a white nation. The only difference is that in a white nation, all the drag queens are white, and in a Chinese nation, they're all Chinese. Same goes for feminism. A society based on race will be just as feminist as our current liberal societies. The only difference will be that instead of multiracial feminists, the feminists
These guys
will
just
be all
hate
white.
liberalism
The
so
elderly
much.
who are coldly abandoned in nursing homes will all be white. The mass governmental surveillance tracking us all will be conducted by whites instead of Barack Obama or Kamala Harris. Racial uniformity does not block these problems. It simply replaces a multiracial dystopia with a
What even is transhumanism exactly? Stupid is exactly what it is. And that's the best definition I can give you, is it is just stupid. Yeah, religion, most conflicts stem from religion to some degree, at the very least.
Racial one. A religious society, however, would block all of these things, and Islam in particular would do the best because Islam is anti-degeneracy, anti-feminism, and anti-technocratic authoritarianism. Same thing with the transhumanist agenda.
I just witnessed
Modifying
my
the
baby
human body
burn.
through implants and gene editing is blocked by traditional religions, which place a transcendent value in the human body. Christians say that the body was made in God's image. Muslims maintain that God has honored
the children of Adam. The human form is sacrosanct, and that is why the biggest opponents to transhumanist technologies are religious believers. But a society based on race would not have the moral resources to block these man-made horrors beyond our comprehension. I think gene editing is very relevant, since JF argues in his book, The Revolutionary Phenotype, that gene editing will ultimately lead to the extinction of the human race. It's religious people that have posed the biggest opposition to these technologies. Meanwhile, in racial nationalist societies like China, Israel, and Japan, among others, researchers are aggressively pushing for deregulation of gene editing technologies. Thirdly, the longevity argument. The third reason for religion-based
So
societies
his argument is that
race-based
gene
societies don't
editing.
last. That they always fall apart. Historically,
I'm
race
actually
alone has never
surprised that
preserved
he's
a people. Consider Europe and the white
not
race.
all for
Historically,
gene
Europeans were
editing.
always deeply traditional, following a variety of Nordic, Greco-Roman, and Christian religious customs. These customs are what made European people European. Once you strip all of those religious beliefs and customs away, what are you left with? This is actually a useful way to understand this entire debate. Race-based societies are what you get when liberal modernity strips away religion. In other words, religious-based societies come first, and
You
then
can kill atheists and gays in Islam. Yes, I know.
secularization forces them to devolve into racial nationalism. Let me explain why. Humans have this biological mechanism where they identify with others who resemble them. When you see someone who shares the same racial, cultural, or religious characteristics as you, you identify more closely with that person and you identify with that group. You see yourself as part of that group and you're motivated to.
Beetle, it's non-believers. Technically, if you're going strictly by the Quran, it's non-believers.
Cooperate more closely with that group while also feeling hostility towards outsiders. This is all basic human psychology as explained by leading academics like Jonathan Haidt and Joseph Heinrich. Now imagine you're living in a German village.
Yo, I gotta fucking change my coil. This is bad. I just burned it so bad. Give me 2 seconds to go wash out this pod and grab a new coil, and I'll refill it and shit on stream. Don't worry, I'm not gonna be gone forever. Just give me 2 seconds. I'll give you guys some music too. Funky music? Funky music sound good? Cool. All right, I'm back. Islamic capital punishment. Piracy of any kind, rape, adultery, homosexuality. Yeah, those are all punishable by death. It's Frizzle, not necessarily. It kind of depends on interpretation. Because there are plenty of scenes, I guess, in the Quran where Muslims are allowed to go after non-believers, not like that have not previously been in the religion. So that one's more so up for interpretation, not necessarily just people who have left the religion. They kill gay people who are just chilling over there or in the military. Yeah. Sorry, I gotta like try to get as much water out of this as possible. I wash it out every time to make sure it's clean. But I gotta get as much water out so that it doesn't burn the new coil. You guys are gonna learn the fucking process of being a nicotine addict right now. Don't tell Twitch I'm doing this. I don't know if they'll get mad. It's just nicotine, but don't tell Twitch I'm doing this right now. You gotta put the new coil in the bottom of the pod, and you fill it with juice. A clean vape is a good vape? Exactly, bro. Exactly. I was actually needing to clean that vape anyways, so I mean, or that I was needing to clean the pod anyways, so it kind of burned at a perfect time. Also, I have to hold this up so I can see how full it is against the light. You guys hear that squeak? He likes to fart at me. Anyways, we're going with mint. Mint today. And that's gotta go, what time is it? 12:23? At like 12:45-ish. I can hit that around then. Where's my headphones? Uh-oh, like, nothing's wrong with links. I'm not gonna go read that. You guys can read that if you want. I don't feel like doing it right now. Let's continue on with the conversation. Debate thing. Are you aware that coils much faster if you don't switch tastes on the same coil? You mean they burn much faster? I didn't actually know that, but I usually mix. I usually do like, so like this right now is full mint because that's what was on my desk, but I usually mix a bunch of things and I do a different mix every time. So I do switch tastes. I can't tell if you're trying to say that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I change tastes. Anyways, continue.
Village in the 18th century. Every villager has the same religion, culture, and race. You all dress similarly. You speak the same language. You eat the same food. You have the same beliefs about God. You engage in the same.
They last 5 times longer
All
when you
this shared
change
similarity creates a natural,
flavors or when you keep the
biological
flavor.
motivation to live in harmony with your people. But then Germany modernizes and liberalizes. They introduce freedom of speech, which allows atheists to constantly.
Oh no, Germany lets people speak. How could they do such a fucking sin? Oh my goodness.
Attack belief in God. They take religious education out of schools, etc. So now you have a lot fewer co-religionists. Fewer people care
See,
about
hi, I
religion
don't
at
have
all.
enough.
Whatever
I don't
shared
have
customs
pods
are
for
left are
that.
then destroyed by industrialization, liberalization, feminism. Once shared religion and culture are gone, people can no longer satiate their natural biological impulse to identify with others who resemble themselves. The only shared trait that remains is race, and this is why you see this secular racial nationalism emerging in modern times. Race-based similarity is the last holdout, only because that takes longer for liberalism to destroy. But the liberal global hegemony has been working hard over the past 60 years to destroy that as well. In the next 60 years, if things continue according to this liberal agenda, even the similarity that we have with each
These
other on the
guys
basis
just
of
hate
being human with human
hate
bodies will be
liberalism
destroyed.
way too
New
much.
technologies like gene editing.
Like I'm not a huge fan of liberals. They just hate liberalism so much. It's a Soren elite. Are Germans a minority in their own country now? Aren't Germans? I don't know. Are Germans a minority in Germany? Ethnic Germans have become a minority long ago. Only 6% are of true Germanic heritage. This is according to Quora, but more than half of the residents in Frankfurt have a migrant background. This one says Germans make up the largest. I think it probably depends on how you would. Fuck. I closed the link. Hold up. Fuck. I closed the fucking video. And I gotta get us back to the same spot that we were at.
They do with it will differ widely.
Is the last holdout, only because that takes longer for liberalism to destroy. But
Of course, probably nonsense. Yeah, probably. They're not homogeneous, but they are a majority. Look, I don't want to do fucking research right now. I'm not doing research on the fucking population percentage of Germanic heritage in Germany. I don't think that matters that much. Show them Muslims and immigrants now. I mean, there is a decent sized Muslim immigrant population. I know that much for sure.
But the liberal global hegemony has been working hard over the past 60 years to destroy that as well. In the next 60 years, if things continue according to this liberal agenda, even the similarity that we have with each other on the basis of being human with human bodies will be destroyed. New technologies like gene editing and chip implants will allow extreme body modification and even psychological modification. So we won't even have a shared body or a shared human psychology to unite upon. In that future, we could have this same exact debate, actually. Instead of
it's giving like tattoos make you subhuman. Like that is what that sentence is giving. I could be very off, but that's what that is giving. Is it not do not disturb? I forget. Alex, I'm about to hint at the big announcement that I made earlier, but Alex, that won't be an issue for long. Don't worry.
Instead of debating religion-based society versus race-based society, I would still be arguing for religion-based society, and JF in the future would be arguing for a human-based society. That future JF would argue that humanity-based society could somehow ward off the problems of liberal transhumanism in the same way that the JF of today argues that racial nationalism can ward off these problems. But both JFs are mistaken. Only religion is powerful enough to do that. People are motivated to live in harmony because of the biological in-group affinity towards those who are most similar to them. And religious beliefs
are not the only in-group, you fucking idiot. What the hell? You're trying to use the in-group argument, yet you fail to recognize that the in-group argument includes people other than just, or includes factors other than just religion. It's idiotic to act like religion is the only in-group that you could possibly have. Angelina's call about nap time though. Yeah, Alex. Yeah. I'm trying not to say too much. I don't want to spoil because I forget the exact order of events of season 4. But yeah, Alex. Yeah. We're talking about Do Not Disturb, Beatles, not D&D.
And customs are the strongest forms of similarity. When religion is stripped away, you get a much weaker basis for similarity, which is race. But this provides far less motivation for maintaining social harmony. Now, someone might argue that historically there were societies united on race, but this is inaccurate. These societies that were united on race were actually united on the basis of racial religions. Examples include Judaism, Hinduism, Shintoism, and Confucianism, the ancient Egyptian Empire, ancient Greeks, the Roman Empire, etc. The notion of race within these groups was an extension of religion.
I mean, not to be that guy. What about the Nazis? The Aryan race? I'm just saying, they were pretty fucking united for a while on directly the basis of race.
Religious beliefs. For example, believing that
cultural
your race
background
is
is more
chosen
important.
by God,
I
that
would
your
agree
people
there.
descend from the gods or from godlike ancestors. This is very different from the secular notion of race propounded by nationalists today. In these religions, race and belief are intertwined. For example, in Judaism, marrying a non-Jew is strictly prohibited by Talmudic law. Talmudic law also forbids Jews from mixing with Gentiles or even having meals with them. But as Jews have become more secular, many Jews ignore these religious prohibitions. This has changed Jewish racial demographics. The same thing is found among Hindus. Traditional Hinduism has strict rules about maintaining boundaries between castes, etc. This preserves Hindu races, but as modern Hindus have secularized, the caste system has dissolved and the racial demographics of India have radically shifted. To put it simply, fear of God is the strongest motivator for preserving race. Get rid of God and you get rid of your race. Race is not strong enough glue by itself to bind people together over long periods of time. To conclude, Islam promotes multiracial societies united on religion. But
Nazis use race for propaganda, yes. But at the same time, they united on the basis of an Aryan race. Even when not even all fucking Nazis were Aryan. But like that was like the core uniter that was present there, is that basis of race. The Aryan race. It's not white race, it's Aryan race specifically.
Islam is distinct from liberalism in that it is not anti-race either. There is a place in Islam for feeling a natural affinity for your ethnic or racial group. In one tradition, a man asked the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is it blameworthy tribalism for a man to love his people? The Prophet responded, no. Rather, it's blameworthy tribalism that someone supports his people in wrongdoing. Islam therefore has this balanced view, this perfect view, neither reviling racial affinity nor putting it above
Islam is
God
perfect,
or
of
justice.
course.
In the end, even for those who want to preserve race, like JF, religion is an inescapable ingredient for society. The deeper point is that racial nationalism is the product of the same anti-religious liberal forces that are in the process of destroying all of humanity.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening as well. And want to let you know, folks,
We made
just
it
a
through the
couple of quick
opens.
housekeeping things.
We can actually
in particular,
get to
as
the
you can see
fucking
in the
debate
bottom right
now,
of your screen,
finally.
we just moved on to TikTok. We think this is a huge
Shut up.
follower in stream.
Shut up.
TikTok literally do think we want to get our guests into the open dialogue. Thanks so much, gentlemen. The floor is all yours.
All right. Well, what an intro statement.
Energy, I think that you should marry someone you love.
James, I would like to just concede. Daniel is right, and yeah, you're just better than me, bro.
Are you sarcastic?
No. No, I'm not sarcastic. I think what you presented, I fully agree. I fully agree with everything you've said. And you're right that that religion is a necessary tool to preserve race. So
how is this the
that
start
is
of
the
the fucking
kind of
debate?
religious
What,
view
bro?
that I support. That is
What?
a religious view that remains race conscious. And yes, religion is a tool to kind of take the principles of race and the
Fuck starting
principles of
with a
genetic that
compliment.
I've been talking about and introduce them to the normies, basically to the large population without the details. And when your religion tells you, you know, breed with someone in your church, breed with someone who has the same religion as you, and directly it is directing you toward the right eugenics and the right evolutionist program that will preserve your race. So I think, yeah, I fully agree. What you present is not a view of religion as conflicted with race, but a view of religion as a support and a tool through which the race concerns that I've expressed are integrated to society. Now, what I take issue with are those religions that forget this, those religions that don't care about preserving their ethnicity. And I would almost like to put you.
Yeah, because this he's making a non-argument. He's making a non-argument to either side. He's saying you need the religion to make the race happen. But that is not what the fucking debate is. It's race or religion.
You in the situation of the Catholic religion. Like, if you were in a country, and I understand that you're a Muslim, but what if the authorities of your Muslim religion were to decide, all right, anyone who says they are Muslim, and everyone is welcome here, and eventually you get a demographic change in your country that increases constantly, say, the African part of your population. Is there a point at which you would consider this nation that has diverged ethnically from itself? Is there a point at which it's not Muslim anymore, even if they are by label?
No, like there could be immigration, like there could be an Islamic state or Islamic nation, and that's what Muslims hope for, that is Muslim and the law of the land is Islam. And all Muslims from around the world could come into this geographic territory, what's called Dar al-Islam, or the
Yeah,
nation of
hi,
Islam,
that's
the home
kind of what it
Islam.
seems like.
And it would necessarily have a variety of different races,
hoping
and
it's not gonna
ethnic groups
stay like
within
that, though.
larger Dar al-Islam or Ummah. They can make decisions on the basis of who to associate with or not, and that they have that prerogative. That's not something that Islam encourages or discourages. And actually, in the history of Islam, this has been the case, that you've had, even from the very beginning, there were many tribes in the Arabian Peninsula. And when Islam came with the Prophet Muhammad, the Prophet didn't disband all the tribes. He didn't say, okay, now everyone has to mix together and we're getting rid of all of these different tribes. Actually, he took actions to preserve the tribes in certain instances, for example, in battle. So when the Muslim army is going to fight with non-Muslims, then he didn't say, okay, everyone mixed together in the ranks. Rather, each tribes in the formation stuck with themselves. And this makes sense. Why? Because they know each other. Each tribe knows each other, knows how it's, their fighting style, and would be more effective in battle if they're sticking together as a tribe. So things like this tell us that Islam is not against dissolving all races or ethnicities and forcing everyone to adopt, one single culture, one single ethnicity or race. No, there's a diversity that can exist, but the highest law of the land, or the highest allegiance, or the highest source of identity should be Islam. But you can, identify.
And like he's actually arguing a point. The other guy is just like, yeah, you're right. And then like add mine on. which is a dumbass point to argue, because then you're not even arguing the main point of contention here. You're just arguing like, yeah, but can we add race as like an important factor because I only like my race?
As a specific race or a specific culture, and that's not contrary to Islam. You can decide within your family, okay, we want to, we're only, and many Muslims have this kind of attitude, like, okay, we want to marry within our same culture or within our same tribe. It's not because they're quote unquote racist or bigoted or hateful. It's because of preserving their culture, preserving their specific traditions as a family or as a tribe or as a group. There's nothing inherently un-Islamic about that. It's only if you say something like, oh, one culture is superior, one group is superior, or, oh, we are just better, or we're going to violate the rights of other Muslims or other even non-Muslims on the basis of a racial affiliation. That's when it becomes problematic, and that's the narration that I read in the conclusion of the opening statement.
Yeah, I mean, Beatles, I don't think you're that far off. I think that religion was created as a way to answer questions that we as humanity at the time did not have the answers to. I mean, we still don't have every single answer, but it was created to answer questions that we didn't know the answer to, which is not inherently a bad thing. But religion fails to adapt to modern science, which I think is inherently a bad thing. I think it is inherently misleading. It doesn't mean religion as a whole is bad. It's a mistake, I guess, of religion.
Now I'm wondering what would be your attitude, because you are dominant. When there's a Muslim country, it's very often not like Nigeria, which is split between Muslim and Christian. Very often the Muslim religion succeeds at dominating the whole of society and therefore at solidifying the ethnic composition of the society. But you see a worldwide Muslim domination. Do you have a conquering spirit to this? What would you do with Christians who refuse to eventually accept to be part of the Muslim religion?
So Islam is universalistic. It believes, like Christianity, in spreading, and Judaism actually.
Most religions
in spreading and becoming dominant on a global basis, but it allows for minority religions, specifically Christianity, Judaism, some would say Hinduism as well, as minorities who can practice their religious customs and actually stay within themselves if they want to stick together as an ethnicity. That's accounted for in Islamic law. It's called Ahkam Ahlul Dhimma, the rulings pertaining to the protected people. So religious minorities. So they wouldn't be forced to convert. In fact, historically, you have many of these kinds of minorities, like in Egypt, you have the Coptic Christians, who are a minority, but they've been a minority for nearly 1,400 years. Same with Christians in Iraq, Christians in the Levant. They have been minorities for centuries, and they haven't assimilated. Why? Because Islam allows for them to practice their traditions and maintain their ethnic group unmolested. There are certain requirements that they have to abide by, such as a certain kind of tax that they have to pay, a nominal tax.
Yeah, see, why do you think that your religion should be able to force a tax on people? That feels wrong to me, right? Like, even in the eyes of religion, there should be no reason that you can justify taxing in the eyes of a religion. Maybe it's just me that doesn't understand that, but you shouldn't be able to justify taxing religion. Taxing as a function of religion. Yep.
Tax that they have to pay, like jizya, what's called jizya, but otherwise they can practice their religion and have their beliefs and reproduce as they have been.
Okay, and when there's a conflict within Muslims, because there are many, someone on the chat was mentioning the Sunni and the Shiite. How do you see this? Is this a failure of the religion to have been a unifying factor?
So I think a lot of religions will face splintering just like any kind of empire or civilization. And I don't think it's a failure of Islam. I just think it's natural to any kind of human group that you'll have splintering. But compared to other religions and also compared to other cultures, Islam has been extremely consistent in preserving its beliefs, its practices, its rituals, marriage law. All of these kinds of rules and regulations and beliefs and rituals have been preserved better than any other religion or better than any other civilization.
All right. Well, I really liked what you mentioned about the transhumanist.
Yeah, it's been preserved. That doesn't mean that it's a good thing. I feel like he's talking about just like inherent features of religion, and they're like, oh, so they have to be good, without really making an argument for why. Maybe that's just me though.
because I agree. In fact, even if I'm not Muslim, I think that the only way we can protect against technology and its progression toward genetic modifications of humans is to make sure that there are more religious people alive in 100 years than there are today. And so if the secularists continue making babies and represent a strong segment of the population, I'm afraid that we will indeed go toward transhumanism. So I think that religion totally has a role in this movement of resistance.
Yeah. So I mean, there are other things that we can discuss. I would like to discuss and push you a little bit on libertarianism.
Okay.
On that, but I did want to
Everyone
counter
likes
some
to
of your
push on
claims
libertarianism.
about crime rates and whether it's race that's the underlying factor or religion. So I think there's a lot of statistical data as well that shows how religion has a huge effect or a major impact on fertility, homicide rate, on extramarital sex, fornication. There's a lot of statistical evidence on this. You can look at one book that talks about this a lot is Are Muslims Distinctive by Stephen Fish. So he gives a lot of evidence how actually
The
there
fact
is
that
a
it's
statistical
titled that
correlation
makes
with
me
Muslim
not want to
societies
read
and a
it,
reduced
like
homicide
whatsoever.
rate. I think that it's important when doing these comparisons
That
and
S
correlations
in
that
my
we
ears
account for
played.
economic development or
sorry.
gradation in economic development. And also the influence of liberalism. So one thing that we can agree on,
Why
we
do
see
they
higher
hate
crime rates, for example, among
liberalism
certain
so
immigrant
much?
populations. The way that I would interpret that is, I would say that race, maybe I can concede that, okay, maybe there's like a difference in race, but it's marginal, like between races on aggression and things like of that nature, or IQ or whatever. Let's just concede that.
At
I would say
least you
that
can
the difference
say
is
that, I
when you have
guess.
immigrants leaving a highly traditional religious society and coming to a liberal society where those same kind of controls do not exist.
Like, I'm trying to find
through
the
custom or
positives
through
here.
shared similarity.
I'm really
then
trying to find the
this
positives.
can have a bigger effect, a bigger negative impact on certain races than others. And that can account for differences in crime rate. That doesn't take, this, what I think ultimately is a morally indefensible position to say that, well, certain races are just inherently, evil or inherently inclined to kill others. I don't
Well,
believe
I
in that.
have to strongly disagree here. The question of whether an immigrant
That's dumb
is
as
by the
fuck, Hi.
process of immigration made less or more likely to commit crimes, I would grant this.
Libs are annoying as fuck, but you can't just like blame every problem of modern society on liberals. that is equally dumb as fuck, Like that's not how this works. You have to have some sort of intellectual argument here.
To a certain extent, but that wouldn't answer why there is this fundamental difference by an order of magnitude between the crime rates in Europe, the black immigrants in European countries like in the US, and then the black people of Africa who stayed in Africa and therefore are not immigrants. What we see is that the best explanatory power is obtained when you consider race.
It's so
That
nice
is,
when
the
it's a
black
brand new
people of
coil.
America commit pretty much the same amount of crime that they would commit in Africa, and whether they are immigrants or descendants of slaves doesn't seem to impact much.
That actually does have a huge impact, especially when you factor in monetary conditions of the immigrants. But African immigrants tend to commit less crime than like Black Americans. Bro on the bottom screen looks so awkward. That's just him. That's just the vibe of being a moderator, bro.
And we're talking about one. We're talking about
Hi,
a rate
really?
of 1 compared
That's
to a rate of
surprising.
40. That is the difference between white and black rates of crime.
White immigrants versus black immigrants?
No, I'm talking about whites in America and black in America. Now, it's also between whites of America and blacks of Africa. So I don't see the immigration factor playing an enormous role here, since the crime rate is so similar in Detroit as it is in Africa.
But there's a discrepancy, right? The crime rate is not the same.
Well, the crime rate is actually slightly higher in Detroit. So it's 40 in Detroit, and in some countries of Africa, you'll see between 20, 30. So it's a little lower in Africa. If you want to say this, then the immigration factor or the fact of being in a majority white nation could influence by a factor of maybe by 10. But the 20 to 30 difference that still separates black people from white, and I'm talking about black people in Africa here, could not be explained by an immigration model.
It seems that because there are many African nations that they share it's the same racial phenotype, but the crime rates are vastly different.
It just jumped from 720 to 4K. The video did, or the stream did? The stream is in 720. What? Yeah, many Black Americans are hated by Black African immigrants as Caribbean people. Yeah, exactly. It's the stream. Well, that's on you. I have been streaming 1080 this entire fucking time, and not my fault if you didn't have the good enough Wi-Fi to see it. Not on me.
And I think a better explanation is that these are traditional societies, and these are societies that have controls for things like antisocial behavior or non-cooperative behavior amongst the population. And that's why you'll see a discrepancy between
Non-cooperative behavior.
some of these.
That sounds
whether it's
so
in
dystopian
Africa,
to
East
say,
Asian,
to use
Central
that
Asian,
term.
Eastern European. You'll see these
Sounds
discrepancies
very
between those
fucking
more traditional societies
dystopian.
and then the more liberal societies. The crime rates, for example, in Western societies, these highly liberal, where there aren't, you don't have the same kind of family
Really on
network,
Wi-Fi?
kinship
Damn.
structure. You don't.
Then
have
you're
the
not
same
going to
kind of
get to see
traditional, sexual norms, gender norms.
the big thing coming at the end of the
crime
month.
rates are lower
Probably.
in those traditional societies.
You know what? Fuck you guys. I'm not gonna hold back. I bought myself a fancy camera to use as a webcam. Also to use for other stuff because I like photography. But I may have gotten myself a fancy camera because the quality of the stream matters to me. I don't really give a fuck how many people watch it. I care about the quality of the shit that I put out. And also it just makes it so much more convenient because right now my phone is my webcam and it's really fucking annoying because I have to make sure it's fully charged because it won't really stay charged. So it has to be fully charged or else it'll die during stream and then I can't check text and shit. So I got myself a fancy camera. And you guys are going to get a fucking upgrade soon.
Whereas in Europe and in America, Canada, things are getting worse and worse every year. And I don't think that's purely
But
correlated to immigration.
don't spill that to anyone who's not here right now.
I think it's highly correlated with immigration. If you look at the graph of the number of homicides by Black and white populations and by Hispanic population, you realize that the whites have been stable and extremely low since the 50s. And there doesn't seem to be, even if they abandon family values and religion, the atheists currently do not have a high rate of crime. The white atheists in America do not have a high rate of crime, do not have a high rate of murder.
Well,
they
there
are
could be-
basically at where the white population lies and
True.
have been lying for 50 years.
But this could be explained by what I mentioned earlier, that certain races need
Oh, hey,
more
Aveda, I'm
of this
watching
kind
that.
of
What?
traditional society. They have, as opposed to whites. Whites have less need for this kind of social cohesion or kinship family structure. They have less of a need. They're more independent minded, let's
Wha-
say, on this kind of view. And therefore, they will be less antisocial.
This feels like it's going. I mean, everything about this debate is bad, but it feels like it's going race. What flag is behind the dude on the right? This guy? There's no flag back there. Hold up, wait a second. There's no flag behind the dude on the right. This guy? If you're talking about this guy? I don't know what flag that is. That, it's a symbol for something, probably something Muslim related. Just before you pause, there's a flag.
Minded, let's say, on this kind of view. And therefore, they will be, they're more independent kind of social cohesion or kinship family structure. They have less of
Quebec. It's the flag of Quebec.
a need. They're more independent minded, let's say, on this kind of view. And therefore, they will be less antisocial in a liberal society as opposed to other races. How would you respond to that?
I love this idea. I don't know if I want to stick to say that it's true and that I'm convinced of it, but I certainly like the hypothesis. I've been seeing, for example, how Chinese colonialism is done in Africa, and they have extremely tough disciplinary power over the countries that they dominate, and they try to train the Africans at doing things or at not adopting certain behaviors. So can religion play this kind of whipping effect on certain minorities? I don't know. I think it would be interesting. But if I take, for example, Islam, and I see the application of Islam in Nigeria, I would say it's largely a failure in terms of stopping them from committing homicides. How would you explain that?
Well, I think
I
that
mean, good
again, I would
question.
go back to economic development discrepancies between Nigeria and other countries, because a lot of your comparisons are between, when you say these white European nations, they have a lot more economic development, and that can explain a lot of the difference in homicide rate. I would say, as a counter, look at Russia for.
So why do you think it's religion, right? If you're fully admitting that there are economic discrepancies and things like crime rates, why do you think it's religion? Why do you think religion is the answer to everything if you are fully fucking admitting that it's economics? Jesus.
Russia
They're so
has a
stupid.
higher homicide rate than many Muslim countries and some African countries, including Libya, including Mauritania, including Algeria, Russia, and certain Eastern European countries as well. They have a higher homicide rate, and they are of this, comparable economic
Yeah, exactly.
development. Maybe even Eastern Europe and Russia
exactly
have
what
more
he's
economic
saying.
development than some of these black nations. Yeah, they have more of a homicide rate. How would you explain that?
They have more than Western Europe?
Yes.
Is that your statement? Yeah.
Russia and Eastern Europe.
Yeah. So they have about 4 or 5 versus 1, 2 in Western Europe. That is true. I've never considered really the Eastern European and Russia as part of the same race as the Western Europeans. To me, it's a Slavic race. It's a subset of Caucasians, but I consider that they are genetically really different and that they have a fundamentally different society. I guess that from the race perspective, that's not super hard to explain. These countries have converged toward a different genetic nuclei that can be observed when we do genetic tests. But they have a similar religion. I mean, I would note that Eastern Europe and Russia have subscribed to a form of Christianity, just like Western Europe. But as I said in my intro statement, they recycle this religion and change it to their own behavior. So it ends up with a different effect because it's a different people, a different race.
But still, you'd say that Russians genetically, fine, I can concede that they're different genetically, so much so that we can consider them a different race, but there's.
I feel like at that point you have to consider a lot of subsets of races to be different races, which he wouldn't also do. So if he's a race realist, does he think that Jews are superior because of higher IQ distribution? Many race realists are hypocrites since they say whites are successful because of genetics, but not Jews, but rather they believe in nonsense conspiracy theories that never apply to whites. My assumption based on what he said, especially with what he just said, is that he would actually consider Jews in the white race. It's very. I think he's going to be very hypocritical about his application of different races and different ethnicities. Do you have class tomorrow? No, it's MLK Day. No class.
Still closer on the phylogenetic tree to Western Europeans than to people in Chad or Sudan, correct? But their homicide rates are much higher.
They are closer, and their homicide rates is nothing compared to Sudan. The homicide rate in Russia in Eastern Europe is between 4 and 5, which is much closer to the white Western European rate than it is to Sudan, I would assume. I mean, I have to check, but African nations typically are above 12.
Do they actually? West versus East Europe. Here we go. Oh wait, that's EU versus US. See, the other thing about it is Eastern Europe tends to be more corrupt, so I don't necessarily know how much of the crime they'd actually be able to measure and get to. What are the 15 most dangerous cities, though? This isn't like actually representative, but Albania, Turkey, Greece, Italy, Scotland, Estonia, Italy, Russia, France. Primarily, that is primarily Western Europe countries. Are you streaming tomorrow? No. I stream Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday. This is just Poland, though. Does it compare it to other stuff? Yeah, no, this is just Poland. Hi. Go lower. Similar country ranking. A lot of South American countries and the United States. And then you get into Estonia, Lithuania, and then Finland is still lower, it looks like. All right, what's theirs? Oh wait, per 100K, they're at 0.7. So they're way down here. Oh. Interesting. So what countries are up here? Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia are up near the top. Liechtenstein. So it kind of just depends on which country you're looking at, though. They're not vastly different, but it kind of just depends on which country you're looking at specifically. Have you seen the Hidden Tribes research? What's the Hidden Tribes research? What is this? The Hidden Tribes of America. %8 of the total U.S. population is progressive advocates. 11% is traditional liberals. 15 passive liberals. 26 politically disengaged. That sounds about right. 15 moderate. 19 traditional conservative. 6% devoted conservative. Interesting. I'm keeping that up so I can go look at that later. That looks cool though. And countries with Russian minorities have higher crime rates. I'm from Lithuania, but I can say that it's 20 times safer than any West EU countries. Even smoking weed is a crime here. I wouldn't say that's a good thing, by the way. But you do also have to be able to factor in the fact that these countries have a lot more corruption. Eastern European countries have a lot more corruption, and it's not quite as easy to... Eastern European countries in general, okay, I'm not talking about any specific country, but in general have more corruption, and it's not as easy to track this kind of data. It's not. Weed is not a bad thing to be able to do.
The graph that I'm looking at is from ourworlddata.org/homicides, and it's looking at 2019 data. Annual number of deaths from homicide per 100,000 people. So Russia is in the 10 to 20 range. And then you have many African countries that are lower than 5 per 100,000 Black nations.
Well, that is interesting. But again, I consider that Russia is a separate genetic nuclei. They could have evolved on their own to become a violent and corrupt society.
Just go sicko mode on it?
They go through communism and forced.
Yeah, you have higher petty crime, and you also have higher rates of organized crime, which is where the issue comes in. Hi.
Atheism. So my explanation also matches, or is consistent with that data set as well.
Well, I don't think that you provide a ground to believe that it's the atheism of 60 years ago that is still reverberating and causing murders in Russia. That would need to be proven.
Well, it's the destruction of the Orthodox religion that held that society together, that was completely, very suddenly and violently stripped from the Russian people. And that can have a major effect on antisocial behaviors moving forward that reverberates for many generations.
My conclusion on that subject would be Russia is a genetically different nation. By your standard that religion should be expected to homogenize nations, you would expect them to have a Christian level of murder rates. Of course, they don't. They are somewhere between Europe and Africa, and that is because they are a different genetic nuclei than Europe and a different genetic nuclei than Africa.
Yeah, I think I think that's a counterexample, like Russia and Eastern Europe. If I send you the link, could you share it on your screen? I have a trouble sharing it on my.
I could if you put it in the chat.
It seems like they're both taking very, very straw man arguments and trying to act like they have to be right with their fucking straw man, which is idiotic. To say the least, it is idiotic. Because both of their cases are just ignorances of outside factors. And they're like, it has to be race, it has to be religion. And ignoring outside factors other than race and religion.
Here, let me try to get this for you, sorry. Because I would like to see your analysis of this. I think it'll be useful if we are looking at the same data.
Now, while you search for this, I can entertain perhaps some discourse here around the context that I'm interested in mostly is not so much successful Muslim nations that are successful at preserving their race. The reason I find race so important is precisely those nations where the religion...
TFK, do you talk about anything other than the Biden docs? Do you talk about anything other than that? Newbie, I think? Which one? I know Daniel, the religion guy, has been on multiple of these debates. I haven't seen JF, but he's probably been on multiple as well.
Has abandoned the concept of the preservation of an ethnicity. And that's what I'm concerned about as a European and someone from Christian nations and Christian descent, because Christianity precisely has not provided a bulwark against the liberal attack on family and the liberal attack on demographics. And so to me, the reason we must care about race is not so much when religion cares about it already. It's when religion gives it up. And I think it concerns mostly Christianity there, because I look at Muslim nation and there's a good question about why Muslim nation don't have immigration. Is it because they are politically self-favoring, they are ethnocentric, or is it simply because they're too poor and therefore they don't attract migrants? But in any case, my big concern about religion in and of itself is when religion starts failing like Christianity has failed and has shown itself to be really too opened to the other, so much so that we have lost ourselves. Do you agree with this statement on the Christianity of Western Europe?
I think the problem with Christianity is that it doesn't resist liberalism, and that it is too malleable to the influence of liberalism and modernism. I think that is one of the major problems with Christianity and other religions as opposed to Islam. When you look at Islam, and this is why Muslims are constantly attacked, and Islam is described by atheists like Sam Harris, which I know you don't agree with, but Sam Harris will say Islam is the mother lode of bad ideas. I think that they target Islam because Islam is the most willing to stick to these traditions that have been preserved, which puts it in the greatest amount of conflict with the liberal modernity that we see taking over the world, or has taken over the world.
That's another thing we can agree on. The bigotry of Sam Harris when he goes after Islam is absolutely...
Okay, I don't know enough about Sam Harris to actually like have a good comment here.
Disgusting, I personally find, and his kind of irrationality on this subject, I think, stems from his own ethnicity and his own anti-Islam bigotry to begin with.
Yeah, but I don't think that the main problem with Christianity is that they're not preserving their racial makeup, because ultimately I don't think that that's because this actually I think conflicts with your atheism, doesn't it? Like why even preserve the human race?
Yourself,
or why preserve a particular
energy
race
Chill yourself.
As an atheist? Because you've described yourself as a moral nihilist. So can you explain how your moral nihilism is you're able to be both a moral nihilist and be so concerned about preserving the human race? As a Muslim, I can do that because we believe in objective moral values, and God has put value in the human race, and therefore there's a necessity to preserve it and to block things like gene editing or transhumanism.
Okay, wait, sorry, I gotta pause this to check the thing that Alex sent me. I gotta open this on a bigger tab. I'm fucking blind as shit, bro. Okay, this is stuff from the thing that she had sent me earlier. So the exhausted, you guys, it won't even scroll up enough for you guys to see this, but it's called The Exhausted Majority, less politically active and partisan than the wing segments. So yeah, the majority is not active at all, and then it's both wings that are active, which is pretty to be expected. And then core beliefs and demographics Tribe membership predicts how people think about political issues better than standard categories such as liberal and Republican. That also makes sense. It's just more specific. Yeah, Alex, these make a lot of sense, given that these groups are just more specific than the general, like, conservative and liberal type positions or Democrat and Republican type positions. But it's cool. It's cool to look at. Bro, far worse things with Christianity, my guy. Far worse real world impacts, yes. What's currently a bigger story than a VP possessing a document with the highest level of classification after a former president just got raided? I mean, it's not like it actually matters that much. If you didn't actually give a fuck about Trump having the documents, you shouldn't actually give a fuck about Biden having the documents.
But as a moral nihilist, how can you do that?
Yeah, I mean, moral nihilism is a meta-ethical position. So it's a position about there is no objective moral and there is nothing binding onto me that would lead me to have a preference or another. Saying that there's nothing binding objectively and there's no God dictating it for me doesn't mean that I don't have a preference.
It's called consistency, DFK. You can care, I guess, about the lack of a raid, but again, that comes down to the fact that our justice system does fail. That doesn't mean that when it does well that it did a bad thing. It just means that when it didn't do well, it failed.
I would say my position on morality as a moral nihilist is the same that everyone has about ice cream. Everyone knows that ice cream preferences are subjective. No one would tell you God has ordered that vanilla ice cream is better than chocolate ice cream. And yet everyone has a preferred flavor. So I have my preferred flavors of morals while acknowledging that these tastes are not ordered by God or by any objective entity. So yes, I do care about self-preservation a lot, but not because a God told me to, because I'm a biological machine and my ancestors have worked very hard for me to be alive, and each of them were heterosexual, and I need to...
I mean, at this point in this debate, they're going to put everything that they can because they have no actual points, so...
Continue the chain.
Okay, so you're really a moral nihilist if you think it's preserving the human race is like, I like chocolate ice cream and I just want...
That's exactly how I see it.
Okay, but so to follow up with that though, don't you think that you might be motivated to preserve the human race because you just like the human race so much, it's your personal preference, but don't you think society, wouldn't it be better for people en masse to be religious and have a kind of transcendent understanding of human value and the objective value of the human race, rather than having like your kind of moral nihilist perspective? Wouldn't that religious attitude be more conducive to actually preserving the human race? What you want?
Basically, I'm not a militant atheist. That's probably the difference between me and Richard Dawkins. I think that militant atheism...
A VP has constraints when it comes to classified junks. A president can declassify anything. You know that? A president still has to go through the process of declassification, which Trump did not.
Fails to take into account that we intelligent people, high IQ people like me, we are capable of living without religion, and literally having no religion and no belief in God does not influence my behavior in any way. However, if I take this belief of mine, which is atheism, and I project it on a million people, some of them 90 IQ, some of them 100 IQ, some of them 110 IQ, there will be defects, because over a large population, people have been evolving in an atmosphere where there was religion everywhere, and therefore the genes of humanity are just not prepared to live without the whip of religion. So I believe that we should not deprive the overall mass of people from religion. In fact, it's a very bad idea, because religion probably encodes a bunch of defenses against bad ideas that are easy enough to understand for people who are stupid, and therefore we should advocate to keep it.
For people
so you
who
would
are
prefer
stupid.
a Christian society or a Muslim society over a atheistic society? Like if the government... Okay.
Mainly because of the reproductive effect. The problem of atheism in America, for example, right now, you see atheist families have much less children. And if you lose that demographic fight, you don't exist in 100 years from now. It's quite simple at the current rate.
No, because Americans aren't a race, they're a nationality, and you still have over replacement rates immigrating to the United States. So you still have those rates. Yeah, I mean, if white people dropping the amount of fucking sex and kids that they're having, yeah, that's gonna drop the rates, but that doesn't really matter because at the end of the day, American is a nationality, not a fucking race, and you have above replacement rates of immigration. I feel like atheists have a better moral view because they're not basing their morals off what a god says. They typically base them off common sense, or at least I do. Yeah, most atheists base them off of common sense and overall harm, whereas religious people tend to just base it off of whatever the fuck the god or whatever the god is called in that religion says. Atheists have better morality simply because they know it is subjective and don't claim superiority. Also that's also
the
straight
secularist
facts.
atheist will simply not survive the next 100 years. And so because of this, I think we need some degree of religion to keep, especially since the demographics of the US are currently under assault and there's many forces ready to replace the white American Christians and their atheist descendant. I think we should keep religion still.
If you have a supporting link for that, you can go look at what damn near every former staff member involved in the declassification process has said. I don't have a link off the top of my head because this happened so many fucking years ago, or like a year ago. But many former staff members that were involved in declassification processes under former presidents testified that there is an actual process that needs to take place. And it's not just you say to yourself that it's declassified and it's suddenly declassified. As an atheist, find U.S. abortion debates stupid. I think the debate's stupid also because I don't think debating over it really is going to make any difference. What you have is you have one person seeing it as a woman's right to healthcare, and you have another person seeing it as murder, and there's not much middle ground you can realistically find there having that debate among Americans.
For a long while to ensure the breeding rates are still good enough to survive.
You know, but you say the whip of religion. I know that you probably don't mean it in a pejorative sense, but it's really the whip of objective morality that you have a problem with.
That's your opinion, bro.
Yeah. So okay. So I think that's the whole debate, right? So you conceded it already.
Yeah, exactly.
But I want to get to this libertarianism point because you are a libertarian as well. You don't like centralized government. Again,
you think race determines society and you're a libertarian. Those inherently do not go together. Libertarianism is built on the idea of free will.
And getting rid of religion leads to exactly this centralization of power that you find so problematic. So but you basically expressed that you're not anti-religion, but let me just make this point because I think it's useful to talk about it. So people naturally have tendencies to form and produce cooperative relationships, parent, child, husband, wife, friend, community member, etc. Religion reinforces these cooperative relations that are biologically rooted, so people can depend on those bonds to fulfill their needs for care, for sex, education, food, socializing, entertainment, etc. As long as they can rely on these organic relationships, they don't need centralized states. And historically, these centralized states did not exist. But if you say you don't want religion and you destroy these protective religious and cultural reinforcements, the more people will have to depend on the centralized state for their needs. When you undermine religion, you are pushing people.
You can make the argument that a fetus is not a human baby because there is a scientific distinction between the two. And also, you can make an argument that it's not bad depending on how you look at the issue. You're falling into your own biases in your explanation here, buddy. I hate to break it to you, but you are directly exemplifying the needlessness of the debate because you have your own stance that you are refusing to see another side of. By you saying that you can't argue this, you are refusing to see the other side of it, and you are actually exemplifying why this debate is in general a useless one to have in the United States. Congratulations.
To depend on the centralized state. Men can't rely on women for sexual needs because the marriage bond is broken. They need the corporate state apparatus to provide internet pornography to make up for this, or maybe in the future, sex robots or whatever. You can't depend on your family or community for protection. You need help from the state to provide a police force. We need the state to protect ourselves from murder and theft. In the past, we didn't need state welfare or corporate nursing homes. We could rely on the kinship system to provide for all of these needs. And all of this was reinforced
Yeah, that could provide for it until economic statuses and a booming population didn't allow for that to actually happen anymore. There is no way to actually have the same amount of kinship we had in like fucking village times, because at the end of the day, we live in huge cities that do not allow for the same amount of knowing your neighbor that history allowed for. We just simply live in a different time, and trying to act like you can treat that time in the exact same way as fucking village time is idiotic.
With religious duties, moral duties, cultural duties. But if you take out the religion, people have to then depend on the state. They can't depend on these relationships that have been undermined by liberalization, modernization, etc. Then the state gains more and more power and can then redistribute wealth and exert this.
DFK, if someone ignores a subpoena and is refusing to give up documents that are being subpoenaed, you can raid for said documents. That is the law, my friend.
Kind of leftist social agenda. The libertarian ideology that you promote elsewhere, JF, is do whatever you want. You have no obligations. You don't have to worry about being masculine or abiding by traditional gender roles. You don't have to worry about saying something blasphemous. Go ahead and insult religion. Go ahead and attack God. Go ahead and fornicate. Go ahead and change your gender. Do what you want. Because of human biology and human biological and psychological needs, this libertarian ideology leads to the centralized authoritarian state we are currently suffering under. If you don't
do whatever you want equals authoritarian, fucking got it.
Want a centralized state like this, then you have to preserve these bonds and these duties that are reinforced by religion and culture that impose duties, but fulfilling duties, these duties is what provides for the needs of people who would otherwise have to turn to the state.
That is quite a logical jump to claim that somehow by advocating against the state, I am favoring a bigger state. But okay, I'll take the argument as such. And first, I want to debunk this idea.
It's really a stupid
arguing against
argument.
The state? No, I mean arguing
you're
against...
claiming that libertarianism is what leads to the centralization of the big state. That's what you're arguing. So you're saying by arguing against the state, I'm causing the state. Well,
but you're arguing against libertarianism. Argues more than just against the state, right? It argues against
my libertarianism is an opposition to central control and central authorities of all kinds, religious and state-based. However, you can adhere willfully to a religion, and my libertarianism is not telling people that there's no gender.
Hi, I see it as killing a human being, but like I said before, there is an argument to be made that it is not killing a human baby, and that is the distinction. But the distinction between a fetus and a baby, that is the distinction that is being made by pretty much everyone in the argument on the left side, is that there's a difference between a baby and a fetus, which scientifically there is, all right, and that is what the argument is, more so than anything else.
And that they can feel however they want. To the contrary, what I say is let people have all the sorts of delusions that they can have. Perhaps one person thinks that they're a male, but they're not, and they're confused. And ultimately, all of these delusions or errors or things that people engage in that are unproductive, they must be punished for it. That is, they must be the ones taking the decision, and then they must be the ones not making babies as a result of this, and then the problem.
Hi, you again are falling into the trap of your own biases. Like I said before, you are running this off of as if your morality view on the problem is the morality view, which is simply the reason that this debate never goes anywhere within the United States, is because both sides do that. And you can't accept that the other side does that, and the other side can't accept that you do that. You are perfectly exemplifying my point in that this debate does jack shit, because each side has their moral view of the situation and refuses to budge on it. It is my view that is correct. I rest my case. I fucking rest my case.
Problem is solved because in the next generation, you only have a bunch of babies coming from those who didn't commit mistakes. So to me, libertarianism is very much about letting nature do its job, letting it continue its improvement of humankind instead of trying to intervene and trying to counsel people and guide them when in fact they don't deserve being guided. I will say that my general opposition against central authority of the state is for the same reason that I object to religions. And religions, at least as authoritarian structures. I don't object to religions as voluntary adherence to a social contract. I love this. I think that the way Christian churches, where a center for the village in America and in Europe for hundreds of years, and people were gathering there and forming business links and social links of all kind. That is beautiful. That is voluntary adherence to a religion, and I'm sure the same thing exists in Islam. What I don't like about imposition of authority against people's will is that the decision maker for this kind of centrally controlled authority is not the one paying the price for their errors. When the state makes an error in terms of investing my tax money into a war that serves nothing, or into a social welfare program that makes the social welfare issue bigger rather than smaller, all of this is my money and my energy being taken by someone else. And if they're wrong, for example, about their calls on the vaccine or on various decisions that they make at the medical level, all of this wrongness and these errors, I end up paying for it, and yet it's not me being wrong, it's them. And I would say the same applies to religion. If religion,
I mean, yeah, you're just making the basic argument against government. Like you're just making the basically anarchist argument against government. You're not special for making this argument, bucko. I'm not against abortion. I'm against people pretending it's a normal procedure, like going to the dentist. What should be available? See, you guys are perfectly exemplifying the fact that, again, this comes down to your moral viewpoint on it, and it's very hard to change someone's moral viewpoint.
Is misguided in its counseling. If a religion veers away from my own interest, there's no one to make them pay the price of it. Ultimately, if I go see a priest and the priest counsels me in a poor fashion, or if I trust my kids to a church entity and the priest turns out to be a pedophile, I pay the price of all this. That's why I oppose to central control and involuntary control of people's lives. The same applies to the state as it applies to religion.
But it seems to me like this is like modernized or modernist religion as opposed to what has been traditional religion historically, because the authority that is found in religion, in most of the major traditional religions, the authority is just to reinforce what is already something, in most cases, natural or biologically rooted. So, for example, it's not voluntary in Muslim societies or traditional Christian societies or traditional Buddhist societies. You can't voluntarily decide to fornicate with someone's daughter or with someone's wife. There are severe penalties, criminal penalties for that kind of behavior. So I think this.
If Biden is even admitting he has no inventory or account for classified documents, then how can you or the FBI trust Biden's team at their word when they say, yep, all the documents that were missing? Who trusted Biden and his team in the first place, buddy? You're acting, at one, like this is a surprise, and two, like this changes anything.
This is something that it's biologically rooted to want to avoid these kinds of actions like fornication. And that's why we find it universally across cultures and religions, independently. But religion is enforcing that kind of duty and it's not voluntary. It's actually imposed by force. And usually liberals, these are the things that they have the most problem with when it comes to religion. And it seems like a libertarian perspective would also have a problem with these kinds of duties that are imposed. Like,
bad vibes. So what is this debate about, actually? They are debating whether religion or race runs or should run society. Yes, it's fucked up. Yes, it is one of the more fucked up debates that I have found around here, aside from some of the recent panels. But yeah, that is what they're debating on. Also, because you're new, welcome to the channel. Where are you from? What are your general political views? Gorp is reading it, so what? What?
The duty to pay child support from fathers, or the duty of a wife to cook and clean for her husband, and the duty for her to dress modestly and not, sleep around or show herself to other strange men. Like, these are all duties that are placed. It's not a centralized authority. The centralized authority can have certain
you should
kinds
watch
of
some
restrictions.
tanky stuff. What do you want me to watch?
But throughout history, these states or like the caliphate, for example, did not have the technological capability to surveil people at that level in order to enforce punishments. The punishments happen more organically because you would face, censure from your family. You would be shamed. You would be turned into like the head judge and then punished criminally. But it's all an organic local phenomenon. There's not the ability to
tanky stuff is a very general
centralized
statement.
authority to police people at that level. But it's still authority. That's my point. It's still the kind of authority that would restrict your behavior and take you away from a voluntary way for how you wanted to, live certain aspects of your life.
I love the process of social shaming in Muslim society. I think we've seen a couple of cases where Muslim parents are going to American schools and they are complaining against the program that is too liberal. And I find this beautiful. I think we should increase the Muslim population in America so that we get a little more of this. At least use the Muslims for getting better education for our children. Now, you mentioned at the beginning this affirmation, this kind of alignment of religion with what's natural already. And that is the most beautiful that religion can be when it succeeds at not being a force of intervention or authority and control against people's will, but kind of walk along with them and find what their interests are and guide them better toward those interests. My problem here is that Christianity in Europe has way past this point where it tries to align with the natural. We see it in the liberalization of the discourse of Christianity, with pastors hosting drag queen shows in churches.
You have just as much information as I do.
I take issue. I take mostly issue with a religion that has abandoned the pursuit of racially aligned interest and evolutionary interest, and that at this point is simply subscribing to the latest meme of the liberals, but maybe
Dude, his fucking voice. I can barely stand the fucking voice, bro.
5 years later or 10 years later.
Okay, so but you're fine with this kind of these religious restrictions that will limit someone's ability to choose, whether they can go out and start blaspheming against God or promoting atheism. Like this is restriction on speech, for example. This is restriction on sexuality, restriction on gender roles. All of these things you would be in favor.
Well, the devil is in the detail. What are you gonna do with someone who
voices cut in 4K? That's me. That is always me.
Got cancer medication.
You want me to go from 12 to 14? Okay. We can do this as a little break from the debate.
That's a lovely...
Maybe a better voice if we do this. Yo, I didn't even know what the fuck that sound was because I didn't know what my raid notification was on the new set of notifs. Anyways, thank you for the raid, buddy. How was your stream? How we doing? Someone's raiding who? Someone's raiding me. I've been raided. How you guys doing? How was your stream, Bastian?
Even the ruling class in Britain are being oppressed by the ruling class in America.
That confused me so bad. I was like, what the fuck is that sound?
With the American imperialists, they are not oppressed by the American imperialists.
So they have freedom of action by which they can do things by themselves.
To a certain extent.
Hi, do I need any context for this?
So how do you know we didn't bomb the Nord Stream pipeline?
Because we've been raided. I've gotten raided quite a few times before, but I haven't been raided with the new set of notifs I've had. So I was not ready for that sound. I don't need any other context. Okay, let's go.
Because the British are the ones that...
Also, Raiders refresh. Give me those views.
You didn't know that that's what Vladimir Putin had claimed, and now you're giving me reasons for a thing that 2 minutes ago you didn't even know was claimed.
Stream's going perfect. Good. I'm glad, buddy.
Okay, so just because the British imperialists are not...
Why do they kind of look like brothers? Like these two kind of look like they could be brothers or like cousins or something.
Doing everything the American imperialists want doesn't mean that there isn't some things that they are doing.
Also, Bastian and your Raiders, because you guys are new here, where are you guys from? What are your general political views? It's the question for all the newbies.
Because it benefits both the British imperialists and the American.
You have zero knowledge of this fucking action.
Yes, I do. You're a fucking dweeb. You're a loser.
You didn't even know. I just told you it 2 minutes ago, and now you're trying to explain it to me.
Angloid.
I am an Angloid, yeah, and so are you.
Angloid. Shut the fuck up, Angloid. No one asked you, Angloid.
Broken record mode. Just like my dick beetles.
In the world whiter than
Shawshank, no, I didn't.
Make that Has is credible.
From France, solid.
Anti-Semite.
You are an anti-Semite, that is true. Undoubtedly.
You're the one who's anti-Semitic.
Dude, you said Hitler.
Why is he
Jewish.
so mad,
what
bro?
Planet are you on?
Anti-Semite.
The real debate.
Explain to me how Hitler was Jewish.
Angloid.
I mean, Hitler had Jewish blood. Let's be honest here.
How was Hitler Jewish? How was Hitler Jewish? How was Hitler Jewish? He
Yeah, I
wasn't
know there's a bunch
actually,
of
he was
different types of
Austrian.
tankies.
He was actually Austrian. How was Hitler Jewish? He wasn't. He was Austrian.
Saying Hitler was Jewish
Okay,
is
so-
an anti-Semitic conspiracy. So there, his mom, it was his mom, right? Not his dad. His mom was Jewish, bro. It's not a conspiracy theory to say. You fucking idiot. Bro broke his mic. He wasn't. No, he had a Jewish mom. I'm like 90% sure, or like grandma or something. It's been around for long before 2022. Oh, it was a Jewish doctor. Was that who it was? There was someone Jewish involved with his mom. This Dr. Bloke was Jewish. Was what History News Network? I don't know this fucking website. There's a rumor that his grandfather, there was a rumor that his grandfather was Jewish. Okay. It was a Jewish doctor involved, not his fucking mom. But the Jewish doctor was involved with his mom. Jewish fam, better hope y'all named Hitler. No, I know he was German Austrian. Apologize for calling you an idiot. No, you are an idiot.
Well, I'll take it. You just accept defeat then on that one. Okay.
Well, let me tell you, my friend.
It's funny, Anonymous, that you still think you're in a place to ask jack shit from me.
Let me fucking tell you how much I love trashing and okay, we are trash communists. We are garbage communists. We're out here revealing the truth.
Why the fuck? What the fuck is... This guy is so mad.
Imperialists are, because that's what we are. We are the trash communists. We are the trash communists. You're goddamn right. You're
Americans are trash communists? I mean, I can agree with that.
trash communists.
Oscar the Grouch.
What the fuck is this? I'm done with this guy. Look at his face, bro. His face deserves... Just by that face, he deserves absolutely no attention. This dude is my brother. He sounds hella like it. This guy's the embodiment of a tanky. Yeah.
Who blasphemes. If you throw them rocks until they're dead, I disagree. If you tell me that you're going to socially reject them and simply not engage in voluntary interactions with them anymore, social rejection that is totally fine by libertarian principles.
Even if that social rejection
yeah.
is essentially a death sentence, because you don't have a welfare state for a person to be, getting checks in the mail. Social rejection throughout his history, it was essentially a death. You'd have to be exiled. You have to go to the wilderness and fend for yourself.
Personally, I have touched upon all the subjects I wanted to cover. So if you want to jump to the questions, I'm
I
ready.
have some more. I have a couple of more things, if that's okay with you.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
want to keep you.
Why did he just didn't answer that fucking question? Idiot. He just goes, that's all the questions I have. And just breezes by it. What's something interesting to look up? The base, far right, and Cluck. The second video. It's gonna be different for each of us. Also, Comedy Man, welcome to the chat. Because you're new here, where are you from? What are your general political views? Also, what the fuck? What's the video?
That's for time. So here's another argument that against race-based nation specifically, or race-based society specifically. Would like to get your reaction to this as well. So the white nationalist position is that every race should have their own nation, correct? So according to white nationalists, whites have higher IQ, they have higher willingness to innovate, etc. This is why whites were responsible for the scientific revolution, the industrial revolution, etc. This is white nationalists say that these developments by whites are all good things. This is innovation and progress. The problem is
ITW, what hey are somewhat. And what did you add? Please repeat whatever the fuck you said. I said, where are you from? What are your general political views? Who and newbie, who welcome. I wonder if they can tell the difference. Tell the difference between race and ethnicity. Probably not, considering the race dude is just separating races and ethnicities in whatever way suits his argument. That's pretty much the only way that he's trying to do it. Most nations are based on ethnicity. To an extent. There's a lot of nations with a shared ethnicity, though. America, and I support the bunk. You mean the base? You mean the far right? Beatles? I'm gonna ban you.
Historically, whites have used these technologies in ways that threaten the human race. They have developed technologies that are going to be dangerous for the rest of the world. Therefore, this becomes a
well, then
justification
describe what
for the
it is,
rest of
comedy
the
man.
world to be motivated to block the white ethno-state. This idea that people should not be concerned about what white people are doing in their own nations, this is debunked by colonialism, because you can make a racial argument. You can say that when you put white people by themselves in their own nations, historically it shows that they will develop superior weaponry and then they will go out and subjugate the world, and not only subjugate
This
the
dude
world,
is probably
but
going to
because
say that
of,
that
like,
was
certain
good. I don't know why
characteristics
you're
that they
using this
have
argument.
racially,
This
if you wanna
dude is
take
probably
that kind
going to
of white nationalist
support that.
argument, they also will develop technologies that threaten the very existence of the human race, which is different from the kind of domination and subjugation of other groups. So this is their
Such a
track record.
dumb argument to make against
to be
this
very
guy.
clear with everyone listening, I'm not trying to blame white people today for this. I love white people. Some of the best people I know are white Muslims. But if we are going
That's a
to use the
weird thing
same
to
kind
say.
of racial logic that white nationalists use, then this is the conclusion. And you, JF, have said that you believe in global military intervention against places like China for gene editing, because gene editing is a threat to the human race. You make this argument in many podcasts and also in your book, The Revolutionary Phenotype. Imagine
Alex, that sounds
there
fire
is
as fuck,
a white
though.
ethno-state developing technology like certain kinds of AI, certain kinds of weapons technology.
Hi, is that really the worst thing that you've heard during this fucking debate? Is that really the worst of it? Are you really gonna act like that is the worst of it? Shawshank, what is this? Is this a fucking hamster? It's a hamster. Okay, he's cute as fuck. And the hamster's cute as fuck. So comedy, why? Do you have a very brief reasoning as to why? Hi, pretty much everything they said has not actually been like the full truth. If anything, it's been like extremely misleading. It's not the first thing they've just let slide. He is getting a massage. He's so fucking cute. Beatles, you are coming so close to a ban right now. You are coming so close to a ban. Free military training is not a reason for believing in an ideology, comedy. Give me an actual reason for believing in the ideology. He's so cute. Okay, moving on.
Technology that also threatens the human race. Are other nations, non-white nations, entitled to intervene in the same way? This is why Muslims have a potential problem with a white ethno-state. The track record is that whites fetishize science and progress, and then they social engineer their societies to produce technologies that threaten not only Islam, but the entire human race. Whites don't just apply those technologies to themselves, rather the history shows that they want to spread it to the whole world. So isn't there grounds to prevent a white ethno-state? This is what Muslims have been dealing with for the past 200 or to 300 years because of colonialism and now this neo-imperial globalism of Northwest Europe and America.
Very interesting. I do think that if you feel that your existence is threatened, you could take action against the state. That's military intervention. So being a moral nihilist, you militarily intervene when you feel like it, really. And it's not justified when you do it, nor is it not justified when you don't do it. So
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Comedy Man, that is a unrealistic at best goal. Just so that you are fully aware of that. Just want to make sure you're aware. It's not like the Muslims hate the West so much. Why are they coming in droves to the West? It's not It's a specific. It's a specific subgroup of Muslims that hate the West.
But I think that you're being unfair to the potential of a white society establishing. If there was a white society.
Okay, let's look at this dude's fucking ideology. I'm muting it because it's got music in the background and it doesn't, I don't think it actually like talks over it, and I don't want to get DMCA'd. Okay, an extremist neo-Nazi group called the Base aims to provide paramilitary style training to far-right extremists. The Base has been actively recruiting members online and says it's already conducted live fire training. It provides a variety of literature on its members making bombs and chemical weapons. The group pushes members to go beyond online actions, carry out real world violence, and kick off a race war. Great. So again, Comedy, why? You still have yet to say really why. There's some military backgrounds, such as that motherfucker. Antifa members have been doxing them. There you go. That's our short video on the topic. Yes, but the connection to anti-Western values tracks directly to how they consistently apply the authoritarian teachings of the Quran. Again, Energy, you're talking about a specific sect. This is essentially used talking about Mormons and then saying it's all Christians. Thanks for the narrations. I'm illiterate. You're welcome. I love to be helpful. Why not pure chaos? The honest truth. And the wiki. I'm going to read the wiki as well. White Nationalist Acceleration Group. Race War Preppers. Anti-Semitic activities. The protest in Virginia. According to FBI, they're planning violence. Jason Lee Van Dyke is part of it. Great. So again, why? Cult, not sect. Yeah, I could get on board with that one. I use Wiki over all my research. Do you do debates? Yeah, I do. If generally, I'll do debates if someone has a person and a topic they want me to debate on. The only person that has said no to my debates is Adventurous, and that's because I destroyed him the first time, and now he's too scared to come back to talk again because he doesn't know what actual facts are. Anyways. The reason this sect exists because of the religious teachings? Yeah, and the reason Mormons exist is because of the religious teachings. Congratulations, you have made no difference. The reason, fuck, what are they called? The people, like, that went on trying to spread, Crusaders. Crusaders existed because of Christian teachings. Will you give me 2 to 4 wedding colors for my Pinterest boredom, please? I like that one color of your dress that you wore to Anna's wedding. That color's cool. Silver. I don't know. I can't think of any right now, babe. What topics do you debate? Yeah, really anything. I try to stay away from like in-depth economics because I will fully admit that I'm not like an expert on that. But most other things that I'll debate. I can still debate economic systems. I don't go super in-depth because I know that I'll probably misspeak at some point there. Again, that's why I mentioned Crusaders. Energy. Are you a fucking... Do you listen? Red, gold, cyan. Cyan's a cool color. Cyan's a cool color to go with that dress that you wore, Alex. I very much prefer silver over gold, though.
Society establishing today in some unconquered part of planet Earth, it would probably look much more like the Amish than a highly advanced technological.
Give an opinion on why you are that? Because you're a racist piece of shit that just wants to hurt people? That's really what it sounds like. So if there's another reasoning, please explain.
Civilization that would outdo the other nations. At this point, America has been drained so much of its knowledge and its ways of doing, and I would actually be more worried about India and China, if you want to talk about genetic engineering, than I am with a Amish-like ethno-state of white people.
But you know, you're a
Why are you part of an anti-Semitic group if it's not about anything to do with race or like ethnicity or anything? This guy thinks it's cool. Yeah, this dude thinks it's real cool. Mauve, eucalyptic green. Oh yeah. Or like, wait, is it eucalyptic or like that emerald green that I really like? Silver, blush or dusty pink, gray blue, and cream. Yeah, those all sound like good colors. I like those colors. First one to offer. That's not a very good reasoning, buddy. That's really like absolutely the opposite of a good reasoning. So again, can you describe why you want to be part of a group that wants to actively harm people? That's not chaos, that is literally harm. Okay, there's a difference between chaos and harm. I'm not getting into this, Anonymous. At least not right now. You pay me the money, I send poop. You like the emerald, but eucalyptic green that looks like it has silver over it? Fine. I concede, Alex. I concede.
evolutionary biologist, so you're looking at things at longer time scale. So the Amish, yes, they're nice and peaceful right now, but after 500 years,
the secret Amish dangerous Amish. I think that this is memeable.
The Amish are going to kill us all.
This is the logic, right? Because those Amish are going to have this higher IQ, according to the white nationalist worldview. They have higher IQ. They're more willing to innovate. They're
Dude, what I'm talking about is I'm saying that more direct harm has come from Christianity than has come from Islam. That is objectively correct, Energy. That is objectively correct. Bad vibes. I would say that physically harming people is bad in any sense. In damn near any sense. I do like poop. Who doesn't like poop? The time period you're talking since the start of these religions.
They're going to be less inclined to organize in these kinship groups that are highly traditional and that are less individualistic. So the Amish as well, they have this potential. If they're allowed to just gestate by themselves in their communities, then this is a secret threat. This is a sleeper cell on evolutionary timescales.
Well, at this point, you sound like Sam Harris advocating for a preemptive strike, but instead of a preemptive strike against Muslim, you talk of a preemptive strike against white people. I find this ridiculous. White people have had their success.
Thanks for the follow, Comedy Man. Welcome in, buddy.
Yes, they are intelligent, but that doesn't mean that they will be the most intelligent on Earth to develop future genetic technology. If you're worried about IQ, by the way, all white nationalists will admit to you that the Asians have higher IQ on average than the Americans, the white Americans.
Energy, I am talking about since these religions originated, right? Including things like the Crusaders. So yes, I do in fact know what I'm talking about. You are simply incorrect. You have chosen correctly. You finally chose something correctly, Comedy Man. Your choice that you already told me about wasn't really correct, but this one was. Or are they angry about the Amish? Because they're angry about everything. They don't know how to not be angry about something, about some group of people.
Yeah, so I mean,
basically what they
it's
are.
Not a preemptive strike. It's just an argument against having ethnostates. Because when you have a mix within one state or within one society, then the different races conceding race realism, conceding that you still wouldn't want to have ethno-states because the
Yeah, but we're talking about Christianity as a whole. We're not splitting them up because Anonymous doesn't like to talk about Islam split up, so we're not going to talk about Christianity split up. You need to listen to Amish Paradise on stream. It's a song. Is it copyrighted? Have killed millions per capita. Again. Dude. Let's talk about actual per capita. Let's talk about percentages of populations that existed. All right. Yeah, probably these groups have killed more people. That's because at the time of the Crusaders, there was an exponentially smaller amount of people on Earth.
the races within a multiracial nation would balance each other out in a way that prevents this kind of
Look at that,
these
Bad
kinds of
Vibes.
problems
Look
that
at that.
threaten the entire human race. That's
All
the
right.
argument.
Well, maybe I can have you on my Odyssey channel, and I could make my side of the argument on this.
Okay. Okay.
Juicy. Well, unless you have any other points, Daniel, we'll go into the
Oh
Q&A.
yeah, I had a question for Daniel. Have you been following the Andrew Tate situation, and were you enthusiastic about his conversion to
why
Islam
is
as a
Andrew
pimp
Tate
of
being brought up
OnlyFans
here?
and fraudulent pornography on the internet? Do you think he's a good Muslim, or he was on his way to become one?
Yeah, I was
because
very
he's
excited
Muslim.
about
Okay.
him becoming Muslim. I was criticizing him before this fact because I was saying that he's promoting a false notion of masculinity. So I was a big critic before his conversion. But then when he converted, I was happy about that. But also with the fact that he seems to be reforming his ways and trying to live more of an Islamic lifestyle that is more conservative and is, moving away.
More of an Islamic lifestyle like human trafficking. Buddy, that was not the right thing to say there.
Away from his previous degeneracy. But my enthusiasm for Andrew Tate is contingent on whether he makes a clean break with that previous lifestyle. That takes time, obviously. He has to learn. It's a process. He's only been Muslim for a couple of months, so it's yet to be seen. But initially, I've been
The Crusaders were one event. Buddy, learn your history.
very enthusiastic, and I think it's a great development for Muslims. And I think a lot of people are following him in his footsteps. They're learning more about Islam, and they're seeing that one of the big advantages of Islam is that it does match with human nature and
Yo, anyone know how to
natural
fix my
human
traffic
intuitions,
issues?
biologically rooted intuitions. It's the most aligned with human nature, and that's why I think it's so attractive, despite all of the negative PR and publicity constantly being pushed onto society through media and university systems.
I did respond by saying they're not one event, so you're already factually incorrect in that statement. And you already know my opinion on that statement, because we've already said the answer to that statement.
Etc., about how evil Islam is, especially the kind of traditional Islam that I promote.
Kill the people in traffic, facts.
All right.
You got it.
Hi, I know that, but I need some
Daniel, you got
intersections
any other
here.
questions? I don't want to
Actually,
jump in too early.
no, I have an idea.
Yeah, just one thought is that it's funny that JF was promoting the Amish since they're so religious and they're the least technologically advanced and they're the most religious. But
I think they're a
those are
good model going forward for white people.
Very
that's nice.
juicy. With that, we do want to say a couple of housekeeping things. Our guests are linked in the description. That includes if you're listening via the podcast.
Fuck your
podcast
housekeeping.
links are in First, thanks so much. Kecker says, "Can I strike?" So I think this is, they say, Daniel, but in your society, if we base it off of religion, I think they're trying to say that it would lead to, they say, "Can I strike my wife in your kind of society?" And they say 434. I'm guessing that's
the verse of the Quran.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I encourage people to watch the videos I have on my channel about this verse of the Quran that endorses the striking of one's wife, along with other kinds of means to counter certain kind of destructive behaviors of the wife. If the wife is taking action to
Disruptive
has a certain
behaviors
attitude where
of
she
the
is
wife.
disrupting the authority of her husband and disrupting the peace of the household, what's called nushuz in Arabic, in the Arabic verse in the Quran, then the husband the Quran grants the husband this right to strike the wife. There's conditions on that striking, based on statements of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him,
And
that
you're
it should not
just
be a like
okay
a
with
very
that?
harsh strike or something that will leave a mark. It shouldn't be on the face. But obviously this violates.
Oh, it violates. Okay, we're going to talk about violations. Major traffic intersections every 400 meter. I'm just talking about that one road, though. So you do realize that a lot of native, you can also talk about Christianity, right? Part of the Crusades was massive efforts to convert and killing those who didn't. You can talk about this in the realm of the, you could say, extermination of native peoples in the Americas. You can talk about all of these things are included within Christian-led violence. Violence in the name of Christianity, you could say. Christianity can cause a lot of harm. Mormons are just different enough to be its own thing, in my opinion, but Christianity has broke down some of my family for it. It hikey sucks, and there are very few Christians that are good. I wouldn't say there are very few Christians that are good, but Christianity has done very bad things throughout history.
The notion of gender equality, Islam is a patriarchal religion. Men are an authority over women, as that exact verse says, Al-Rijalu Qawwamuna 'ala an-Nisa. Men are authorities over women. And this is a patriarchal structure that is meant to be preserved in Islam. If you don't have a patriarchal structure, then on the basis of human biology, male and female biology, and things like hypergamy, you don't really have marriage. Destroying patriarchy is destroying marriage. But if you have patriarchy, that authority has to be backed by something, and it is backed by force. That is the only way that you can maintain authority. But Islam doesn't advocate a police force that is constantly surveilling everyone's homes and making sure that everyone's abiding by certain guidelines. That is extremely invasive. That's what we have in the current modern day world. The liberal centralized state is surveilling everyone's bedroom, literally. And if your wife feels like you're an abuser, even if you don't hit her, she can call the police and have you arrested.
Not
So
necessarily
she has
surveilling your bedroom. I think you're a bit of a fear-mongering little bitch,
to
not gonna
completely
lie.
dissolve the marriage at her whim. And this is a very unstable, very destructive situation. It basically means that no family can survive. And that's why we see that no families are surviving in this.
What about gay families? Gay families are surviving pretty damn well. Religion is an old archaic system that no longer works in the modern world. I think that that's fair.
Modern West. But Islam recognizes the value of family structure, preserving families, making sure that families are stable. So it gives the husband the right to have authority, and that authority is backed by his ability in extreme situations where there is a potential to dissolve the marriage because of disobedience from the wife, that he can actually take those means
Potential
to
to
preserve
dissolve the
And this is not unlike
marriage
how
because of
the modern liberal
disobedience by
nations
the wife.
allow employers to hire security guards at their company. And if there's an employee who is, acting disruptive, is insulting the manager, threatening the boss, really disrupting the business, the employer has the right or the authority to call security to come and forcibly remove that disobedient employee. He has the right to do that, even using force, and whether that's beating, whether that involves tasing, in order to he can express that authority, and that preserves the business. He has been given the right by the liberal state to exercise that authority over the employee, and that's preserving these businesses. But why shouldn't the family have that kind of authority? Why shouldn't the head of the family have that kind of authority as well? This is the decentralized authority in Islam that I mentioned earlier in the debate. But if you get rid of that patriarchal authority and you say, no, we have gender equality, that has many problems. But one of the problems is that you will require the centralized state to have surveillance in everyone's bedroom, and police literally in everyone's bedroom. That's essentially what it is. A policeman is standing in everyone's bedroom in order to enforce a certain model of morality determined by the liberal state. Islam rejects that kind of invasion.
You got.
Except for the fact that Islamic countries tend to be a little bit more caring about what you do in your bedroom than their counterparts. That's the only issue there, is that the liberal countries tend to be less invasive in terms of caring about what's actually going on in your bedroom, and more invasive in terms of caring about when you're, harming people. That's where the difference really comes in here. Yeah, modern feminism is right up there with Nazis. So people turn opposite views. I don't think that it's that far. I wouldn't say it's that far. Regarding Russia, Ukraine, USA. Sure. Yeah, send it.
Got it. This one from Thunderstorm. Sometimes this fellow speaks more abstractly, so if you understand it better than I can, good. They say race is reality and ideology is a costume that can change with the wind. If it's what makes ideology Skinner boxes evil.
Absolutely. That refers to what I was talking about. You can say you're a Christian and it can mean 1,000 things. You can say you're a Muslim and it can mean 1,000 things. And therefore, when you know that a society is Muslim or Christian, you still don't know much about it.
Gotcha.
Oh, but I disagree with that. I think that you have an Orthodox tradition, you have the historical precedent. That time scale of history is what gives meaning to different religious tenets, theology, dogma, and certain practices. So if someone comes and says, I am a Muslim and I believe that you can eat pork and drink alcohol, that's rejected. That can be objectively rejected based on the books of the religion, the Quran, the statements of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and then also by the historical precedents and the
Full
agreement
send.
of
It's on
Muslims
TikTok, is that a problem?
historically.
No,
Those are
sure.
objective
Send it still.
factors
I don't
that
care.
can tell us whether what you have said about Islam is true or false.
Well, the thing is, you have examples of beliefs that are in the Quran and that
Also, everything I just did will either make this way worse or will fix everything. And I really have no clue which is going to happen.
modern Muslims would not subscribe to. You have things like the sun showing up in a pond at the beginning of the day. A modern Muslim would tell you that's a metaphor. So you always have a way with which believers can deny that the things were part of the original text.
Well, I challenge that and say that there are systems, established systems of interpretation of the texts as well. So this in Islam is called tafsir. Tafsir is interpretation of the Quran and commentary on the Quran, and it follows a very stringent set of rules that are.
All right, let's check out this TikTok video.
2000, the year 2000, Mr. Putin.
Hold up. We're gonna do something real quick. We're gonna go here. I'm trying to make this so that we can actually watch this video. So. There we go.
Is not elected, although elected.
6 minutes, not 3 minutes, bro.
To the presidency. And one of the first things he does is to ask for Russia.
Beatles, what do you think spicy water is? Take a guess. Take your best fucking guess.
To become a member of NATO. Why not be a member of NATO? NATO was created to defend Europe, and perhaps not only Europe, from Soviet aggression, from a country that you couldn't predict. There is no more Soviet Union, and there is no more Warsaw Pact. Why can't we create
Beatles,
an organization where we're part of it, said Mr. Putin, and act together to protect from some kind of aggression?
Okay, why can't we do that? Because he actively commits aggression. You can't be in a fucking alliance against aggression when you're actively committing aggression.
He was told, go take a walk, basically.
Yep.
What about some kind of partnership or becoming part of the European Union? Again, and this is all documented.
2000 when he asked. List of wars involving Russia. Okay, we gotta scroll way down for the recent dates. Oh my god, they've been in too many wars. Okay, we're getting there. What is this titled? Oh, we gotta go way down. Soviet Union. Russian Federation. Okay, Georgian Civil War. This is all not too long before he asked for this. I'm not even gonna try to say that word. Civil War, Chechen War, War of Dagestan, Second Chechen War. Second Chechen War was happening during this. War of Dagestan had just happened. First Chechen War had just ended. There you go.
Say, except when I say my opinion, is documented. You can look it up.
Should have called it good juice. No, I
And
like
he said
spicy
they would-
water.
no, you know,
Spicy
you're
water
too
is the
big.
best.
Your country's too big. You can't. And all the while, Russia was being reminded that it's no longer really that important a country. Now, one of the things you must keep in mind is that much like the Americans, the Russians believe that they have a mission, that their country was selected by
And also, just a side note, Russia had only existed for like, what, like 10 years? When did the Soviet Union collapse? Yeah, 10 years. Russia had only, or 9 years. Russia had only existed for 9 years at this point.
destiny. Now, you know, my being French, I laugh at that. I laugh both at you and at them, because we French know that we're the best, and we have we have no mission. You know, that's it. But seriously speaking, that's a fact.
They resurrected Adolf.
And
What?
so the sense of losing this
In terms of after the Soviet Union collapsed, right? Because it was the Soviet Union for a period of time. Okay, and the Soviet Union collapsed and Russia, I guess, reformed. It had only existed in its current state for 9 years. There was no showing of a stable government, especially since most of that time they were involved in wars. Yeah, Russia did not exist as its own country. That's the difference here. So Russia became its own country, its own self-governing country, not the USSR, had its own government at this point, and then it did not have time to prove any stable government or any peace-loving government, especially when it is at war for the entire time that it exists post-Soviet Union.
Aura of greatness, of being told, we don't care about you.
Okay, that doesn't make it its own country. Bad vibes. Doesn't make it have its own
reaction of
foreign
the average
relations,
Russian to that
things like
was one
that.
of,
And foreign relations
you're
under
insulting
the
me.
USSR.
You don't respect me. And so the anger gradually, and the anger focused on Gorbachev. Many Russians figured you sold the country. You don't stand up to these men, to the United States. And then the same thing for Yeltsin. You'd be surprised how unpopular Gorbachev and Yeltsin are today in Russia. Maybe 5% support them. Precisely for that reason. Well, there are some others as well that have to do with economic things, but nonetheless. So now here we have Putin, who, as you know, as soon as 9/11 happens, calls up Bush Jr., W, and offers his help. And yes, and does help in Afghanistan. And if you want to have your soldiers, your military people in Central Asia, right on our borders, be my guest. And in Georgia, absolutely.
You helping in Afghanistan against it wasn't really retaliatory for the terrorism, but it was posed as retaliatory for the terrorism. Does not make up for the fact that you were already involved in other wars.
So it's not just words. You know, we want to fight terrorism together.
A lot of countries don't like
And,
terrorism. That doesn't make them overall good
Gets
countries.
nothing in exchange. So finally,
Alex, I'm gonna have to go with yes
in
on that
2007,
one.
in Munich, speaking to the group of 20 in Munich, Putin says this. This is February 10th. I think it is obvious that NATO expansion does not have any relation with the modernization of
Oh
the
shit,
alliance
Alex, you
itself
got
or with
competition.
ensuring security in Europe.
Beatles, I will consider it, if you got a longer schlong. I might consider it.
On the contrary, it
Size
represents
matters,
a serious
guys.
provocation that reduces the level of mutual trust. And we have the right to ask, against whom is this expansion intended? And what happened to the assurance of our Western partners made after the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact? Where are those declarations today? No one even remembers them. But I will allow myself to remind this audience what was said.
No,
I would
Beatles,
like
do
to
the
quote
schlong
the
command.
speech of General Secretary Mr.
Do the
Werner
schlong command. Let's see
of
what you got.
Brussels on May 17, 1990. He said at the time, quote, "The fact that we are not ready to place a NATO army outside of German territory gives the Soviet Union a firm security guarantee." Where are these guarantees? And do you know what the answer was? The answer was yes, but that was guarantees given to the Soviet Union, and you're Russia. Well, what kind of a reaction would you expect? Last year, I think it was, making a foreign policy
56
speech, Putin
week.
said,
Week. Beatles, you got to do exclamation point schlong. Like this. Like I just did in chat. Oh, Alex. Alex, you're tiny in comparison.
our mistake was that we trusted you too much. And your mistake was
Every
that you tried to
country's
take
mistake is.
advantage of that.
Oh, shit.
That is the
Oh,
situation
shit.
today. Now, it may seem
Feels-
to you
oh,
that I'm
shit.
blaming the United States. I don't want the word blame used. It was a mistaken political decision.
That's facts. Alex gets an extra 5 inches because she's a woman and she still has a 13-inch schlong. So that's an extra 5 inches to add on to that.
It was not the Russians. It was this decision that finally led to this change in Putin's attitude.
Even
towards
weaker,
the West,
Alex.
and in particular towards the United States, which is why I say how U.S. policy created Putin the way he is today. And the really, if you will,
still missed.
Dangerous thing is that
Here's the thing. U.S. policy, foreign policy, historically has always kind of worsened conflicts and worsened tensions. This is not a new thing. This is not a just Russia thing.
Russian leadership, I should be more precise. and
You guys
say
are all
Vladimir
weak as
Putin
fuck, bro.
does-
Nah, I'm about to show up. I'm about to show up. Fuck. The command's rigged. It's just rigged. I don't think you can type anything before it. BC. Beatles. I don't know what. Tonight I'm calling you Beastie again for some reason. We're all weak. We're all weak as fuck.
not trust
13 inches, wow.
the West, does not trust the United States, which makes it very difficult. The year 2000,
Yeah, so again, no country trusts the United States in terms of our foreign policy. We have historically been very bad at being trustworthy. It's not a Russia thing, and it's not anything indicative of any specific government. %. I'm waiting till someone gets over 70%.
Have to be consistent with the original Arabic language, preservation of the Arabic language in that society in which the Quran was revealed. Like Muslims today learn Arabic in the same way that it was spoken in the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him, when the Quran came. You have many rules of exegesis that prevent a kind of invalid interpretation, that you just invent it for convenience sake in order to mold yourself to the dominant societal values or the status quo. That's the problem with Christianity. Like Christianity, you can just interpret things metaphorically. Oh, when Jesus said this, it's actually a metaphor. Or we don't need the Old Testament at all. We can reject the Old Testament. We can reject the papal decrees. We can interpret all of these verses for slavery and for whatever however we want. But Muslims don't have this, like, or Muslims reject this kind of willy-nilly, just interpret however you want. That's why there is this long tradition of Quranic interpretation. But that's also why Muslims don't say, oh, the Quran is pro-slavery, or the Quran allows slavery, but we reject it. We're going to metaphorically interpret these verses about slavery and concubines. No, Muslims today will not do that. I mean, there are reform movements, but they're rejected as deviant or as outside of Orthodox Islam.
Just because we have a lot of questions, I want to jump forward. This one from Thunderstorm says, till the winged hussars arrive.
In the same way that you can't do that for Christianity, I don't think that you can just say, oh, this one's different. Like, I don't know. I have no issue with someone accepting the fact that their religion has some fucked up teachings. I think that's actually like a decently good thing, given that religions do have some fucked up teachings. Like it's not inherently bad that someone can accept that and say, I'm not going to follow by this part of the teachings. See, trucking never did the command, so he might not be the Smith King.
Namely,
Not gonna lie.
Soldier, a Hungarian light horseman. Do you know what this also means, JF? I don't know what this means either.
I have no idea.
This one coming in from Elusive Viper says, if the debaters were shown data showing that being a viewer of Star Trek was a better predictor for less crime and less violence and less alcohol use and other metrics, then should Star Trek be the basis for society?
I mean, there's no reason why it couldn't, but as it turns out, it doesn't.
Here.
We have all sorts of studies about cultural correlates,
Shit, Alex.
and nothing comes out as strong as ethnicity in any of this.
You have anything to say back to
Also,
that?
Star Trek, or
Beatles?
anything that you could invent is on its face just an invention of a person, whereas religion is experienced by people as being something transcendent and being connected to reality in a significant way that motivates behavior, in a way that fiction, like Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or whatever, it doesn't have that same kind of motivating factor, and that's just because of human psychology.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it as well. Just remember the housekeeping thing. Folks, if you haven't, highly encourage you, consider sharing this video. If you know of people who love controversial
Tickle.
debates, it helps us a lot in terms of expanding the
Y'all are
platform.
kinky
If you
as
share
fuck
this
today,
video,
you know?
Whether it be via
You know
text
that?
message, whether it be Discord, Reddit, you name it, click that share button below. That really does help for real. And by the way, we shared this stat the other day. It's super interesting that in a single month, we have about 2,300 shares, which comes to about 79 shares per, if I remember it, 79 shares per day or so, which is about 20 shares. Long story short, it's a lot. So we do appreciate when you guys share.
Long
This one
story
here from
short, it's a
Megs
lot,
J
yeah.
says, shouldn't ancestry and religion correlate, making quote unquote belonging more definable and evident of where?
I believe that religion is a proxy for race. Basically, religion has been accidentally
4%? Fucking 4%, Alex?
race-based beliefs around reproduction. Now, what I advocate for is let's take consciousness of this, because religion will not always be accidentally race-based. We've seen it with Christianity. As soon as planes are invented and there start being crowds moving and changing the demographies of various countries, suddenly the feeling that you're a Christian is not enough. You should also know that you're white. And that is my point tonight.
This
Well,
one
one
coming
thing
in
that
from- Go ahead,
one real point, I didn't even mention this aspect of Islam, but in Islam, what's called nasab or lineage is extremely important, and preserving your lineage is something that is one of the aims, maqasid
You guys are all
of
weak as
the
fuck.
Sharia, of Islamic law. And lineage is preserved by preventing things like fornication, preventing things like adultery. But lineage, you have certain Muslims, especially in the Arab world, who know their ancestors, their paternal line, to like 100 different, grandfathers that they know. And this is like a very important value, is knowing who your father is and maintaining that, not only a relationship with your father and your grandfather and your whole kinship network, but also having a knowledge of your ancestors as well.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Smith says, Islam is against
Y'all horny. Y'all horny as
I
fuck.
think I mean maybe degeneration. Yet, in an ideal Islamic state, it would be open degeneration, naked female slave markets, etc., hypocrisy. And they say, as for racism, see Muhammad and Ibn Taymiyyah, who said Arabs are superior to non-Arabs. And then they cite the Hadith. So
The
two
hadith
issues.
says that Arabs are not superior. They're not superior to non-Arabs. The hadith, like the statement of the Prophet peace be upon him, is that no, Arabs are not superior to non-Arabs, and whites are not superior to blacks.
91?
That's
Ow.
that's the narration.
Yo,
It's
my ass
it's
hurts.
Anti-racial superiority,
Yo.
and that's why you have within Islamic
Be
history
nice.
caliphs and figures of authority, scholars who are very multiracial in their backgrounds. You know, that's, I think, beyond dispute historically. As for naked slave girls, like, I don't think that's promoted in Islam.
Y'all
like
are so
nudity part.
mean to
Slavery,
me.
yes,
Oh
but
my
not the nudity.
god.
This one from In the Pocket says, how many people do you think aren't religious but deep down want others to be because they are afraid of the chaos that would ensue if there wasn't religion? I don't know who that's for. Could be both of you.
I think it's very possible that a large section of the population is like this. They don't really care about God, but they overall just accept, they tolerate that it's happening around them. But it's also part of what the religion is as a social contract. It's the social benefits that you want to get out of it that matters.
You got it. This one coming in from Dario Dejuric. Let me know if I pronounce it right. It says, JF, do your predictions take into account economic stability or just race? There is much more to crime than just race. Religion saves people.
Well, when we look, for example, in America, the black population of Detroit has access to an economic system that has much more opportunity.
What
than
is
those
his
of
obsession
Africa.
with
Yet
Detroit?
You converge toward a similar homicide rate, which leads me to believe that no, measures like the economic well-being don't matter much to these things.
You got it. This one from Kecker says, what is the sanction for ex-Muslims in a Sharia
Your
law
ass is
country, Rogaine?
statistically more slappable?
So according to the Sharia, leaving
Well-
Islam or apostating from Islam comes with the
Can't
death
deny the
penalty,
truth,
according to the
can I?
majority opinion. There's also the death penalty for blasphemy. So this is well known. I cover it in every debate. I talk about it in every Q&A. Same thing with slavery. Same thing with striking the wife. So if you want more on these topics, just go to my channel, Muslim Skeptic.
We still
and
have
there are
traffic,
videos
y'all. We
dedicated to
still have
literally all
fucking
of these topics.
traffic. Oh my god.
There's a reason why we find slavery and concubinage, death for leaving a community, or extreme
We're
penalties
speeding
for
it up a little
defecting from a
bit.
community,
Hopefully we can
striking
keep
the
following
wife.
along.
We find these in all traditional cultures and all traditional religions. This is the case with
I hope you're
Christianity.
proud of
we were talking
yourself,
about wife
Beto.
beating. In canon law within Christianity, Catholic Christianity, also endorsed wife beating. Much more severe than anything found in Islam, and arguably the Bible in the New Testament. This is also something that is endorsed. Same thing when it comes to slavery. Same thing when it comes to blasphemy or heresy. Look at how many people are killed because of laws against heresy. When we look at history, not just in Islam, but in Christianity and Hinduism and in Buddhism and Native American religions, this is something universal, and it's because these things come from biology, or they're connected somehow to human moral psychology. You're only attacking Islam for these things because Muslims are the only ones who are willing to stand by their religious traditions and not liberalize them or sell out and basically try to match the status quo or hide our religious beliefs.
I mean, you're first of all, some do. Second of all, it's this idea that religion can never change that I think is really fucking stupid and like just like pure idiotic, to be perfectly honest with you. Keep my 91% in mind always. I think Tony at one point hit like a 97. I think that's the highest I've seen though.
Hide, the reality of this history. We're the only ones willing to not sell out in that way, and that's why every time I have a debate, these are the sound bites that come through the questions, or sometimes in the actual debate.
Shut up. You
JF
weren't
is
even
very
here.
respectful. He didn't try to use that tactic to try to poison the well by bringing in these kinds of points. But in the Q&A, every single time
Lies.
we have these nonsense questions, but I give the same answer every single time.
This one coming in from Dario Dejuric. I think this is for you, JF. They say, he just called us all stupid, yet he can't comprehend the concept of God and religion. Oh, the irony. I think it's a jab back at you.
Well, as a
Definitely a
comedian once
jab
put
back.
it, the average IQ in human civilization is 100. That means that there's 50% of the people who are stupider than that.
You got it. This one coming in from. Do appreciate it. Famo says, my hat off to you, JF. Probably one of the most respectful and humble people to debate Daniel. You asked Daniel questions and patiently listened without cutting him off and throwing cheap ad hominems.
Absolutely, I agree so much, and I agree with what he just said. Abandoning the idea of discipline and authority in the family has been a
They
big
look,
error
you
of
sound
Western
dumb.
civilization.
I
And
just
a lot
sped
of
it
the
up more
modern
too.
problems we
It's
have
it's
are
1.5
caused
now.
by this absence of punishment and this blatant carelessness with
I
which
think
we let
I
liberal-
was scared that he would sound more like Siri when he's sped up more, but he actually sounds like slightly less Siri like. Maybe that's just me, but he sounds slightly better when he's extra sped up.
Girls or women or protected minorities or anyone really. We let anyone do anything, and we are no more holding them to their duty, their moral duty, and their obligations as part of the marriage contract.
You got it. This one coming in from.
Yeah, but he still says marriage.
How can you say a future modern Islamic state won't implement surveillance police states? A caliph can command that, and you cannot object, cannot rebel for that reason.
No, this is actually a clear-cut rule within Islam. It's called tajassus. Tajassus means spying, and there is a famous case of one of the first caliphs, the rightly guided caliphs, who serve as a model for future caliphs, Caliph Omar. And with Omar, what actually happened is that he was walking as caliph through the street, and he overheard, a man and a woman, laughing and giggling, and there was kind of music that he heard. And so he suspected like some kind of fornication or something improper happening. And so he wanted to look over, or maybe someone else, actually, let me correct that. Someone else looked over and saw that a man and a woman who were not related by marriage
Everyone's
were doing
be
this,
looking what creeps.
and reported to the caliph.
Dude, that's what you get at like once you get into like the early morning, like the 2:30 in the morning, you either have like straight trolls or lurkers. I've come to accept it. I prefer y'all don't. I love when y'all join the conversation. But I've come to accept it. Alex, I think you should. I think you should just take the L. I think you're gonna make yourself look worse. I'm just saying.
Omar reported to the Caliph Omar that he had seen this, so therefore punish this couple. And Omar said, no, you've spied on them. They were in their private residence, and you've actually spied on them. This is invalid. You were not allowed to spy, and this is actually something commanded in the Quran, that you're not allowed to spy on the believers or anyone in general, to go into their private residence to try to find some kind of violation of Islamic law. That kind of privacy is enshrined in the Quran and in Islamic law, and it wouldn't be violated in a future Islamic nation. The Caliph actually could not supersede the command of the Quran. So that's a very easy case to address, actually.
You got it. Thank you very much for your question as well. This one coming in from Dario Dejuric says, sending much love to Modern Day Debate. Definitely one of my favorite channels. I learned so much watching these debates, so I am grateful. Thanks so much, Dario. Seriously, that means a ton.
Please
I gotta
don't
say, all
learn
credit
things
to
from
our
debates
speakers. They
like
are the
this
lifeblood of
one.
the channel. They make us fun.
Please.
They're linked in the description. Right now, you can find both Daniel's and JF's links here in the YouTube description box, as well as at the podcast if you're listening later. This one from Smith says, if Daniel will say to my last question,
Corpse is an ass.
spying is haram. Let me know if I pronounced that right.
You guys
He
are all
says, he has
asses.
to prove placing a CCTV camera in a public street would come under spying and is haram.
So a public street, putting a CCTV camera, that is a case that we would have to go to the Islamic scholars and what would be the ruling on that. Because if it's just a public street, that's different. But the kind of technology like facial recognition, that I think would fall under surveillance, because the state having the knowledge of who everyone is based on their face, or different biomarkers that we find in China, for example, with their social.
The issue with this, as it is with any religion being implemented into modern day technology, is that you simply don't know. You are just fucking guessing, bro. Like you have no clue how it realistically would be implemented, because at the time that this was written, none of this fucking existed, and you can't act like you would know what would be implemented here.
Social credit system, or now increasingly in Europe and Canada. So that would be completely a violation of spying and this kind of centralization of information that Islam, like the Quran itself, speaks against.
The Muslim apologist, thanks for your question. Past debater says, would you agree with the idea that ethno-nationalism can be part of a religious-centric government? I'm not sure who that's for. Either of you.
I think it's mostly for Daniel.
So I mentioned how within Islamic history, you had Muslim nations that were ethnically diverse. So it is a society that prioritizes the Sharia Islamic law, but it does not revile or does not oppose the fact that you have, just like in current day New York City or some of these major metropolises, you have like Chinatown, or you have,
what up, Comedy Man? Welcome back.
Different races that group
suppose.
together. This is actually the default that you find in the cosmopolitan cities, major cities of the Muslim world, places like Damascus or Baghdad or Shiraz in Persia, Samarkand.
I think you're a little bit jumpy, Beetle.
And you had quarters in those cities that were distinguished by ethnicity or even race. So this is not something that that's foreign to Muslims.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Mo Bash, if you had a question, let me know if you meant to attach one. The Inedible Hulk says, Daniel says that religion is experience, but is there evidence for this?
Experience for, or evidence for religion?
I think they're saying, like, is there evidence that it's genuine experience? Like, I think they're saying, like, how do you know it's authentic experience of the divine?
This is a good question.
Well,
This is,
I mean,
this
that's
is
a
a good
bigger
question.
epistemological question. One of the kinds of arguments that I like to make is that, well, at the end of the day, our understanding of truth is also an experience, or our experience of truth is something that is regulated or moderated by our natural intuitions. So, for example, logic or certain moral truths, like the idea that harming someone is wrong, or the principle of non-contradiction. When I think of like a contradiction, I feel like this is not right, or this is not what's called veridical. It does not represent reality. That's a feeling, and it's based on my psychology. It's based on my biology. And that is, how I determine whether something is true or false or what have you. The thing about religion and specific aspects of
you determine whether something is true or false by a feeling. Now, I understand that that wasn't the entirety of the point you were trying to make, but that is what you said. You did say that you judge. That's how you judge it. That is a mistake. It's a horrible idea. Yeah, it is.
Religion, like belief in a creator, or the belief that the universe has been created for a purpose for the benefit of human beings, or the belief in an immortal soul. These are all also biological, and they're also very deeply rooted in our human psychology. And that's why, again, you see this universal nature of certain kinds of religious beliefs, like belief in a creator God, belief in immortal soul and an afterlife being judged, or the universe kind of reflecting
It does,
your
Beatles.
actions,
It does.
or you
For
experiencing
sure,
the consequences
buddy.
of your actions, whether moral or immoral, because of different things that happen to you, whether that's in Hinduism, there's karma, the idea of karma and so forth, or the afterlife, the day of judgment. So these are universal, they're biological, they're strongly part of human psychology. So the same psychology that will
Also, I'm going
underwrite
to try to let this
logic,
play
or
out
the
as
same
much as
psychology
possible
that
with as few
underwrites,
pauses as
certain
possible,
moral truths,
because I
like
do
harm
want to get
principle,
through this
or consequentialism,
before we end
utilitarianism.
tonight.
Those kinds of intuitions that we have are the same intuitions that make us experience that, okay, God is the truth, or there is a purpose to the world, or I will be alive after death, or I will be conscious after death. Those intuitions are as deeply grounded in our psychologies as some of these empirical intuitions that we have, or logical intuitions that we have, or moral intuitions that we have, that atheists and generally secularists don't have a
Y'all
problem
think
with,
you're
or
alive
aren't-
after death?
aren't,
Seems kind of
undermining or
contradictory.
criticizing or evaluating in the same way that they do with the religious intuitions.
You got it? This one coming in from. Do appreciate it. Brian W. says, for both of you, if you need an organ and I am a potential donor, then I have saved your life. It came from someone different, correct? No race is superior. Why do you hold on to this archaic belief, JF?
Well, first, you seem to think that because a liver from someone from another race could work with someone in another race, that means races don't exist. You misinterpret it. Simply the fact that we are close enough, a liver can work in someone else. Just like, by the way, one day we might be able to transplant a pig heart into a human being. Does that mean that pigs and
Haven't
human
they
beings are
tried
not
that?
two different biological categories? No.
I feel
it
like
just
they've
means that it
tried
turned
that.
out to do the job.
And you can be a white supremacist because you're a moral nihilist. So the very idea of a objective standard by which to judge races is impossible or is non-existent according to your worldview, correct?
Well, I explained that earlier. I said it's a matter of taste. My morals are matters of taste, just like my preferences for ice cream. So I could have a preference for
Yeah,
my people.
Beatles, same.
That's not incompatible with moral nihilism.
Right, but that's not the same as saying
They
that
didn't know
the race is
worked.
superior.
Fire.
The language is universalistic, like it's a universal type of predication to say that one race is superior to other, and that's very different than taste. Obviously, like taste is known that this is personal to you. So,
This one.
Well,
Go ahead.
yeah, go ahead, James.
Bubblegum
No,
Gun
go ahead.
says America is a theocracy first, quote, God-given rights, unquote. Not sure what their point was, though. This one from...
but yeah, the U.S. is also, like, historically was a white nationalist. Like, the founding fathers were white supremacists, not just white nationalists. They're whites. They did think that the European races were superior, specifically because of IQ and ingenuity.
I mean, yeah, the entire world that the European races are superior. I don't think that's really a valid point.
And the ability to understand the value of individual freedom. This is a part of American history. And even Hitler, Adolf Hitler viewed the America's founding fathers in high regard. He thought that they had the right idea and how they kind of, wiped out the Native American inferior.
Yeah, they also
race,
viewed
according to
other
Hitler.
American
and the
eugenics
founding
as
fathers. So
super,
there's, if you want to point
cool
out,
dudes.
positive things about the founding fathers, there's also that aspect that we can't ignore historically.
This one from Smith says, Smith's coming after you, Daniel. They've got a lot of questions. They say, is slavery and female slavery preferable human nature, Daniel? Is this what people are seeing in Islam? Is this what lines up with our intuition?
Yeah, that's why it's universal. That's why, and I've made the argument for why not only slavery and sex slavery are morally justified historically, they're morally necessary, and it's simply about numbers.
Sex slavery is morally necessary. No wonder he likes Andrew Tate. No fucking wonder. It all makes sense now, bro.
because in pre-modern times, but prior to the modern technology of airplanes and bombs and guns, you would have to, the side in a war that had the most numbers was most likely to win the war. So having enough manpower and having enough wombs to produce boys who are going to go into battle and fight, that is the determining factor of whether your people will survive or be wiped out and literally slaughtered by others.
That's how it usually is. Let's be honest here.
Enslaving the defeated people is necessary for the survival of your own race or your own people, not necessarily race. It could be a religious group, an ethnic group, or whatever. But slavery was required, was necessary because
I mean,
war
at least he agreed that it could be any group of people,
and then
right?
sex
That's
slavery
good.
as well. You have to be able to produce the numbers in order to not be
Right.
exterminated. So this is why every society, every culture, every religion endorsed slavery. Now that changes with modern technology. It changes when you have something like the nuclear weapon or long-range missiles.
Changes with
or you have
modern
tanks.
morality.
But even in that case, I would much prefer a world with slavery that practiced slavery, as opposed to a world where we are living under the threat of nuclear weapons, of chemical weapons, biological weapons, gene editing technologies, mass surveillance. All of these things that are a boot on all of our necks is because of these technological innovations. I would prefer to live in a slightly lower tech society, a lower tech civilization. That way you get rid of the problem of the centralization of authority. You get the problem of mass extinction. You get, you get rid of this problem with, the human race being replaced by some other AI-based life form, as JF talks about in his book. You get rid of those problems just by limiting technology and going back to this pre-modern
that
level
point
of
was
technology.
very
You can still live a
expected.
very happy, fulfilled, enjoyable
Yeah, he's still
life.
in the
And
negatives.
yes, there is
I'm
slavery,
just
but that's
trying
something
to-
that is a moral requirement because human
trying to
conflict
make
is
it
something
slightly
ultimately
better
universal.
if
You're always
I
going to have wars,
can.
you're always going to have fighting. So it's like slavery is just a part of that. In the same way that humans will always have certain things like agriculture, for example.
You got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. I can't remember. The term simp used to have, it's an acronym, but I can't remember what it stood for. Does anybody remember? Because when I look online, it was a clever acronym. It's not just like a guy who's like overly nice to girls. This is actually a question.
I don't know. I don't know.
I can't remember. It was a clever acronym. JF, you have to know this. This sounds like something
It's
you'd
a
say.
simpleton. It stands for simpleton, as I read it here, according to the slang dictionary. But I think it's more than a comment about intelligence. I think it's about submissiveness and willingness to give money to women without getting reproductive advantages from.
Well, that's
them.
okay.
Willingness to give money to women without getting reproductive advantages. Why do they have to speak in this way? Like, they could speak like normal people. But they just... Like, that could have been said like a normal fucking person. And he chose to say it that way. Of always, that way. What the fuck?
That's helpful. Smith says, Daniel, stop simping for Andrew Tate. So are you giving Andrew Tate your resources without reproductive returns? What is... Okay, we'll give you a chance to respond.
Okay, I just want to give you that there's actually, I scrolled down and it's an acronym for suckers idolizing mediocre pussy.
That's what it was. Okay, I know it's a little bit offensive, but that was the clever acronym that I thought I remembered because, I read that on, what is it, USA Today says, oh, it means simpleton. And I was like, that sounds like something USA Today would say. But okay, go ahead, Daniel. Are you worshiping Andrew Tate? They accuse you of kissing his butt.
No, I don't. I gave the response to this already. Like, and the situation with his court case, I think it's completely. This is a plot to really silence him. I think
Yeah,
he
so
was.
so you are one of those types that's
his
gonna
message
like
was spreading
worship
like
Andrew
wildfire
Tate.
on social media. That's why he
Yeah,
had to be
yeah.
canceled off of and banned off of social media. But the real problematic thing that he was talking about was certain conspiracy theories that we can leave unsaid for the purpose of keeping this video on the channels. But I think that's the real reason that he needed to be silenced, in the same way that Julian Assange needed to be silenced. They were spreading information that is highly disruptive to this liberal hegemony and this liberal order. So social media bans didn't solve the problem. They had to take the next step, and it's highly convenient that these kinds of charges have been placed against him at this time. So we'll see what happens, but that's my take on it.
You got it. This one coming in from the Inedible Hulk. Or is that, what is the Inedible Hulk? You seem so disgruntled. So they say that Daniel, you said that the reason your experience is real is because it's a feeling. I'm sure you'd probably disagree with whether or not that's a charitable summary, Daniel. They also
feeling. I was just trying to get to what we mean by feeling. Like, if you mean feeling as in subjective, no, that's not what I mean by feeling. I don't mean subjective in the sense that, I feel that chocolate is my favorite versus vanilla. That's not what I mean. But I mean, our evaluation of any kind of truth statement, even in propositional logic, is ultimately mediated by how we internally feel about it. And there are certain rules about how human beings will feel about certain things. There are rules of psychology. Like, if you put a picture of maggots in front of a person, they will feel disgust. That's something that's universal, as biological. Same if you put two contradictory statements in front of a person, they will feel like something is wrong.
Try me,
Like, this is a
bitch.
contradiction, I cannot accept it. Those are all feelings in that way, but that doesn't mean that they're subjective. They're shared universally as a part of our psychology. If you want to use an analogy with computers, this is our operating system. It operates in a rules-based fashion, and the kinds of rules that are mediating things like true statements, about logic, about moral statements, about even empirical statements. Religious statements or religious claims are also mediated by that same heart or by that same machinery or mental framework or psychology or however you want to put it.
You got it. This one coming in from, and the Inevitable Hulk also criticizing me, says, please stop advertising stuff that's over a year old.
I mean,
as
Bill,
new
that's
modern
facts.
debate.
They're trying to sound smart. Yeah, they're really trying hard.
Confused. Like the podcast because it's over a year old. I don't.
Centipedes are fucked. I hate those things.
How often is it that religious
Little
fundamentalism
Satans.
agrees with nationalist racism? Example: Hitler and Grand Mufti. Am I saying that right? Of
Mufti,
Jerusalem. Thank you. A Mufti of Jerusalem.
I think that historically, basically, all religions had a kind of hidden racial tip to it. The only exception being modern Christianity in Western Europe.
Yeah, I don't know the exact details about the Grand Mufti and his relationship with Hitler, but I mean, you had all kinds of different political alliances that took place historically between the Western powers and the Muslim world. I don't think that those alliances were motivated by any kind of racism or the idea of racial superiority or white
Well, I mean,
supremacy.
some
I don't
probably
think the
were.
Grand Mufti,
Let's be
whoever it
honest
was,
here.
Thought that Hitler's white supremacy or anyone or George Washington's white supremacy were accurate or moral at all. So this kind of implication, usually coming from Zionists, I think Benjamin Netanyahu made this claim about the Grand Mufti. That's the only example I can think of. This is just Zionist propaganda.
You got it. Thank you very much for this one. Coming in from Smith says Islam is just the same as the ethno-nationalists like JF, except it switches race with religious supremacy. Daniel, Islam, and the
Yes.
ethno-nationalists have
I mean, in this argument, yes, because that is exactly what this argument is which one.
a lot in common.
The fuck?
No, because I think that yes, Islam does consider itself to be superior. It is.
There's a
superior way
while,
of
but
life.
we're
It is a
watching it in
superior
fast
moral
speed.
system, and it
There's
matches
45 minutes.
Reality better than
Probably more like 40 considering how they usually outro these. And we're watching it in 1.5 speed. So 30?
any other worldview or system. And so
Something
it is,
like that?
it is
I don't know how to do
universalistic
math.
and superior in that way. And I'm willing, like, that's why I come on modern day debates, is to be challenged on that and to debate exactly that topic. But when it comes to ethnic supremacy, I just find it very hard. I
And
think
also,
most
if
people
they
find it very hard
brain
to
rot me enough, I'm
justify
gonna
that
turn them off.
in an objective way.
They're
unless
getting
you appeal
close,
to
but they're not
kind
there
of
yet.
religion, like Hinduism maybe, or Judaism, like, but even those kinds of racial supremacist attitudes are hard to maintain when we see other races and what they've been able to accomplish and their histories. So I do think that there's a big difference between Islamic supremacy as opposed to ethno-nationalist supremacy.
You got it. This one coming in from Kecker says 98 for 6.
Yeah,
God
after
made
this
me and
video,
called
we're
me
gonna
the
be
worst of creatures.
logging
I don't know
off
what
for the
that
night,
means.
anyways. So
Worst
stay
of
for a
creatures-
bit.
Well, in Islam, the worst of creatures.
Yeah, we won't
is,
be
according to
staying up
different
as late
verses
as
of
last
Quran,
night.
The worst of creatures are those who deny the existence of God. They're the ones who
Or not last
have
night,
been
but
created
last
by God. They've been granted all kinds
stream.
of benefits and blessings in terms of their physical body, their eyesight, their hearing, the food that they can eat and enjoy, the kind of relationships that they can enjoy in life. Everything has been provided by God, and we are enjoying that. Yet you want to reject God, and you want to say that, no, I don't owe anything to God. I'm my own person, and I'm just fine just the way that I am. This is a kind of arrogance, and this is the worst kind of moral transgression, is to reject the one who has given you.
I wouldn't have
so
traffic
much.
right
So
now
if
if these
that's what you're referring to,
motherfuckers
yes,
would
that is
stop trying to
definitely part of
merge.
Islam.
You got it. T.S. Apostolus says, Brett and Heather, I think they mean from the Dark Horse podcast, say we are so much more software than hardware. Religion/culture and the memes by which we bind in mimesis is humanity.
That is so untrue. It's laughable. Nigeria
It
being an
is
example I
very
brought.
true.
You bring Christianity there, it remains Nigeria, and it keeps the Nigerian traditions and behaviors going. Detroit versus the rest of America being another
Traditions and behaviors? You mean culture? You mean not race? You mean culture? Oh my goodness.
example. This comparison between hardware and software is misleading. Software
Okay,
doesn't.
no, I'm sorry. I have to pause for this. Do you, sir, think that traditions are part of genes? Do you think that traditions are like ingrained in your genes? Me as a fucking genetically Norwegian, it's ingrained in my genes to have fucking smoked salmon for breakfast and do whatever fucking Norwegians do? No. No, it's culture made by the people of any race, but it's from a specific culture, aka place. Not a this guy's so stupid. I think this guy's worse than the religion guy.
Mean that it changes. Software isn't necessarily more plastic than hardware. Ultimately, we are determined by genes in great proportions, as demonstrated by twin studies, and we don't know of behavioral programs that we can insert through culture and culture only without having a predisposition already in the people.
But isn't it the case that even with the white race, if we just focus on Northwest Europe, you had a proto-European culture / religion, you had the Greco-Roman religion, you had the Christian religion, and now you have a kind of modern liberal religion. Yet they're all white, but those are vastly different ways of life. They're vastly different belief systems. Doesn't this show like the mutability of a racial group?
Racial groups are mutable and they are subject to attacks, decomposition, mutation, changes, and most importantly, natural selection pressure. So things don't survive in time, neither religion nor race. Being white today is not the same thing as being white 10,000 years ago or even 1,000 years ago. There are processes in civilization that leads to this liberalization, and those are genetic ones. That's why it's important that we talk about race and that we keep that in mind in any societal program.
I think you have a slightly different understanding of race than most white nationalists or alt-right, because I think that they would consider like proto-Europeans migrating from Central Asia and Romans and Greeks as all part of the white race. But it seems like you have a more genetic-based understanding of.
Yeah, except when it comes to anyone from any other race other than white. White is split up into all these different races, and then everyone else is just one. Like all black people, one. All fucking probably like Hispanic people, one. Or Latino people, one. Like just white people are different.
Well, yeah, as a biologist, but I would say it's pretty common. My view in racial nationalism is a pretty common one, and they would tell you the same, that races are evolving and they are changing, and the white race of 400 years ago will not be preserved, and we will be a different white race in 1,000 years from now. That doesn't mean we cannot be attached to our ancestry. The ancestry line matters, but it's not fixed.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Only a couple more questions here. The Inedible Hulk, let's see. We're looking for sincere questions. Some of your questions just didn't seem sincere, like seemed they were just like mocking. So this one coming in from, do appreciate it. Bubblegum Gun says God created each race.
Fuck sincere
religion
questions.
Plus race equals truth. So I think they're saying in some way they agree with both of you. Famo says, Daniel, may Allah bless you for your patience. These basement-dwelling trolls are pathetic. wait, you don't mean JF? JF's been polite. With the door. They must not be you. They must be. Maybe they mean the Inedible Hulk in the Q&A. They say these basement-dwelling trolls are pathetic with their nonsensical comments irrelevant from the debate topic.
Damn, chatter be
Like I
mad.
said before, like they just have a couple of talking points or like Zionist talking points, and they just repeat it ad nauseum. So it's fine. We deal with the trolls. We've been dealing with them for years. It's no problem.
You got it. And this one coming in from Famo says, Daniel. We got that one. Truth Speaker says, GJ must, I think they mean, let's see, JF. They say,
Good job.
Oh, yes, thank you. I appreciate that. They say, how do you...
I'm the acronym guy tonight.
Yes, you are. That's very good. They say, how do you encourage...
Dude's got fucking Urban Dictionary just pulled up on another tab, and he's typing away all of this shit that he hears.
Chastity and family value.
You mean as a ethno-nationalist or as a Muslim? As a Muslim, the answer is easy. You preserve family by preserving the patriarchy, by preserving gender roles, by outlawing or criminalizing fornication, by shaming immodest behavior, by shaming gender mixing, like between strange men and women who are not related through kin or through marriage. There's plenty of ways that you preserve family, and Islam does that. Whereas the modern liberal system is all about undoing all of these important customs and regulations that preserve family. And that's why statistically you see smaller families, you see the marriage rate is collapsing.
What cultures are you passionate about? What do you mean, what cultures am I passionate about? What do you even mean about, what does that even mean? I'm not passionate about any particular culture. I don't even know how to answer that question, bro.
You see, I think the statistic was by 2030, 48% of women will be single and childless, something like that. The numbers are really, dystopic. Like this is a disaster, a human disaster, not just a demographic disaster that is taking place. And many of the people who are watching right now will never have the benefit of a family, will never have the benefit of a loving, committed wife or a husband. They're going to be alone. And this is a disaster. This is a complete
inaccurate
tragedy that the human race is experiencing at this very moment. And my whole message in these debates and on my channel and writing is that Islam is the solution. Islam is the answer to this, and we can explain it. We can show the logic.
The answer to everything.
Whether you become a Muslim or not, at least ally with Muslims. At least join hands with Muslims in fighting against this liberal transhumanist hegemony that is destroying the human race.
But even
let's just make sure we know definitions here. Okay. Transhumanism, philosophical and scientific movement that advocates for use of current and emerging technologies such as genetic engineering, cryons, artificial intelligence, and nanotechnology to augment human capabilities and improve the human condition. So he's against improving the human condition. Got it. For real, Bills.
The same methods. I have my
real.
secular version of it. I call it super marriage, but it's basically the same thing.
What is
Super
Please explain.
marriage.
Super marriage. Well, it's a contract that links a woman and a man, and there are arch punishments if you divorce a super marriage. In fact, you can't. But if you flee, there is punishment.
In Islam, also, there's a big disincentive. First of all, the primary right of divorce is only in the hands of a man. So women are not allowed unless there's legitimate abuse or legitimate rights that are not being fulfilled that the wife has, like the husband is not feeding her or providing for her. Other than those legitimate circumstances, the wife typically does not have.
I thought he did at first too, Beatles. I thought of that at
The
first.
man does, but the woman does not have that kind of ability. And men, of course, they don't have the incentive to leave a marriage because they have
Yes,
so
he said
many
marriage.
resources, especially because in
We
Islam
both
there's
realized that
what's called a
after the
mahar, or it's like a dowry the man has to pay the woman in order to marry her. So he is disincentivized to divorce her. That keeps the marriage very stable. Now in present day society, we see 70 to 90% of divorces are initiated by the woman. It's not the men who want divorce, it's the women who are constantly defecting and leaving these marriages. But Islam prevents that. And
You know what the primary driver for divorce is? Domestic abuse. I don't think it's a very good look for you to sit here and say Islam doesn't allow that. I don't think that's a very good look for you. But let's say, do you read about Roman culture? What are the laws of ethics and morality? Or what do the townspeople do? How do they wash their rags? How did they wash their rags in urine? I mean, I don't have a particular, like, fucking culture that I'm all invested in and shit. I've never gotten that in depth in it. Let's say that. I've had religions that are not religions, cultures throughout my life that I'm like, wow, that's really cool. I've had like my ancient Egypt phase, my Roman phases, my Greek phases, like all these phases. But I'm not like super into any of them. If you're in an abusive relationship, you can't leave, especially without divorce. In an abusive marriage, you can't leave without no fault divorce.
what feminism has done is basically make this decision of a woman to leave a marriage as easy as possible, as stigma-free as possible. They're basically encouraging women to leave their husbands or to cheat on their husbands. And all of the media and the legal system and the university system are all playing into this feminist insulation of women from the negative consequences of their choices.
Oh yeah, that is what he's saying.
This one coming in
Yes.
from, I think that's actually maybe it. Let me just double check. Last one. Want to say our guests are linked in the description, folks. So if you want to hear more from Daniel or JF, you certainly can. This one from Notion Slave says, are you suggesting enemy women should be forced to produce offspring for Muslim armies? Isn't that direct RAPE command? God doesn't endorse that.
Well, again, there are, I could ask like a modern liberal person, you know, do you endorse children being incinerated? Do you endorse, you know, little babies being burned to death, or, you know, being basically turned into ash? Do you endorse that? Yes or no? And that's the reality of modern warfare. That is the reality of dropping bombs, even conventional weapons. Like it's understood according to modern warfare that
Yes,
innocent
cool,
lives will
babies.
be lost, incinerated. Having a woman be a part of a family as a slave, and you know, being in that kind of relationship, and there are strict rules in Islam to basically not treat
I hope too, Beatles,
slaves as
but
chattel, to like not treat
to
them
be
as just inanimate
realistic,
objects. They have certain rights. They have certain rights as slaves. They can't be, for example, prostituted. And when a slave woman has
Oh
a
yeah,
child,
our slaves have
then,
rights, so
she
it's
will,
okay.
when her master dies, then she is a free woman. So all of these kinds of rules and regulations and mercy that's given to slaves and slave women, that exists in Islam. But ultimately, like, you should think of this sex slavery
We're
in the same way that you
merciful
think
to our
about bombs and
slaves.
tanks and guns. In fact, those weapons are much more destructive.
Great, it's all bad. Don't say much more destructive, because you, I know he's not talking to me, but you, sir, are talking to someone who views rape as worse than murder. So no. No, you are incorrect. That it is just as bad as modern weapons.
And they're much more inhumane because they literally kill people. Whereas being a sex slave, you're still alive. You're not being killed. You can still live your life with certain restrictions on you. So that's the kind of comparison that people should be making when they want to criticize Islam. In the future, imagine, like in the future with technology, you could have these advanced weapons where warfare involves just pressing a button and the enemy's heart just stops. So you can minimize casualties using this kind of new technology, or like a satellite laser that can very precisely target the enemy and kill him with zero casualties. And then people in the future say that, oh, you believe in, you know, can you believe that in the 20th century,
Yeah,
or 19th
Bales,
century,
and
they
it's
used
a
guns, or they
dumbass
used bombs,
fucking
or they used
argument.
tanks, or they used warplanes? Can you believe that? How completely morally blind were they? You're judging people in the 20th century on the basis of technology in the 21st century. And the same thing is happening now. You're judging slavery, which again was in Islam and Christianity and all of these empires universally. You're judging that on the basis of present day technology. And actually,
not even present day technology, it's just the basis of owning another human being is morally wrong. Okay, the idea that we are past this in modern day technology is fucking idiotic, considering slavery still exists in the world. All right, we are not past this technologically. We have morally moved past this.
when you do that comparison, I think the slavery comes out on top as more humane than what modern warfare is capable of through technology.
You got it. Thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Jay Shaw says, why is it? They say, if Allah asks for allegiance, doesn't this make Allah insecure? I don't know if this has to do with the topic, but we're humoring it.
Maybe it's
yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, related to the whole apostasy question and how there's penalties for apostasy, or there's penalty for blasphemy. Some of these Christian apologists say that, oh, is Allah insecure that he punishes blasphemers, or he requires a punishment for blasphemers? This is like a very cheap kind of comment, because the fact of the matter is, it's not that Allah needs us to protect his honor or to punish apostates or blasphemers. The whole purpose is to
they need
affirmation
every once
to
in a while.
preserve the value
Actually,
of
they're gods. They need affirmation all the fucking time.
Which is the foundation of all of these rights and responsibilities and organic relationships that keep society functioning and flourishing. Like religion is that foundation. If you start attacking the foundation by apostating from the religion or blaspheming against God and his messengers and his prophets, then that is going to shake the entire structure of society and lead to the kind of chaos that we see in the modern postmodernist, anti-religious, secular world. And this is exactly what happened to Christians, where they allowed, the example that I gave of Germany in the opening statement, that wasn't hypothetical. That actually happened because you had this Frederick the Great in the 1700s who was influenced by Voltaire and the French Enlightenment thinkers. He's like, wow, freedom of religion is such a great thing. We should allow atheism to be promoted. We have to really reduce religious education. That had that's like an atomic bomb that he dropped on Christian Germans and these traditional Christian Germans. He destroyed
why so,
the basis of their
what makes
society.
What makes you
that's
like that?
Really what you have to prevent in order to preserve society and to preserve what is ultimately the most important. Like I can give a theological reason, like what is most important for human beings is their afterlife. And we have to prevent people from blaspheming in order to prevent more and more people falling into this kind of disbelief that they will suffer for in the afterlife. That is, the main reason, but also in terms of social consistency, social flourishing, all of these organic relationships, they are preserved by religion. So we have to prevent people from attacking religion and blaspheming against it.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Mobash says, Daniel, the Mufti and Hitler
I don't
wasn't
like the way he
propaganda.
uses
There is
blasphemy.
photo and video images,
I
and
really
he was literally
just don't
rallying
like it.
Muslims to fight alongside Nazis.
Okay, so have you heard of the Havara Agreement? The Havara Agreement was an agreement between Nazi Germany and Zionist German Jews, signed on August 25th, 1933. So go look into the Havara Agreement. You want to talk about the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem or wherever, look at when Zionist German Jews made an agreement, signed an agreement with Nazi Germany. I think that needs to be explored as well.
You got it. This one coming in from, appreciate it. I think this is our last one. This is, let's see.
Last one.
So
Like the video has more time left.
Sorry, Theus. Famo says, JF, we welcome you to Islam, bro. You have an open mind, and inshallah, you and Daniel can have another discussion. By the way, my previous comment was not towards JF. And also,
well, that's an honor for me to be welcomed in Islam, but unfortunately, I recognize as my only god Elon Musk and his Twitter Blue service for $8. I just got unbanned on Twitter, and I highly encourage you to go support Elon Musk. He is the one and true deity. He controls the speech on the internet, and he offers a helping hand to anyone who believes in him and accepts Twitter Blue in his heart.
Okay, this one.
Yeah, this is I have a super chat. You can't read that. It's also a question. So this is from Albanian Muslim from Quebec. I think it's Albanian. He says, JF, he's the.
Are they gonna box at the end?
We are not Slavs.
I don't know. There's still a lot of time left. Nothing's gonna happen at the end.
Wouldn't pure Quebecois becoming Muslims make them stronger as an ethnic group?
I've left Quebec because I've abandoned the idea that this society would survive. So I really don't have a high esteem of Quebec. Could Islam help it? Maybe, but it wouldn't be Quebec anymore if it was Islamic. On the question of Kosovo being truly European, definitely they are a different cluster. You can call that European if you want, but they are definitely separate genetically, and we can see it on a graph with respect to Western Europeans.
Europeans.
Another one for you,
They're Europeans.
I thought it was they like you, JF. They said. Oh, sorry. I was like, why am I so lost?
I don't know.
This one from, I'm gonna find it. But in the meantime, this one from, it says, Gary. What is the purpose? Oh, Gary Uppy. So what is the purpose of life without God? How to debunk hedonism without God? What is the aim of the ethno-state?
Well, what is the purpose of the squirrel? He certainly doesn't have a belief in God. His purpose is survival, self-preservation, family raising, and leaving the sun. And that should be our goal too.
Spontaneous combustion. That's what
In
happened.
family, even if you're an atheist like me, but you have to follow your biological instincts.
You got it. I think that's it. I did see it. I'm telling you, there was another one that was saying, JF, we appreciate you. So I want to say that we appreciate both of you guys. JF and Daniel.
No,
we'll
we
let you go
don't.
because it's getting late.
We
wanna say
actually
thank you so much
really
for being with us
don't
tonight.
like
It's been a
either
true
of
pleasure.
you.
Folks, if you haven't yet, you can open up. I'm going to be
Like,
back in a moment with
we
a
the
post-credit scene letting you know about upcoming
opposite.
debates, including...
Okay, they're done. They're done. I knew I was gonna finish before that video was done. We actually the opposite of appreciate both of you. We think that you are both terrible human beings, and we don't know why you're so proud of debating this on the fucking internet where everyone can see it and have this available forever. Granted, probably these topics are probably not new things for them to say, considering they were so down to do this shit. Ow. Do we want to raid out, guys? Because it is time for me to go to bed. Do we have any raid suggestions before we go? So I don't think anyone I know right now is live. We could do the classic of raiding Irby. Legate is live.
Did you?
Is Legate one of my followers? I think he is. What's a raid? We're gonna raid Legate. Get your shit ready. You guys ready? Are we ready to raid? Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. I appreciated the chat. I appreciate the lack of trolls tonight. It was a nice little break. I'll be back here on Tuesday at 8 o'clock Pacific time. Join the Discord if you're new. Leave a follow if you're new. Leave a sub if you want me to do the fucking cooking stream shit. Hey, it's the Fallout Legate. Yep. Perhaps a game of contrast. Okay, well, next stream we can get back to this. Anyways, peace out, you motherfuckers.